It's an apocalyptic world with lots of destroyed houses. And in this world, rats skin the human body to quench the thirst of hunger. But suddenly one of the rats was grabbed by an eagle. But as soon as the eagle flew away with its prey, an even bigger bird caught up with it. This bird had no difficulty in dealing with the eagle. And this bird was called the Purple Electric Eagle. A rank A rune beast. Can generate powerful purple electricity in battle. And was nicknamed the King of the Skies. A purple electric eagle landed on the building. But suddenly someone shot him. It was Dong Jie, who is a student of the 3rd Senior Huangshi School. And he was a rune sniper. Fang Jie, who was also from that same high school, however he was a rune swordsman, asked if Brother Dong had missed. But all he did was point his weapon again, saying the word he didn't know the word missed. After which Dong Jie fired a shot. The purple electric eagle tried to fly away from those shots somehow. But Dong Jie already had him in his sights. Whereupon the bullet hit right on target. A purple electric eagle fell right in front of them. The feathers of the purple electric eagle are as strong as steel. And his only weak spot is under his jaws. If you don't confuse him, he'll never show that spot. Fang Jie thought that Brother Dong was incredible. Also, the guy stated that they would be the fastest team to pass the test. But Dong Jie turned around, saying that he was obviously wrong. The test wasn't quite over yet, for a new danger awaited them. It was a horned white wolf. This monster struck a blow to Fang Jie, after which the guy turned into a rune. Dong Jie took this monster in his sights. The horned white wolf is a B-rank beast that has the speed of a lion and the strength of a rhinoceros. Dong Jie fired a shot, however. This strike did not do any harm to the beast. The frontal defense of the horned white wolf is stronger than the feathers of the purple electric eagle. Looks like the 3rd trial won't be easy. He jumped up and took aim again, after which he began shooting at a horned white wolf. It was clear that this monster's gaze was already aimed at him. He can't outrun the wolf. Bullets can only buy him a little time, but we need to figure something out fast. Whereupon an idea popped into his head. He took aim and shot the rope, which caused the debris of the building to start falling on the horned white wolf. But even so, this beast was still alive. The protagonist glanced at the runes that fell off the fanchu. Filled with rune energy, weapon stones can transform into the rune weapon itself. As long as rune talismans are embedded in the stones, unique rune spells can be activated. Thus, he had a new weapon. After that, he decided to deliver a killing blow to the beast. The horned white wolf is defeated, and it has begun to disappear. The system notified them that the test was over. It took them 5 minutes and 42 seconds to pass the test. Dong Jie was rated S rank, and Fang Rui was rated C rank. After that, the guy started to get carried away from the scene. He woke up in the capsule. There were many such capsules. And there was a man standing in the room writing something down. The capsules opened. Fang Jie mentioned that the man had said that the purple electric eagle would be the last one, right? Therefore, it is not clear where the horned white wolf came from. The man replied that he had not said that there could be no additional tasks. Would the entrance exam be as difficult as this? Even though they were given A-ranked warrior skills, it didn't help with their lack of combat experience one bit. Even with just the 2 of them, killing a rune beast of this rank was an extremely difficult task. Suddenly the girl slapped the capsule, indicating that she wasn't expecting any additional tasks at all. Everyone paid attention to her. It was Xiao Shiqian. She too was a student of the 3rd Senior Huangshi School and was the heir of the Xiao family's martial arts school. She was called the Demon of the senior school. Dong Jie advised her to calm down, or else she would have to pay damages for defacing public property. But the girl only took him by his clothes, whereupon she inquired if he had killed a horned white wolf. The boy replied that he had. Fang Jie replied that this was what one would expect from an invincible Dong Jie. The man pushed across the table, telling everyone to shut up. In the real world, rune beasts wouldn't give them a moment to catch their breath. Even if they have the skill to kill an A-ranked beast, they might die from the paws of a B-ranked beast. This time, only one disciple managed to kill the horned white wolf and get an S rank. He asked the protagonist to come over and collect his results. Fang Jie shouted that Dong Jie was the best. Xiqian replied that he didn't fail. But suddenly someone decided to trip him up. The main character noticed this and purposely stepped on his foot. As it turns out, only those who have received at least 60% of rune energy can awaken as a rune warrior. This is determined from birth. It doesn't matter how hard he tries, because that can't be changed. What good is a high rank on a trial test anyway, if this guy can only do something in the simulation capsule? In the future, they will become warriors and be the elite of society. Xiqian, who could obtain 92% of rune energy, asked how dare they say nasty things behind her friend's back. She slapped them, after which the guys admitted they were wrong. However, the main character recognized their rightness. What could one do if those who received more than 60% could be conducted as a rune warrior? Dong Jie, on the other hand, got 27. It all began in the year 2030. Mankind cannot predict when disaster will strike them. It was in this year that many wormholes began to appear around the world. Countless meteorites fell to Earth, destroying civilization. When people faced the apocalypse, they were like dust. During the meteor shower, which lasted 3 months, the Earth's population was wiped out by 30%. And just when everyone thought the apocalypse was coming to an end, something much worse happened. Earth has been invaded by creatures from another dimension called rune beasts. These creatures were aggressive, and there were many of them. Even an atomic weapon couldn't kill a high-rank rune beast. Houses were destroyed and people lived in fear. They were always hiding, until the first rune warrior appeared. Blessed with rune energy, the warrior could activate runes and become stronger. Humanity then began a resistance in an attempt to protect their final home. They built a wall and created a barrier of rune energy to ward off the rune beasts and let the ordinary citizens live their lives. But the end of the war between humans and rune beasts was not yet imminent. The protagonist has arrived at the logistics of flying donkeys. After that, the guy kicked the door open with his foot. They all took notice, preparing to punish the man for what he had done. Dong Jie greeted Uncle Ma, sixth brother, and old man Zhang. Their facial expressions immediately changed when they saw Dong Jie. Lu Lei, who was the boss of flying donkey logistics and was now in charge of smuggling, advised Junior to knock before entering next time. He thought it was the police, whereupon he informed him that he had left a pretty good order for him, the commission being $1,000. He is to take it on the table and deliver it to Renmin Road. He thanked Brother Lei for that. When Xiao was paralyzed, Uncle Xiao helped them a lot. But they have to try to earn a living themselves. He knows that Brother Lei is doing dirty deeds, but he is just a high school student, and if he wants to earn enough for Xiao treatment money, he has no other choice. The guy inquired as to what was in the box. Lu Lei slapped the brat, saying that he knows the rules, that he shouldn't ask about things he shouldn't know about. The kid said it was his fault. The man also advised him to try to stick to the back alleys, as the police have been keeping an eye on the organization lately. If Dong Jie gets caught, Lu Lei will not recover him. The protagonist reassured him, for Dong Jie knows what needs to be done, after which he set off on his journey. Orders bring in a lot of money after all. When he comes back, he wants to buy Xiao a new doll, the one she likes the most. But suddenly the police stood in front of him and shouted that this superficial check. Also, the police advised him to stick to this side. The guy didn't understand how he could ever be so unlucky. All his merchandise was, of course, illegal. And if he got caught, he would probably have to spend 3 years in jail. So he decided to run away. The policeman called for backup. He also mentioned that a courier was being carried along Renmin Road here. After that, they started chasing the guy. But as soon as he rounded the corner, police notified all departments that they had missed the suspect. The guy was only glad they couldn't catch him. Just as suddenly, his motorcycle hit a banana peel. What made him fall? Once again, he wondered why he was having such bad luck today specifically. Dong Jie also hoped that the goods were fine. But suddenly he noticed that the very same container had been knocked over. The protagonist just can't lose this merchandise. As it turned out, that container contained the eggs of a rune beast. Now it was clear why Lei's brother had paid him so much for this order. And if he was caught, it was unlikely that he would get off with only 3 years in prison. He picked up the eggs and checked that they were okay. But there should be 3 eggs there, and we need to find another one. Dong Jie started looking and asking the little testicle to come out. Then the kid finally found the egg that was in the trash can. But unfortunately, that egg had cracked. He just hoped the rune beast didn't hatch from it. But suddenly he noticed an attack from his back and ducked. It was a C-ranked beast, a bone spider. This spider is afraid of fire. Its exoskeleton is as strong as steel. Before it eats the insides of its victim, it likes to play with it by wrapping it in a cocoon and suffocating it. It is a cunning insect-like rune beast that is difficult to handle. As soon as the spider attacked him again, the guy decided to attack. She stabbed him with her knife, but this attack did him no good. As expected of a bone spider, it can't be harmed by ordinary weapons. Even though it had just hatched, an ordinary person like Dong Jie could not defeat it. After that, the bone spider decided to attack again, and the protagonist had no choice but to run. But the spider blocked his escape route with his web. After that, the bone spider used a web to grab the guy's leg. It's not so easy to get rid of that web either. Bone spider decided to take another stab at it. Is this really the end of him? A little while later, he finally woke up. This guy can't even defeat a newly hatched beast. Looks like he'll never be a rune warrior. And his final hour has come. But he hasn't avenged his parents yet. That's why he can't just die like that. They sappy. He heard the voice of the system, which spoke of destiny being a comfort to weaklings and cowards. He must decide his own fate or let it be decided for him. This is his last chance to change his destiny. The system asked if he would take that chance. As long as he has the opportunity to become a rune warrior and avenge his parents, he'll do anything. The upload was completed, and it was noticeable from the analysis that his body was in a sorry state. So the system automatically healed his wounds and gave him 10 stat points for free. Right now he had level 1, and the available rune energy was 27%. Strength 9 points, stamina 8, dexterity 7, and intelligence 10. And there were also 10 stat points available. Is it really in the very points from tats, just like in the games? Right now, however, he lacks strength, so he uses all available points on his strength. Is this really happening? And the system's stats would really be able to directly affect his body. A daily task appeared in front of his eyes. One must destroy the bone spider that had just hatched to obtain the way to improve energy damage. It's really hard for him to imagine that there's a way that improves rune energy. But it's worth a try. If he does nothing, he'll die. He was able to free himself from the web. Now the protagonist also felt that he had definitely become stronger. But he wasn't a fool to think he could defeat a bone spider so easily. Master once said that rune beasts have weaknesses. Therefore, he should rely on that to win. He glanced at his bike and immediately remembered the gasoline. Afterward, Dong Jie remembers that bone spiders are afraid of fire. He uses gasoline to start a fire. The bone spider hit the trash can while the guy ran to the bike. He then began pouring gasoline from his vehicle. Because these spiders are afraid of fire and have poor eyesight, they use body hairs to read the movements and location of their prey. So he decided to throw the bait. Of course, the spider fell for it, after which he immediately jumped to where the rock was. Dong Jie pulled out a lighter and wished him dead. It was the lighter that fell right onto the gasoline, whereupon the bone spider caught fire. The system reported the mission complete. He had received a way to improve the energy of the runes. The system also congratulated him for leveling up. Is this really the way to allow him to get more rune energy? Even if he dies, he will still become a rune warrior. Available energy has increased to 56%. Even though it worked, it still wasn't enough for him to become a warrior. The guy has to get more than 60% of the rune energy. Therefore, more missions need to be done. But as it turns out, there is a mission limit per day here. The daily mission is complete, and a new mission will appear in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Suddenly, he noticed near the corpse of the bone spider that there was a rune there. It could be sold on the black market for tens of thousands. He heard police sirens. This merchandise is illegal anyway, and the client won't make a fuss if the guy loses something. He'll think about what to do as soon as he gets out of here. After that, he took the motorcycle with him and started to run you off. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrived at his home. He could hardly believe it, but his power had actually increased. It turns out that the system was definitely not a figment of his imagination. In that case, he might even have a chance to become a rune warrior. He also didn't know what he should do with those eggs. Perhaps he should just cook them and eat them. The meat of rune beasts contained rune energy, and an ordinary person could become stronger by eating it. However, he had never tasted it. But if the other 2 eggs also contain a bone spider, then he'll just pretend he didn't even think anything of it. He was met by his 8-year-old little sister whose name is Xiao. She loves to study ironic beasts. Xiao began to worry, for she thought he was injured, seeing the bloodstains on his clothes. Dong Jie replied that he had just fallen off his motorcycle, and there wasn't a single scratch on him. She had blood all over her clothes. The guy explained that it was just paint he'd gotten on his clothes when he fell. She wondered how long it had been since her brother had gotten so muscular. He didn't even notice it himself. But his body was transformed. It seems that stats have a direct effect on the body's physical characteristics. He explained that the school was preparing for the exam, and it must be the effect of his training. Xiao explained that if brother can't become a rune warrior, he will definitely marry a rune warrior. With that kind of appearance, she is sure that many people will want to become his wife. Dong Jie didn't understand what she was talking about and asked where she had picked up such a thing. The girl showed the book. She also mentioned that she had read it here. He took the book away from her, saying that it was bad for her health. Xiao asked for it back. She pouted, and tears came to her eyes. Afterward, Dong Jie showed off the toy. It was the plush crocodile she wanted so badly. But the girl didn't understand where her brother got the money from. The boy replied that it didn't matter at all. Her brother would soon become a rune warrior, and when he did, he would finally be able to heal her sore feet. She asked if the brother had hit his head when he fell. He told her to just enjoy her toy. After one incident, Xiaoxi's lower body became paralyzed, so she has to sit in a wheelchair all day long. It is very rare for her to feel the warmth of the sun. However, they are lucky compared to those who died, even though their lives are not so easy. But things have changed now. With the help of the system, he can definitely become a rune warrior. Rune warriors these days are a class of people with endless amounts of money. By it, they can join the military and receive a huge number of rewards and benefits. By joining the company, they will be up for a VP position with at least $1 million annual salary. There are still warriors who have banded together to hunt rune beasts in the wilderness. If they manage to catch a rare beast, there's a chance of getting an inordinate amount of money for it. Therefore, he was determined to become a rune warrior. Meanwhile, the Lulei had struck. Osnova repeated that he did not know them where the goods were. The man told him to stop this nonsense. If the goods were not there today, tomorrow would not come for them. If they lost the boss's goods, they should be burning in hell by now. It's not like it's the first time they've worked together, and the Lulei knows the consequences. Zhang Wenlun appeared, who was the owner of an underground fight club in Huangshi County. He is famous in the local black market. He is a ruthless and callous person. Wenlun replied that the goods were extremely important to him now, and asked what he should do now. Lulei said that he had given the goods to a child named Dong Jie, and now he could not contact him. He could have been arrested. If this guy was arrested, that's problematic. Even Wenlun can't afford to cross this buyer. He asked that they give him 1 day, and he would return the goods to them tomorrow. Wenlun replied that there was no need to do that, and he would send someone himself to look for the guy named Dong Jie. Lulei explained that he was a student and there was no need for the boss to get personally involved. Suddenly he was hit by a man who asked if he was really telling him what the boss should do. He should quickly tell everything he knows about this brat. He agreed to tell me everything after all. He said that this kid is a student of the 3rd Senior High School of Huangsha. After which, Wenlun ordered these two to depart tomorrow to look for him. If they even fail to deal with the high school student, they should expect serious consequences. The man replied that the boss shouldn't worry, and he should trust them. In the morning, the main character said in his sister not to open doors to strangers. Xiaoxi replied that she knew that, for she was no longer 3 years old. When he returned, he decided to make her favorite roasted chestnuts and sugar. The girl was delighted. Dong Jie greeted Uncle Li and Grandpa Wang. He can't carry the rune beast eggs with him, and had to hide them at home. Now he has to figure out how to get rid of them, and suddenly someone touched him from behind. He grabbed the man's arm. It was Fang Jie asking to let go of his hand, because it hurt. Dong Jie asked why the guy had snuck up behind him. The one replied that he needed to go to the restroom, but he couldn't find it nearby, so he had to do it in the alley. And after that, he saw the main character. Dong Jie let go of his hand and walked away, saying that it was disgusting. He also told his friend to stay away from him. Fang Jie asked Brother Dong not to be like that and wait for him. A little later they came to the school, and he had a new assignment in front of him, which had to do with gangsters. It was those two. Fang Jie didn't even understand what Fatty and Crying Dragon were doing here. Dong Jie was surprised that the guy knew them. He began to think that these two were the ones who were following him. The guy is no match for them now, so it's better not to mess with them. Suddenly they heard the voice of Shiqian, who said to let her go, otherwise she would not vouch for herself. But the two recognized the girl's beauty and offered to ride with them. They would take good care of her. Fang Jie asked what they would do now. Sister Xiqian is there after all. The protagonist wondered why ask that, and they should go over there. However, it's dangerous to provoke a fat and crying dragon. Why not just call the police? But they don't have time to wait for the police. He banged a brick on the man's head, after which, the man turned around and asked how he even dared to attack them. Dong Jie said to get his dirty hands off her. She spoke the main character's name, telling him to run away quickly. He's not even their equal. Looks like they found the very Dong Jie they came here specifically for. He swung around, questioning how dare this brat make them look for him. The guy came back with ease, as expected. Those two must be hunting them because of the rune beast eggs. After the guy leveled up yesterday, he added all the points to his agility. If not for that, he wouldn't even be able to dodge this attack. But now he can even counterattack. The man realized that this child was very strong. Could he really be a born rune master? But even if he couldn't defeat a mere boy, how could he even continue to stay in the Huangshi County? The brat seemed to care about this girl. So the man wondered if he grabbed her, how fast he would give up. But Xichen slapped him in the face. Dong Jie didn't understand. Did this dummy really think that she would be easier to deal with than him? After which, he started encouraging his sister to hit him harder. These two have tried to be on their best behavior, but since they don't appreciate it, they won't show any more mercy. They release the power of F-rank rune masters. Even if they are the weakest rune masters, for such an underling, it's more than enough. After which, the protagonist punched him in the stomach. But his attack couldn't even touch that fat man. After that, someone hit them from behind. They turned around and asked who else dared to attack them. It was Zhao Wude, who was a rank E rune master. Xichen's father and the owner of the Zhao family's martial arts hall, as well as a retired rune warrior. He didn't understand how rune masters, instead of defending themselves, could attack people who were weaker than them. These men clearly couldn't call themselves rune masters. The girl was happy to see her daddy. Since a higher-ranked rune master appeared, they realized that they were suitable opponents for him. It looked like they wouldn't be able to capture Dong Jie this time, so they decided to run away. The main characters also threw a brick and yelled for them to get the hell out of here. They were not happy that he attacked from behind again. The system then reported that the mission was accomplished. The girl asked why Dad was here. He replied that he was just passing by after buying the ingredients, but he didn't understand what these guys wanted from them. Xichen and Dong Jie replied that they didn't know that. Of course, the guy just collected them. He advised that next time, avoid such bastards and stop causing trouble, after which he told them to go to school. It seemed to the girl that those guys were looking for Dong Jie, so she asked if he was in some kind of trouble. The protagonist replied that of course not. Xichen replied that he should not lie. If there was a problem, he could ask her for help. The protagonist replied that they know that. The man informed his boss that there was a situation here, after which they were called a bunch of useless trash. They couldn't even deal with a high school student. The man also mentioned that a rank E rune master had appeared here, after which he ordered us to go straight to that guy's house. He heard he had a crippled little sister. The teacher has told them this so many times, but there are still so many students who never realized it. He asked Dong Jie to stand up and tell everyone what attributes the runestones had. He explained that all rune stones are derived from rune beasts. They act as conduits of rune energy, and are divided into 3 types based on their characteristics. Red-colored rune stones are weapon stones. They have patterns engraved on them. If rune energy is directed into them, they will turn into special weapons. Blue-colored rune stones are talisman stones. They can be engraved with specific patterns that can be embedded into weapons to activate specific skills. Green-colored rune stones are defense stones that have a similar effect as red stones, but they can only be used on armor. Due to different inscriptions, red stones cannot be used on items, and green stones cannot be used on weapons. When fighting rune beasts, they can only rely on one type of rune stone, and about them are the strongest weapons of a rune master. The teacher praised the kid for being the only one who studies well. Dong Jie is a smart guy, but it's a pity that his rune spirit is too low. If not for that, he could definitely become a strong rune master. They'll have a self-development lesson next, so they should teach what they think is right. The guys talked about how the cultural exam and virtual exam only accounted for 30% of the total score in the entrance exam. The most important exam is the rune spirit test. Even if Dong Jie passes these exams with the best grades, he would still fail the rune spirit test and would not be able to enter the rune master college. 2 people said that the brown-haired guy's rune spirit scores were 66%, and he would be able to enter the college with ease. After he became a rune master, he wouldn't treat them badly. Fang Jie replied that with his abilities, he would be eaten by the runic beast within 3 days. Therefore, he doesn't even understand what this guy is excited about. Jie replied that his parents, both E-rank rune masters. He can find a good job in the city and doesn't care about clothes and food. Xichen replied that only the brave can become true rune masters. If he wanted to become one, he should go to the wilderness and prescribe a path for mankind, instead of being both a coward and hiding in the city. He didn't expect to be called a coward. If he disagreed, she offered to fight to settle the matter. But who would ever want to fight a demon like her? If he won't fight, then let him get out of here. He said to just wait, and then the 3 of them would be punished. Dong Jie asked what he had done in the first place. Still, only a sister can make them run away so fast. Her father often says that the blood of the strong is not spilled for the weak, so she hates cowards like him the most. The protagonist mentioned that the teacher had mentioned that they could do some self-development, so he offered to spar with him. She agreed. These two can fight, and Fang Jie is a mere mortal and will only watch. They moved into the virtual capsule warehouse, after which they were transported to a virtual arena. Fang Jie asked if Sister Qian wasn't drawing too much attention to herself by going out in the open like this. The girl told him that Dong Jie was a rune sniper who was good at hiding, and in a virtual arena the size of 2 soccer fields, they wouldn't be able to find him. So all they have to do is lure him out. But that requires bait, and that bait is Fang Jie. Suddenly a bullet flew in front of him. The guy stated that Brother Dun just scratched him. Did he really miss? But the girl explained that with this, the guy was telling him to just stand back and watch. She had inserted her weapon 2 talisman stones, so she wanted to see how he could defeat her today. A bullet flew into her weapon again. She used a quick evasion skill. She smiled at the thought of finally finding him. It was dangerous for him, because his location had been compromised. The girl cut down the tree he was sitting on, using a wide-angle cut. The protagonist used the runestone skill Instant Target, after which he shot her. Fang Jie ran out saying that Brother Dong is awesome. Dong Jie replied that he could defeat her in the virtual world, but in the real world, she could easily handle him. She appeared beside them, asking about why he used Instant Target today when he always uses Quick Reload. Dong Jie just adjusts to match his opponent. That's why he can't use the same talismans. She was not satisfied with this fight, and offered to fight again. The protagonist refused, because it was the 10th time. But she doesn't care. If he doesn't agree, then don't let him come to her house anymore to eat the dumplings her father made. They noticed the glitches and thought something had happened to their sister's virtual capsule, so he decided to go and check it out as well. His capsule began to open. Afterward, he noticed that the Psycheon capsule was being doused with oil. He screamed, not realizing what kind of bullshit the bastard was doing right now. He pushed the lunatic away, asking Shi Qian to wake up. Fang Jie said to stay here and he would bring the teacher and the school doctor. He turned around and wondered what the hell they were even doing. Was this really how they wanted to kill her? Is she dead? And who gave her permission how to talk to him in the first place? After all, she only has a high rune spirit, and her father is just an ordinary cripple. This guy's parents are official E-rank rune masters. Therefore, they are not afraid of anyone. His parents should have been ashamed of themselves for raising such trash. After which he punched the man. He didn't understand how he dared to be hit. Dong Jie threatened to beat him today until he learned his lesson. But suddenly the teacher told the guy to stop. Right now, it was more important to keep Shi Qian alive, and he could deal with this trash later. This time he was lucky, so let him get lost from here. The one began to threaten that he would make the protagonist regret being born into this world. The doctor explains that the virtual capsule electrocuted her, but after some rest she should be fine. This girl is the best student in the school, so they can't let anything happen to her. The teacher asked Dong Jie what had happened here and why he was hitting other students. Fang Jie revealed that they had poured water on Big Sister's virtual capsule. If Brother Dong didn't stop them, Big Sister would be in even more danger. However, Dong Jie might be in serious trouble after this. Both of Fang Jie's parents are E-rank rune masters and are well known in the field, and after the protagonist hit their son, they can take revenge. But it's Fang Jie's fault in this situation. They won't care because Dong Jie is an ordinary person. He should go home and rest for a few days. We should wait until this matter is resolved, and the teacher will talk to them and see what can be done. The guy apologized for causing trouble. Dong Jie is a good student, so he shouldn't think about it. Let him just stay home and study for the entrance exam. The doctor said that Sis will be fine after a few days of rest, so no need to worry. Fang Jie started to worry about his friend, but the latter said that he was fine. If those rune masters wouldn't listen to him because he was an ordinary person, then he would just become a rune master and use his fists to talk to them. But after all, Brother Dong's rune spirit is only 27%. The protagonist asked, "Is it really so necessary to ruin the moment?" In any case, he shouldn't worry and return to class. Fang Jie told him to be careful on his way home. Now his rune spirit is no longer 27%. With the help of the system, he will definitely be able to become a rune master. Lu Lei said this delivery kid should live in this building. The man asked the boss if they should call in more people. Wen Lun punched him in the face. He then asked how many people they needed to do business with a crippled girl. He started to explain that he was wrong. They approached the protagonist's apartment. The male reported that it was quiet inside, and no unnecessary movement was heard. After that, they rang the bell, and the girl heard it. She thought that her big brother had come back, but then she refuted her thoughts after all. Her brother had keys, so she didn't understand why he would ring the doorbell. She wondered who had just rang the doorbell. The male reported that they came to check the water meter. Xiao mentioned that the water meter is outside. The man accused the other of having a tone that was too fierce, and she would never believe that they were there to check the water meter. Let her watch and learn how to do it right. He turned to the little girl, talking about being a delivery boy, and asked if she could open the door. Xiao replied that he could deliver the goods outside. After that, they said that they were from an anonymous dating club and offered to get acquainted. The girl replied that she did not need it. Wen Lun couldn't stand it and kicked the door with his foot. He also didn't understand why he was messing around with such useless trash like these two. This door could have been kicked down from the beginning. He asked the little girl what her name was. Bai Xiao introduced herself. Wen Lun asked why her last name was not the same as her older brother's. As it turned out, she was adopted. The man searched the apartment and found no merchandise. Wen Lun took out a knife, talking about the one thing her older brother stole from him yesterday. If the girl tells them where the thing is, they can find it. At the very least, they will have to resort to force. She began to cry, saying that she did not understand what they were even talking about. He knows his brother won't be home for another hour or so they have time to play with her. Suddenly he noticed the gifted toy. Then he stuck a knife in her. Now she must realize what will happen to her if she doesn't say anything. Suddenly, the main character appeared on the doorstep and told the bastard to get away from his sister. Those two reported it was the same bastard from high school. It turns out this is the high schooler who ruined all his plans. Wen Lun said to quickly hand over the goods. If he tried anything, his little sister would pay a huge price for it. He should childhood, it is careful. Otherwise, Xiao will be in danger. After that, the guy said that the goods were in the storeroom. Wan Lung inquired about the location of this storage room. Dong Jie pointed to the place next to the bedroom. He wondered why those two idiots hadn't looked there sooner. He didn't understand what these idiots were waiting for, or why they hadn't brought him the goods yet. They destroyed the pantry door and saw the container, whereupon the man informed the boss that the goods were here. They opened and checked that there were only 2 eggs. And the protagonist explained that 1 egg hatched while he was making a delivery. But of course, Wen Lun didn't believe him. After all, this was the egg of a C-rank rune monster bone spider. If the egg really hatched, this guy wouldn't be able to stand here like this. If the protagonist admits to killing this monster, no one will believe him. The man said it was a gift for the minister, so this boy had better return the egg. Otherwise, Dong Jie won't like what the man will do at all. Suddenly, the girl bit his arm. He swung around, not realizing how the stupid girl dared to bite him. He struck, luckily Dong Jie managed to get it back in time. Whereupon he ordered the fat and weeping dragon to catch him. It's easier for that boy to give up. Well, of course he didn't think to do that. The man didn't realize if he had the same quick reaction in the morning as he did now. The development potion he received after completing his daily quest increased his stats by 1 point. It also improved his combat abilities. The guy was now at the 3rd level, and the runic spirit was 71%. He was able to dodge all of the man's attacks. After leveling up, he added all the points to agility. Even if he doesn't match the strength of these rune masters, dodging their attacks won't be a problem. Isn't this kid all he knows how to do? He asked the boss to give him a little rest, after which he would catch this guy. But he was no longer willing to look at it and decided to tackle him personally. Since this boy is so fond of dodging, let him try to dodge it. It was now clear that this guy was also a rune master. And judging from his aura, the protagonist assumed that he was at least E rank, just like Uncle Xiao. Dong Jie asked what he even wanted the guy to do. The rune beast egg has indeed hatched, and he can't give him something that he simply doesn't have. Wen Lun replied that this guy has no idea how important these eggs are to him. The minister's son loves cultivating runic monsters, so he spent a lot of effort to bring these wild monster eggs as a gift. It was the key to his future, and the guy just ruined it. And that's unforgivable. The protagonist thought that cultivating rune monsters in the city was a big crime. Wen Lun asked what a schoolboy like him could possibly know about the real world. The girl noticed that another egg had begun to hatch and wanted to report it. But the guy replied that this was not the time for that. Wen Lun pointed the gun at her, saying, "Does this little girl really want to die first?" But suddenly something burst out of the egg. "You've got another egg on you." This is a C-rank rune monster, namely a dark scaly snake. Although it is still a child, it is much stronger than an adult E-rank rune monster. After that, the man started shooting at this rune monster. True, no damage was done to this snake by the shooting, after which it wanted to attack the man. He had to duck. This house is too small, and he won't be able to use all his powers here. The guy informed Xiao that they needed to get out of here. That snake and that bone spider are C-rank rune monsters. Even if they are just children, they are still difficult to fight. Yesterday, he just got lucky and was able to kill the bone spider. But the kid isn't sure if he can kill the dark, scaly snake. A snake started to get in their way. The protagonist didn't understand why this snake was suddenly targeting them. He should distract the snake, but that way he would not be able to stay close to Xiao. But for some reason, that snake started to quiver. Could it be that Xiao is controlling the snake? Perhaps this girl is a beast tamer. A beast tamer is a genius born with 100% rune spirit. One of the several thousand who can communicate with, screw with, and fight on the same side as a rune monster. The guy explained that the weakness of this serpent is the runestone on its forehead. But the protagonist doesn't have a weapon with him. So he asked Xiao if she could make him attack those bad guys. The girl replied that she would try to do so. Wenlun replied that this snake was hard to deal with, so they would leave and let these kids deal with the mess themselves. The girl tried to influence the mind of this serpent. Afterward, the man noticed that the serpent had released the energy of a deadly explosion. It could even pierce through steel plates. I think it's about to smell fried. But suddenly the snake turned around and channeled that energy into those bad guys. He ducked down. An explosion sounded, which was noticed by people passing by. He was glad that Xiao was able to do this. But suddenly she lost consciousness. It's understandable since Xiao is still young and controlling this scaly snake must be very hard for her. Dong Jie just hopes she doesn't hurt herself. Meanwhile, this explosion made a new hairstyle for Wenlun. He was perplexed that they dared to touch his beautiful hair and handsome face, after which he started shooting at this snake. One of the bullets hit his rock. The rune stone is the source of the rune beast's energy. If it is destroyed, the beast will be on the verge of death. That's why they always protect this point carefully. But because the snake is young, it wasn't prepared for this. Wenlun was unhappy that another egg was lost. He would make them pay for it. Suddenly, another person arrived and asked if Dong Jie and Xiao were alright. Wenlun wondered who else had come here to die. It was Voodoo. He became very curious about what was going on here. In his pocket was a rune stone. Wudi inquired what Wenlun was doing here after he recognized him. Wenlun replied that they had come here to check on and support the children. Another asked the boss if they had not come here to pick up their parcel from Dong Jie. He slapped him on the wood, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Also, the man didn't understand what Zhao Wude was doing here. Even if this man has a leg injury, he is still a strong rune master and an experienced retired soldier. He has trained many strong rune masters in the Zhao family's martial arts hall and has great influence in the Qingxi realm. And we don't care why Wenlun came here, but Dong Jie is under his protection. If Wenlun dares to cause him any trouble, he will have to fight the Zhao martial arts hall. After all, he said that he just wanted to check on them and help them out. Then he told the fat dragon to give Dong Jie some money for this month. The fat dragon replied that he had no money. Wenlun asked if he hadn't given him his paycheck a few days ago. The fat dragon mentioned that it was his hard-earned money. In response, Wenlun told him to shut up and do it, after which he handed over the money. He also mentioned that the next time they come to show their concern, he hopes that Dong Jie will be here, not just his little sister. The bastard is threatening him, and the protagonist has realized it. Wudi asked if Xiao was okay. The guy replied that she was just tired. For now, he decided not to tell Uncle Zhao that Xiao was a beast tamer. He noticed the corpse of a dark, scaly snake and wondered what had happened here after all. The guy thought it was okay to reveal information to his uncle about the eggs. Now it's clear that Wenlun is not easy to deal with. After all, he runs an underground fight club in the Qingxi district and knows many influential people. Dong Jie asked what would happen if they turned in the rune beast egg and reported the Wen moon. But these eggs belonged to the young minister, so the man deeply doubted that this report would change anything. Therefore, he decided to handle the matter himself. Since it was too dangerous to keep this rune beast egg here, he decided to take it with him. The protagonist recognized his rightness. If another rune beast was hatched, he might not be able to handle it, and also couldn't expect Xiao to be able to tame it. Anyway, he came here because of what happened at school. Dong Jie realized that Uncle already knew about it and asked how Sister Shi Chen was doing. If he hadn't stopped those three freaks in time, the girl would have been in real danger. Fang Jie's parents are rune masters like himself. They also work with the minister, so the man is afraid he can't do anything about it. Dong Jie also has to be careful, as they might take revenge on him. But he's just a student, and he hasn't done anything. Wudi knows this, but warns that the protagonist must be prepared for the worst-case scenario. In the Xiao family's martial arts hall, the protagonist also decided to see his strength. He was near the impact testing device, after which he hit so hard that even the other man, who was also practicing, was shocked by it. Ordinary people can punch 1.2 times their body weight, and a professional boxer can punch 1.5 times more. Currently, his punching power is about 5 times his body weight. Suddenly, his teacher called him back and asked him what Dong Jie had been doing for 3 days. The boy replied that he had been practicing. He also said that the school had made a decision about the incident with Fang Jie. There are only 18 days left until the entrance exam. He hopes that everything will be fine. Woody mentioned that he had seen this kid using the strength testing device, so he wondered what kind of weight it showed the kid. Since the protagonist has to go, let the uncle see for himself. He didn't understand why this little boy was so rude. The other man told his uncle to look at it, and there were 462 pounds. It is now clear that Dong Jie has surpassed the limits of the human body. Uncle remembered that his runic spirit was only 27. It was unbelievable. However, at this moment, his runic spirit was already 71%. Afterwards, the protagonist came to the dean's office of the school and apologized for being late. Fang Jie was there along with his parents. He was offered a seat so that they could talk. But the guy refused, because he wanted to return to the eye as soon as possible after solving this issue. Unfortunately, this is impossible, because this school has zero tolerance for violence against other students. So they decided to expel Dong Jie. He didn't understand why they decided to expel him when Fang Jie was the one who tried to harm another student. But the principal, of course, didn't believe it. Fang Jie is one of the elite students of the school, and Dong Jie is just trash with a 27% rune spirit. Fang Jie did say that the guy would pay for hitting him back then. The woman replied that exile is a good choice. The school is just wasting its resources on him. Dong Jie guessed that because his rune spirit was low, they just decided to make him extreme in this situation. The teacher tried to calm him down. After all, you can't provoke people at the level of Fang Jie's parents. Even if the guy doesn't care about himself, let him at least think about his little sister. And he recognized the teacher's rightness. The guy had already put Xiao in danger. He can't let anything happen to her again. So he decided to leave quietly. Fang Jie wondered why he was no longer as bold as he used to be. This guy gave up so easily. What was expected? Dong Jie is the most ordinary trash. But he only turned around to say that he would definitely become a rune master. The man replied that he was just a kid who overestimates his capabilities. The truth was that even if he had a high rune spirit, he wouldn't be able to participate in the awakening ceremony because of the fact that he was banished. Therefore, the guy would never become a rune master. However, they will still look at it. While the protagonist got somewhere, there were children, one of whom was playing a rune beast, and the other was fighting against him. Fang Jie's father was right after all. Since the boys were expelled, he can't join the awakening ceremony and won't be able to become a rune master. Anyone who wants to awaken needs the help of an awakening crystal, but it takes a lot of energy to activate it. Therefore, the Union of Masters in Damage set up a rule that 15 days before the entrance exam, they send people to activate the awakening crystal and allow the participants of the entrance exam to awaken. That's why it's called the awakening ceremony. He had already been followed by Xichen as well as Fang Jie. The boy inquired if they weren't supposed to be in class right now. The girl was unhappy that they waited for 3 days and there was such a result. Fang Jie replied that they knew that Fang Jie was bullying Dong Jie using his parents. She offered to go with her to the Xiao martial arts hall. The girl was sure her father could help him, but clearly he didn't expect that Dong Jie would be expelled. Xichen replied that since the guy was expelled because of her, so her father should figure out how to get Dong Jie back to school. But that is impossible. However, it doesn't mean that Dong Jie doesn't have a chance to awaken and become a rune master. Only those with more than 60% rune spirit can try to become rune masters. But this does not mean that all of them will then become them. There are many people who have more than 60% rune spirit. He recalled his teacher's words about this percentage being the usual criterion for awakening. The higher the spirit of the runes, the higher the chance of awakening. Awakening crystals use a large amount of energy to activate. If someone fails to awaken the first time, they are not given a second chance. No matter how high their rune spirit is. It turns out even Fang Jie might not be awakened. Xichen was displeased that he didn't even know that, and asked if he had studied at all. Every morning, many people don't wake up. But they don't all easily admit defeat and give up, especially those who have a rune spirit of more than 60%. so they try other ways of awakening. Dong Jie inquired about the methods of awakening. He asked if the guy had ever heard of awakening medicine. However, awakening medicine is no longer recognized by the Association of Rune Masters. Even with a small rune spirit, there is a definite chance of awakening, but it is extremely dangerous. Applying the cure is like using an awakening crystal. The higher the rune spirit, the higher the chance of success and the stronger the rune skill it can awaken. He knows that the guy's runic spirit is only 27, so Dong Jie should know that the chance of success will be very low. When he takes the awakening medicine, there are only two outcomes. Either all his organs will fail to counteract the medicine, and only his blood vessels will explode. Either he will successfully awaken and become a rune master, changing his life by doing so. So he must consider this question carefully, whether he really wants to risk his life. They tried to talk the protagonist out of it. The awakening drug is too dangerous. There's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. After all, at least he'll still be alive. However, in this world where rune masters are kings, he doesn't want to remain an ordinary person. If he can't become a rune master, he'd rather die. The man didn't really want to talk about the awakening medication. But this kid was able to strike with almost 500 kilograms of weight. It would be too reckless to let such a genius remain an ordinary person. He knew that Dong Jie would choose this path. Therefore, he decided to use the kid's rune beast egg in exchange for a chance to fight for the awakening medicine. Of course, the others didn't know which egg they were talking about now, except Dong Jie. The boy explained that the rune beast egg didn't belong to him. Wu Di explained that it was an illegal item, and it was the only place they could use to their advantage. The protagonist then inquired about the battle over the awakening medicine. He has received information that the leader of an underground organization, the Ash Gang, has discovered a dungeon in the wilderness, and they think that hidden inside is the treasure of a powerful rune master. However, the dungeon blocks the entrance of all rune masters. So the gang starts recruiting ordinary people to search for the treasure and carry it to them. Anyone can simply pay a sufficient amount of money and enter the dungeon. The first person to find the treasure will receive an awakening medicine. There are many people here who want to change their lives. However, there is only one vial of awakening medicine. Whether he can get that vial or not, it all depends on Dong Jie. Xi Qian thought that it was too dangerous. The dungeon would be full of beasts, and Dong Jie was just an ordinary person. He would be killed as soon as he entered the dungeon. Fang Jie also asked Brother Dun to think about it, after which the man mentioned that he wasn't even done talking yet, and they were getting back into the conversation. He has an old comrade who is the leader of a small team of mercenaries. They are engaged in hunting rune beasts in wild conditions for living. Dong Jie can join this team and get some experience in battles. He will have to fight real rune beasts and survive in the wild, risking his life. It's going to be really hard. But if he can't become a rune master, he will continue to live as the lowest nail in society that can't oppose the likes of Fang Jie and his parents. Even with the chance of dying, he decided to take the risk and survive to definitely become a rune master. Wu Di liked his determination. Now he decided to take him to the entrance of the city. Xi Qian wondered why exactly there. He decided to rearrange the kid to Uncle the Poison Wolf she feared so much. Fang Jie didn't even think that there was someone who could scare Big Sister. Entrance to the city. The boy asked if they weren't supposed to meet the Poison Wolf, and why they were here. The one replied that he would soon understand everything. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that those people behind him panicked. They should quickly open Gate 1 and prevent even a mosquito from flying into the city. Therefore, Dong Jie assumed that the rune beasts were attacking the city gates. Wu Di replied that of course not. The mercenary team of Blood Wolves are back. Although the strongest member of the Blood Wolves is an E-rank rune master, they managed to kill a D-rank marble bull. All the parts of the marble bull are very valuable. The Blood Wolves became even richer. Even if that rune beast is dead, the smell from the corpse's blood is still horrible. This is completely different from the monsters of the virtual simulation pod. Wu Di assumed that the guy was afraid, but the guy replied that he was just excited. After that, they decided to go to meet his old comrade. Suddenly they heard everyone being told to get out of the way for there was an emergency. Then they noticed that that man had no arm. The protagonist was shocked to find out that the rune beast had done it. Wu Di explained that you could earn more in the wilderness, but the danger would also be higher. Wu Di shouted out, "Is the poison wolf still alive?" The man called him a bastard, saying that he wouldn't wait for the poisonous wolf to die. After which he inquired what the old friend had come here for. Or he had so little to do that he had come to meet him personally from hunting. Poison Wolf, E-ranked rune swordsman. Big Cow, E-rank rune tank. Firefox, E-rank rune sniper. Mountain tiger is also an E-ranked rune swordsman. Skinny monkey. E-rank rune sniper. Woody said he had come here to ask a small favor. The poison wolf explained that if he needed help, Woody should first give him a drink. They had been in the wilderness for a month, after all, and one must have a drink first. They can have a drink later. Poison Wolf's co-commander is injured. Shouldn't the commander take care of him first? Firefox explained that hunting a rune monster is always about risking your life to make more money. The bald eagle had only lost an arm. He could just take a well-deserved vacation now. She's even a little jealous of him. Poison Wolf recognized her right, because he only lost an arm. And that's okay, because he's alive. But the truth is, the bald eagle was the team's scout and sniper. Now that he's injured, they need a professional. And he just happens to have the perfect replacement he's decided to recommend to them. Dong Jie greeted them, however, he felt awkward. The poison wolf clearly didn't expect a child who hadn't even become a rune master yet. They don't take the command of the first people they meet. Hunting rune beasts in the wilderness is no joke. The skinny monkey recognized the commander's right. Mercenary team bloodwolves don't accept random trash. Rune master teams hunt runestones for profit. They are brave, fierce, and very strong. But with former rewards also comes danger. In a wilderness with no law, anything can happen. Runic beasts are not the only danger. After all, you have to be careful even with your companions and other people. The poison wolf thinks that a kid like him can't survive in the wilderness even for a few days. Dong Jie replied that he knew that the wilderness was very dangerous, but he just had to do it. He knows full well that there's a chance of dying there, but he'd rather die than not be able to become a rune master. Firefox mentioned that he was funny. This guy saw a bald eagle. The man was lucky he just lost one arm, and this kid may not be able to drive. When that time comes, it'll be too late for regrets. Wu Dai asked simply to give this kid a chance. The poison wolf replied that it was not a simple request. After all, it's about his life. Or does the man really want the poison wolf to just watch him get killed out there? He explained that he had seen Dong Jie grow up and always treated him like his family. He would never wish such an end for him. However, the poison wolf didn't understand why he was supporting the guy with such a stupid decision. The one explained that the boy had been expelled from school because he had hit the rune master's son to save Xiqian. It meant that this little guy wouldn't be able to participate in the awakening ceremony. Afterward, the poison wolf asked what kind of rune spirit he had. Wu Dai explained that it was only 27. Poison Wolf was very surprised that this guy still wanted to become a rune master with that kind of percentage. But the man asked not to judge so harshly. Even if he has a small rune spirit, his punching power had already reached 462 kilograms. It exceeds the limit of ordinary humans and is closer to the weakest rank of a rune master. Still, this kid is too strange. Wu Dai had a feeling that he would definitely become a rune master. Perhaps even one of the strongest masters. Still, the poison wolf decided to give him a chance and take him along. But in return, he wanted Wu Dai to give up his 30-year-old Mao Tai. It was as if Wu Dai knew that this bastard only wanted alcohol. Still, he agreed to give it to him when the poison wolf returned from his next raid. After which, the venomous wolf informed the guy that it was allowing him to join and for Xiao's requests. Therefore, he should make preparations and return here in 3 days. And then they would go to the wilderness. The Firefox didn't understand if the boss was really planning to take this child into the wilderness. The mountain tiger thought that he would just get scared and shit his pants. This is his only chance to get real experience, so he should make the most of it. 3 days later, awakening ceremony square. Next in line was Fang Jie. The awakening was successful. This child's resonance is weak, but at least enough to become a rune master. He was glad that he had succeeded after all. Now it was Xiqian's turn. Today is the most important day of her life, and her dad and Dong Jie aren't even around. By this time, Dong Jie should probably be out of town by now. She just hoped that he would make it and come back in one piece. The stone sparkled brightly as soon as she touched it. That's to be expected from a genius with 97% rune spirit. It has a strong resonance with the awakening crystal. Fang Jie shouted that Sis was amazing. Fang Jie was next. The parents were supporting the kid. Since the parents are rune masters, so he will definitely become like them. He gingerly reached for the stone, but there was no reaction, which the others noticed. He didn't understand why there was no reaction either. Afterward, the man reported that the awakening had failed. He fell to his knees, not realizing how this could be. His parents immediately ran to him. The man asked for another chance for his son, but the man said it was against the rules. Fang Jie started laughing, saying that it was a pity brother Dong wasn't here. he would have definitely enjoyed this pathetic scene. Fang Jie asked how dare he laugh at him. He's a rune master now. And does this guy still think that Fang Jie will be afraid of him? The man said that his son must become a master of runes. If he failed to do so, she would dishonor her mother and father. Fang Jie replied that he had not been able to awaken. Thoth told him that there was another way to awaken, and he would do anything to make his son a master of runes. The woman couldn't believe he was talking specifically about awakening medicine. He just has to help his son get it, getting out of town. After that, they all heard the voice of the main character. Dong Jie introduced himself and also mentioned that he was 18 years old and his profession was a rune sniper. He also asked to take care of him, after which they flew into a wild world where there are no rules. Even though the guy is ready for it, it's hard enough for him to leave the safety of the city. Xian and Fang Jie are participating in the awakening ceremony today. He began to envy the fact that they might have become rune masters. He is sure that Wenlun will not be able to harm Xiao he entrusted to Uncle Xiao while he is away. The wild world is completely different from the city. It will be unique landscapes like he's never seen before, so beautiful and so dangerous. The man asked Tan Yin if she was hungry and wanted water. He also asked if she had applied sunscreen. It is very dangerous in the wild world, and the sun is rougher than in the city. To keep an eye on Dong Jie, the captain and his crew took on easier tasks. But it's still an important mission. Professor Xiao introduced himself and also mentioned that he was from the Northern War Zone. He is an expert in runes and beasts. Lin Hao was Professor Xiao's student, a spoiled talker. Tang Yin is one of the professor's students and has always been quiet, as well as not much of a talker. However, she is also studying runes. This time, Professor Xiao is all here to research the migration of the red-tailed gull. The poison wolf and his teams must protect the professor. This place is near the entrance to the secret realm of the Ash Gang. While Professor Xiao is investigating, Dong Jie will be able to seize the opportunity to challenge that place. Lin Hao had been to the wild world on several occasions. The red-tailed gull is not at all as scary a beast as they say. But suddenly some bird attacked the transport, after which they started shooting back at her. Skinny Monkey asked, "Didn't that kid say he wasn't afraid of the rune beast?" The one replied that the beast had just swooped in sharply. The fiery vixen was scared to realize that they wouldn't even be able to survive half an hour in the wild world. With a rookie and 3 explorers, it wouldn't be easy to accomplish the task. But she turned her attention to something else. Lin Hao walked over to them, talking about, "What kind of crazy place is this anyway?" As it turned out, the red-tailed gull, the object of their investigation, was here. Lin Hao didn't understand how it was possible that this gull was so big. The world has changed so much that it's hard to see things as they used to be. Any animal that mutated into a rune beast could be deadly. Therefore, they must be even more careful. Lin Hao told the girl not to worry because he would protect her. Tang Yin replied that she didn't need his protection. If this guy's parents didn't sponsor Professor Xiao's project, he would never have taken him here in his life. He then asked his students if they knew what characteristics and behaviors the red-tailed gull had. The girl replied that it is a gregarious species of F-class beast. Some human leaders reach E-class and are not worth messing with. Although gulls have mutated into rune birds, they have retained their migratory habits. Their migrations are related to the season and weather. The temperature here is low enough that those seagulls won't fly here. We need to find out the reason for their aggression. Although they live in packs, some are extremely aggressive and should be handled with caution. Dong Jie intervened in their conversation, saying that since it was a rank F-pack beast, it could be lured with a glass ball. Overpowering one would be easy. She didn't expect this guy to know anything about rune birds. Professor Xiao asked how he knew these beasts so well. The protagonist replied that it was all in the school textbooks, and he just memorized it well. Whereupon the professor assumed that he was a newly awakened schoolboy. Lin Hao was displeased that this guy had stolen everyone's attention, but the latter replied that he had not yet awakened at all. If he hasn't awakened, then why is he here? The protagonist reassured him, saying that there would definitely be no trouble from him. Lin Hao remarked that he looked like he would have no ability to do anything in his life. The fire vixen told them not to argue and explained that this guy was new to the team. Besides, he is much better than a nerd like Lin Hao. He wanted to say something back to her, but he was reassured by the professor. What happens in this team is none of their business. They heard that the destination was a forest of ancient trees in the eastern part of the Greenstone region. If nothing disturbs them, they will arrive there before sunset. Let them rest, for they would have a lot of work to do when they arrived. He approached the fire vixen, thanking her for helping him. But he shouldn't be thankful, because this guy is now a member of the team. Could it be that he now has people who are willing to protect him? If so, he can't let them down. A little while later, they made a halt. Big Cow mentioned that this guy was not a bad fighter. Dong Jie thanked him for that. Lin Hao asked the newcomer where their tent was located. Firefox mentioned that if he wanted to sleep in the tent, he had to set it up himself. The boy replied that he had actually paid for it. Skinny Monkey told him that they were only paying for their protection, and it was not their responsibility to take care of them. Lin Hao replied that they knew better how it should be done and could do it much faster. 20 minutes later, still, he decided he could sleep without this tent. It wasn't so cold now anyway. Afterward, the guy asked if they had any food. Big Cow replied that there was canned food in the backpack. The guy inquired as to what they would be eating. Suddenly, a boar was thrown in front of him. The venomous wolf replied that they would have it, and the mountain tiger told the newcomer that this boar was his. A boar with a crooked horn is so thick-skinned that a conventional weapon would likely be unable to penetrate its fur. After which, the fire vixen threw a dagger at him. She explained that it was the lowest class rune weapon, but it was more than enough to tear apart a boar. It was the first time Jie had touched a real rune weapon, but there was no power in the guy, so he wondered if this dagger would turn back into a rune weapon. She explained that it was an energy storage weapon, and the energy she pumped into it would keep it running for 24 hours. Besides, this dagger is a Dong Jie weapon for the next few days, so he should treat it well. He thanked her for that, after which the poison wolf informed that he and Dong Jie would be on guard today, and the rest could rest. He wondered if the kid could get up. The protagonist replied that, of course, after which he jumped onto a tree branch. After the guy landed, the poison wolf mentioned that the old man said that his runic spirit was only 27% awakened. But the impact force was close to 500 kilograms, and the protagonist replied that he did, after which the man laughed, saying that he was just a weirdo. Dong Jie may be a strange guy, but he likes people like that. He promised that he would send him to the dungeon, but he couldn't survive there now. But the poison wolf himself had just mentioned that his strength exceeded that of a normal human. So it should go well. Poison wolf didn't say the guy was weak, after which he punched him. Dong Jie fell right out of the tree. Poison wolf mentioned that it's all about thinking. It doesn't matter how talented or incredibly strong he is. In the wilderness, one must constantly be on guard. Not so much because of the rune beasts, but because of other people. Those going into the dungeon have nothing to lose. They have their own goal. And among them will be men much stronger and smarter than Dong Jie, more ruthless, and with much more experience. And everyone needs that awakening medicine. If the protagonist wants to take it out of the hands of the others, you have to be prepared for anything. But he must get this cure. Even at the risk of his life, he must face death. Poison Wolf mentioned that he wasn't interested in training the newcomer, but he likes the main character's determination, so he will guide him. Afterward, a firefox was put on guard while they went into the forest. The two were hiding among the grass. They were watching a wild boar, just like the one the poison wolf had killed earlier. It wasn't at its peak, so it was perfect for training. Dong Jie mentioned that he hadn't awakened yet, and doubted he could defeat it. The poison wolf kicked him, telling him to go and see if he could do it. If he can't, then let him pack his bags and go home. As soon as the boar spotted him, he immediately decided to attack him. This isn't the first time the protagonist has encountered rune beasts, so you have to stay calm. Fortunately, he was able to dodge that lunge, but his sweatshirt was hit. It really was a close call. Although this beast is an F-rank beast, the combat abilities of different individuals vary. Compared to a C-rank beast, this one is much more dangerous, and it would be harder to defeat. Reality is a far cry from a high school simulation capsule. If he's careless, he'll die. Everyone has one life, and only one shot at it. The boar attacked him again, but the guy managed to bounce back, after which he plunged the dagger into his skin. But suddenly the boar started to move on. The venomous wolf reminded him that this guy had gutted a boar like that today. Let him think about where his weakness lies. Thanks to those words, he remembered what was butchering the carcass today. Even with the dagger his sister had given him, the hide was hard to pierce, except in one place, namely the neck. Suddenly, the system sent him a new mission, namely to kill 10 F-rank rune beasts. So far, he had killed one of the 10. As a reward, he would be given a rune spirit development potion and a random rank E rune weapon. Completing this task will not be easy. But even besides the potion, he will get her weapon as a reward. But the truth about that boar almost killed him. The poison wolf liked this little guy's self-control. Fortunately, this boar wasn't at its peak. But if someone stronger than Dong Jie had been in its place, it would have been clearly unlucky. The abilities of F-rank beasts are higher than ordinary beasts, but humans also have a chance of winning. But if he encountered a rank E beast, it would be better to flee. After which the poison wolf threw him a reward. Rune masters must extract pure energy from runestones and absorb it to increase their combat skills. Those with a higher rune spirit can absorb energy faster, and thus become more powerful much faster. Even if he isn't a rune master yet, contributing to the future never hurts. Once the guy thanked him and the man replied that there was no need to rush into it just yet. The special training had just begun. There were many more rune beasts ahead. With the captain's help, the guy will be able to complete the system quest before he even enters the dungeon. The battle that had passed made his blood boil. He was truly destined to take the path of a rune master. After a while, he was still fighting the beasts. The poison wolf was surprised that the old man was right. This guy was really something, for not only was his strength beyond ordinary, but his learning and adaptation abilities were terrifying. He'd like to see how intimidating this guy could become. Throughout the night, he had only killed 5 beasts that the boss had pointed out to him. But all of them were of high level, so it was not easy to handle. However, the combat experience has grown quite a bit because of it. Poison Wolf gave him some water and also told him about resting. The boy asked if there were no missions for him today. He replied that he could go and get a good night's sleep, for his training would continue in the evening. If he could kill 5 more beasts next night, he would complete his mission. The Poison Wolf replied that with his current skills, he wouldn't be much use anyway, so let him rest. Afterward, they decided to return to camp. Meanwhile, the Firefox was busy eating. Tang Yin noticed their arrival. Afterwards, she asked where they had been all night. The Poison Wolf explained that he took the boy to a night training session. Afterward, he told him to go wash up and rest. Tang Yin also noticed the rune stones, and couldn't believe how an ordinary person was able to kill rune beasts. After which, Lin Hao asked him to give him some more time to sleep. He laid out all his loot. These runestones are needed both to create weapons and defense items before enhancing combat abilities. But since Dong Jie is not awakened, he cannot absorb their energy. Suddenly, the system sent him an alert, whether he wanted to extract and absorb energy. The guy couldn't believe that the system could help him with that. He agreed, and then the system reported that the guy had reached the required experience, and the level was upgraded. As long as he is not a rune master, then he can rely on the system to extract and absorb energy. Once he raised his level, the fatigue was gone, and all the characteristics increased. His strength and agility were greatly increased. He also has 15 more unallocated points left. Since strength and agility had already increased, he decided to add 10 points to physique, 3 to wisdom, and 2 points to strength. After the increase in wisdom, all of his senses sharpened. It seems that all 4 attributes are important too. Now the protagonist is more than confident to fulfill tomorrow's challenge. He will try to complete the mission this night and level up some more. Firefox asked how that kid was doing. The Poison Wolf praised his abilities, saying that they were incredible, as well as the high speed of learning. She also mentioned that the commander rarely praises anyone like that. That's true, but this little guy is very unusual. In any case, the Fire Vixen should rest too. But she replied that she wasn't tired. After which, the Poison Wolf mentioned that he had an important mission for her. He wants the Fire Vixen to help with today's training. In the evening, the protagonist inquired when they would start practicing. The Poison Wolf explained that the Vixen would be practicing with him today. Then Firefox, is the boy afraid? If so, then let him go back to the tent, because she's not eager to teach the newcomer either. But as far back as he could remember, the Vixen liked youngsters like that. After which his food was destroyed. Firefox asked if he was so eager to die. Dong Jie noticed that although she looked calm, her temper was explosive. He explained that the Vixen was the best at sniping, so he could learn a lot from her, and it would help save his life more than once. Instead of fighting a dangerous enemy, it is better to lurk and strike at the right moment. She came down to them. The boy replied that he would have to bother his sister tonight. She told him to stop talking and follow her. Tang Yin wanted to go with them and asked the professor for permission. The one replied that it was a wilderness and very dangerous, so it was better to stay in camp. The girl didn't understand why they were leaving, even though the guy wasn't even a rune master yet and she should be afraid. Professor Xiao explained that she and this guy are not the same. Firefox explained that today they would be playing hide and seek, and in this game, he has only 3 lives. And it just so happens that the fiery Vixen has already caught him twice. Therefore, he has only 1 life at his disposal. If he can last 10 minutes while the Fire Vixen is looking for him, then he can be said to have passed the test. But if not, he will refuse to go to the dungeon. He's pretty good at hiding, but she still wanted to see if he was worthy of praise from the boss. Suddenly, she noticed a rustle, after which he immediately fired a shot there. But it was a rabbit. She reacted to another sound, but it was a snake. With only a minute left on the timer, she searched another place that didn't have a guy in it. Firefox checked all potential hiding places. This guy may have sneaked back into the camp. 30 seconds left. Maybe she should break the rules. The girl used the runestone skill, Snake Eye. With the help of her skill, she found the guy after all. As it turned out, he deliberately released the rabbit to take her somewhere else. It's true what they say. The most dangerous place is often the safest. He also noticed her. The fiery vixen doesn't believe he won't budge when he's aiming for his head, but somehow he couldn't really move at all. With 1 second left on the timer, she lowered her weapon. The game is over. This kid's really good after all. She broke the rules and used a skill, so this is her failure. That kid didn't even move when she pointed the gun at him. He's got a good chance of being a sniper. Dong Jie asked his sister if she would teach now as promised. She commented that his concealment abilities are really good. However, this is the time of rune masters, and all possible rune techniques are appearing every day. And as soon as a guy encounters something like that, he'll be discovered. Just like how she found him. A talented sniper must be both calm and observant. One must be able to anticipate every track of the enemy. Only then can he be safe. After that, she threw him something. The protagonist inquired as to what it was. These glasses showed light intensity, temperature, humidity, and wind directions. The girl explained that they were goggles used by scouts and snipers. Besides humans, they can spot rune beasts, displaying important information. He looked at the rabbit, and now it was clear that he would be safe with those goggles. While hunting rune beasts, he thanked the girl for this gift. But she replied that the guy was early to rejoice, because the training had just begun. It's morning. They turned their attention to the newcomers. The man wondered what had become of Dong Jie. The one explained that he had just finished his training with his sis. Big Cow noticed that the guy looked terrible and offered to lie down. But as soon as he answered something, he immediately fell to the ground. Poison Wolf asked if he could pass the test that was coming today. The Firefox replied that this guy's recovery speed was very fast. He will definitely be fine once he gets some sleep. Meanwhile, the main character was looking at his mission in which he needed to kill 2 more beasts. Even if he couldn't finish the mission, at least he got 3 stones from the beasts he killed yesterday. You could still increase the abilities. The beasts sister chose are much stronger than the ones boss chose, so there must be more energy in these stones. Either way, he'll know as soon as he gets the energy. He is going to the dungeon in the evening, so safety is the top priority. Because of this, Dong Jie decided to add points to dexterity and wisdom. The fatigue disappeared as soon as he picked up the new level. But he still considered sleeping, so his brain would rest, and his nerves would be fine. Meanwhile, the front of the protagonist's tent was bustling with activity. Tang Yin had just felt the fluctuating rune energy in the main character's tent. But perhaps she was just imagining it since he was just a simple kid. Professor Xiao asked me to give him the data that was recorded today. The professor asked to do it again and asked if she could hear him at all. The girl apologized and handed him a burning branch. The professor paid no attention and burned his hand. She apologized for that. Meanwhile, Dong Jie came out, who should be on his way by now. Thanks to his boss and sister's training, his abilities have improved greatly. Therefore, he must definitely pass this test. It seemed strange to the girl too that he had gotten stronger. The skinny monkey decided to give the protagonist a chance to drive. Lin Hao asked where the 2 of them were going. The skinny ape replied that they would just be looking around. Of course, the guy didn't believe him. He has a lot of experience in surviving in the wild. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. Afterward, he thanked his brother monkey. Once those flew away, Lin Hao told him to come back. The poison wolf hoped that this child could return in one piece. The Firefox replied that if he could become a master of runes, he would be the most amazing of them all. Poison Wolf thought that she didn't like this guy. Did she really have such a high opinion of him? For starters, he just has to come back alive. If he doesn't, it doesn't matter what she thinks of him. Lin Hao carried the flower with him, telling their yin to look at what he had found. Noticing her missing, he asked the professor where she had gone. The old man replied that perhaps she was sleeping in the tent. Skinny Monkey said there should be a bag next to the seat. Old man Xiao prepared it for Dong Jie. It contains all the essentials, food, water, and medicine that are necessary for survival here. He noticed this bag. He doesn't even know how he can thank Uncle Xiao. If the man hadn't arranged for him to join this team, Dong Jie would have been a naive student who died from the paws of the rune beasts. The skinny monkey will stay outside the dungeon and wait for him, so he must try to come back alive no matter what. He thanked his brother, but just in case the protagonist didn't come out, he asked him to tell old man Xiao to take care of Xiao. Also thanked the boss and sister Fire Ladder on his behalf. Skinny Monkey told the little guy not to give in to his emotions. He should be calm and keep a clear head. No matter how much a guy has practiced, he needs to be ready for any situation. Suddenly, Tang Yin came out of there and asked where they were going. It seemed like it would be exciting, and she asked to go along with them. Dong Jie asked where she came from and why she would do this. The girl replied that she knew they were going somewhere, so she sneaked along. If they take her back, they won't get there in time, so the only thing left to do is to take her with them. This girl has broken the rules, so if she gets into any accident, they will not be held responsible. Tang Yin was a rank F rune master and asked not to be looked down upon. The boy thought they might be the same age, but it seemed she had already awakened. Some rune master families have great influence and power. Not only can their members enjoy plenty of resources to pump skills, but they can also awaken before anyone else. And the lives of these individuals are completely different from those of ordinary humans. She asked again where they were going. Afterward, she was told that the guy was going to challenge the dungeon and get the awakening medicine. He explained that it was a place where rich people like Tang Yin, who lived in ivory towers, would never set foot. The girl mentioned that she was also beautiful and rich, but that's not the point at all. In any case, what he has to do could be very dangerous. This guy's rune spirit is only 27%, and he's risking his life to become a rune master. He's doing what was easy for her. But why does he have to fight everything just to get a chance to awaken? She wondered why he wanted to become a rune master so badly. In fact, Dong Jie might say something about power, recognition, and fame. But if the truth be told, he just wants to be able to protect the people he loves. She believed him. Tang Yin was sure that he would definitely come back and become a master. He shook her hand and thanked her for those words. After which, they arrived at the dungeon. They demanded an entry pass. Dong Jie showed him. They only laughed off the fact that another trash had come looking for his death. She got angry and questioned what he had just said. They noticed that the little girl was angry at such words. The skinny monkey told Mrs. Tan that these were wild lands, and it would be bad if she offended the wrong person. Afterward, the man said he could come in. And so they approached the entrance to the dungeon. Suddenly they noticed someone's grave. This dungeon seems to be the resting place of some strong rune master. He must have chosen this forest to die in peace, and created this dungeon as a deterrent before his death. If that's the case, then why would they be able to enter? The reasons could be many, from lack of suitable materials when installing the security seal to energy dissipation and the like. Well, we don't have to worry about that. The Ash Gang should have already figured out the cause. Dong Jie should just focus on coming back alive. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a familiar voice. It was Fang Jie, who had in no way expected to encounter such a scum here. Suddenly, the main character guessed that the awakening ceremony was just a few days ago. Therefore, he assumed that this guy had not awakened. Fang Jie told him to shut up, saying that he didn't know anything. His hunch was confirmed and Fang Jie failed the awakening. That means he's just as much trash as Dong Jie. He couldn't stand the comparison. His parents hired 4 experienced bodyguards. Once the guy enters the dungeon, he just needs to relax and wait. As for annoying trash like the protagonist, he better pray they don't meet. Since this is a wilderness area, even if Fang Jie kills him, no one will care. He believed that this awakening medicine belonged to him alone, and Dong Jie was just a stepping stone on the path to becoming a rune master. Skinny Monkey asked who the arrogant brat was and if we should just kick him out of here. The protagonist asked why not. After that, he called his mom and dad. Mom asked who dared to bully her favorite son. Then the father remembered the scumbag from school they had seen last time. Dong Jie wondered if his brother still wanted to throw him out of here. The man recognized that he was from the Poison Wolf mercenary team. He also mentioned that he knows many people in the Qingxi area. Therefore, for the sake of their own safety, it was better for them to stay away from Fang Jie. The man replied that he was only joking. The man works for the minister, so he cannot interfere here. The protagonist replied that it was fine. Once they enter the dungeon, his parents' influence won't matter anyway. Suddenly, everyone was told to step aside. The genie from the Ash Gang shouted that he didn't care about his identity or strength. This is his territory. There's only one vial of awakening medicine. So if they want to get that vial, they'd better follow Jean's instructions. Yujin is a crazy person that even a skinny monkey didn't want to face. The gang lives in the wilderness, robbing commercial shuttles that fly between cities. The police in the Qingxi area wanted to eliminate them, but the gang knows the local landscape. They hid well. It took the police 3 months, but they couldn't find them. Jin then blew up 10 expensive surveillance shuttles in retaliation, so much so he also sent a bunch of rune beast claws to the minister's house as a warning. He's a real madman. Fang Jie wondered why not just grab him right now and force him to hand over the awakening medicine. The man covered his mouth, telling him to keep quiet. This man is a D-rank rune master. Even the man is not his equal. Suddenly shots were fired in their direction. Jin thought he heard something interesting, but as he is a generous man, he will leave it as it is this time. But if he hears this nonsense again, his corpse will be hung on a tree and become food for the beasts. He explained that beyond the entrance to the dungeon is a primeval forest, with many F-rank rune beasts that act as guards. The goal is to avoid the jaws of these beasts and reach the abandoned palace of the God of Death in the center of the dungeon. There is a statue of the God of Death in the palace, and at the foot of the statue is a large chest. And whoever returns this chest will receive the awakening medicine. They only have one night. As soon as the sun rises, the entrance to the dungeon will automatically close and will not open until 3 months later. If they can't get out in time, they may become food for the critters. According to him, it's simple. But for ordinary people who haven't even awakened, it will be difficult to deal with. This test will be dangerous for Dong Jie. He cried, saying that he didn't want to go there. The woman replied that if he wanted to become a rune master, he would have to do it. Skinny Monkey was confident that the protagonist would be able to get out in one piece, and wished him luck. The boy thanked him for that. The girl also handed him a bandage. She explained that this armband has the function of an emergency airbag. If you press it, it would instantly fill with air and form an air cushion. No matter where one falls from, it will be able to protect. This stuff isn't cheap, but it's disposable. It's what you'd expect from a rich, good girl. Very extravagant. Tang Yin replied that she just didn't want this guy to die so easily. The dungeon is about to open. They should stop wasting their precious time and enter right now. Fang Jie had to be dragged in there, as he didn't want to go in there at all. He thanked me for the bandage and said he would return the favor if he survived. This guy was too weird, but she still hoped he would really come back. Inside the dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, everyone will find themselves in a random remote location, with the palace of the God of Death located in the center. Suddenly he heard someone scream. Could it be that they were so quick to start hunting the other contestants? The protagonist should try his best to avoid fights with others. He then heard someone calling for help. It was a girl. The dungeon is full of dangers, and he must be the most careful of the others. But this is a human life. Would he really just watch her die? Another girl came running to her, after which she held out her hand, but she only laughed, after which it pulled its savior towards it. She didn't understand how that girl could do that to her. The man replied that she was too naive. It's a wild place, and she really trusted someone easily. She was just unlucky to run into them. She explained that in the wilderness, sympathy and kindness only get in the way. She should remember that for next time. After which a shot rang out. These bastards use sneaky methods to kill their competitors. Suddenly, someone noticed the protagonist. Dong Jie didn't understand at all how they were able to detect him. The protagonist began to run away, and was of course chased. He was offered to obediently become their prey. This dungeon challenge is very fun and exciting. Are those crazy bastards killing people for fun? But they are slower than Dong Jie, so he is able to escape. Suddenly a bullet landed near him. It was the girl who said that even if he ran fast, he sure couldn't run faster than a bullet. So these people have guns too. Guns are forbidden in the city, but the law doesn't apply to these criminals. She called him a little rabbit, and also mentioned that he wouldn't be able to hide for long. He suggested that we split up and search the neighborhood thoroughly, for this little rabbit must be hiding somewhere nearby. Suddenly she heard a rustle behind her and shot in that direction. But the main character jumped right behind her. He then put a dagger to her throat. And the girl didn't realize at all how he had time to do it. Even if she has a gun, it's useless if she can't aim it. And with the protagonist's speed, she won't even have that chance. He shouted to the others to drop their weapons or he would kill her. She asked to be released, and also explained that she only did it to survive and become a rune master. He didn't expect this kid to switch roles with them. After all, this kid is quite capable. But even if he thinks he can threaten them, he's still too naive. They decided to get rid of the hostage. They were just using this wench as bait to take out other competitors. But since there is only one awakening medicine, they would still kill her later. He didn't even hesitate when he killed her like it was an ant. This seems to be the real world of the rune masters. Ruthless and cruel, which is completely different compared to the city. He suggested the protagonist work with them, since he's pretty powerful. If Dong Jie wants to survive in this world, protect Xiao and become a rune master. He must abandon his ideals and naive thinking. And if that means he has to stain his hands with blood, then so be it. As soon as the man spoke to him again, the man slapped him. They gave that stupid kid a chance, but now he sure as hell wants to die. Suddenly he was shot, whereupon he fell to his knees. He won't let those bastards get in his way. After which he started shooting to kill the bastard too. Dong Jie dodged the bullets. After that, the bullets hit the tree, whereupon he moved and pointed the gun directly at him. The man didn't understand at all when Dong Jie had time to move. In response to this, the protagonist replied that he was just too slow. More shots rang out. The boss was right. In the wild, humans are more dangerous than any beasts. If the physical ability was at the level of a normal human, the guy would have died by now. It's time to leave. The smell of blood will soon lure the rune beasts here. No matter what, he will find the chest and make it out of this dungeon alive. Meanwhile, Fang Jie heard cries for help. The man with the eye patch wanted to check who the beast had attacked, but the other told him not to. These people are their competitors anyway. These guys should just protect Fang Jie. The man reassured the young master, saying that nothing would happen to him as long as he was protected by the bodyguards. Suddenly, a man ran out in front of them screaming for help, saying that he was very scared. He saw those guys, and afterwards he said he could give as much money as he wanted to be rescued. Fang Jie told him, "Get lost and bother someone else." There was already a rune beast behind him, but the man was desperately begging for help. After that, the rune beast grabbed the man. It shocked him. Their opponent was a F-rank rune beast, a dark shadow wolf. It looks like this wolf is not satisfied yet, so he wants to eat them too. Since this wolf has only recently become an adult, the man decided to leave it to the man with the blindfold. Fang Jie kept saying that they should run away faster because it was a true rune beast, and these guys weren't even rune masters. The man reassured the young master, saying that they shouldn't underestimate their fighting ability. They differ from the young master in that they grew up in the wilderness from childhood and fought similar beasts every day just to survive. The abilities of the man with the eye patch were perfect, with which he defeated the wolf. Now Fang Jie also saw that these guys were very strong. It was natural since his parents hired this group for a reason. They might not be rune masters, but they could easily handle rune beasts of this rank. Even though it's only the lowest rank runic crystal, it's enough to have fun for days. Since these people are so powerful, he wants them to do something else for him. But they were only paid to protect the young master. If the young master wants them to do something else, they have to pay extra. The boy replied that he had plenty of money. The man then inquired as to what they should do for the young master. Of course, he wanted Dong Jie dead if they encountered him in the dungeon. Near the entrance to the dungeon, she wondered what the situation was like inside. Skinny Monkey noticed that Mrs. Tan seemed to care a lot about this guy. She just thinks he's different, so she's only curious. This guy is really different, as his fighting ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. However, his competitors are not weak either. Unfortunately, there was more to it than that. Skinny Monkey wasn't worried about the beasts in the dungeon, but rather the competition. 3 hours had already passed. Dong Jie should have reached the Palace of the God of Death by now. The Palace of the God of Death. Looks like this is the place they were told about. And since there was no one else here, he must have come first. Thanks to the stealth skills taught to him by the Firefox, he was able to avoid encountering beasts and humans. So he got there faster. Suddenly he noticed he was being attacked, but fortunately he reacted quickly. It was Fang Jie's bodyguards, one of whom noticed that this kid's reaction speed was really good. They had only just gotten here and he hadn't even expected that Jing Ji would also arrive here so soon. The protagonist asked what he wanted. Fang Jie replied that he had been promised something here. He then ordered his bodyguards to kill the trash. Even though they had been classmates for 3 years, he never thought that this guy would hate him so much. But rather, it's not that he hates Dong Jie, but rather that he won't be able to surpass him. Dong Jie asked if he was sure he wanted to fight him. Didn't he already say that he would make him regret going against Fang Jie? He was then attacked by his bodyguard. The boy was able to dodge that lunge. Even though these people are not rune masters, their combat abilities have already reached the peak of ordinary people. Therefore, he should be careful. He was able to attack the man who decided to attack him from the back. Still, this bastard's speed is frightening, and it's almost equivalent to a rank F rune master. The man in the suit assumed that he was taking some kind of doping. Fang Jie didn't understand what they were doing now. They just need to kill an ordinary person, right? Suddenly one of them was grabbed by someone's tongue. It was a red-striped toad rune beast of rank F. It has a large body and a long tongue, as well as incredible hopping ability, after which she swallowed the fourth brother. He didn't think there would be any ironic beasts here. First, they should enter the palace. The chest inside is now their main target. But this man decided to throw something at the protagonist after all. It was a powder that is extracted from the body of the female red-striped toad. Once this powder touches the body, it will be the sole target of the red toad. Let the little one enjoy it. No matter how strong this little guy is, he's no match for the red-striped toad. He'll be dead soon. Fang Jie declared that the awakening medicine would belong to him alone. Dong Jie should fight hard to avoid becoming food for the toad. These people lived in the wilderness, so they have some weird stuff with weird effects. Toad decided to launch another attack with his tongue. The protagonist started shooting at it, thinking that he needed to deal with this beast quickly and get to the chest. But regular bullets are generally ineffective against the toad's thick skin. However, the protagonist still thinks he can kill it. The weak point of the red toad is the belly, and he has a similar experience with hunting wild boar. Suddenly, the toad snatched the pistol from his hands. Still, dealing with this rune beast is quite troublesome. Suddenly, he remembered that the red-striped toad is unable to distinguish odors. It uses its vision to hunt and is very sensitive to moving targets. So he decided to take off his jacket. Of course, the toad reacted to this. It was a great chance for him. After that, the guy stabbed the stupid toad. The system alerted that progress on the quest had reached 9 beast kills out of 10. It was a very close call. Reading books is really helpful. After which, he left for the temple of the god of death, mentally telling Fang Jie to just wait, and he would soon settle accounts with him. In the temple was a statue of the god of death, and beneath the statue a chest was placed as said. Since Dong Jie is almost dead, he just needs to get this chest and then he can become a rune master. The man in the suit had some strange feeling about this place. The commander said not to talk this nonsense. The man with the eye patch decided to go after the chest. But suddenly, the main character appeared there and shouted that this chest belonged to him. He didn't understand how the bastard was still alive. The man thought it impossible that this little one could kill her red-striped toad. Fang Jie, on the contrary, thought that this kid was just able to escape from the red-striped toad. But he's so stupid to come here right away. He ordered his bodyguards to kill him and make sure he didn't escape again. Suddenly, the statue began to fall apart, and there appeared a horned leopard lizard, a F-rank rune beast. It is a powerful predator with poisonous fangs and claws. This lizard is one of the strongest chronic beasts of this rank. It is close to becoming an E-rank beast, but it was noticeable that this lizard was injured, and it may have been fighting a red-striped toad over territory. No wonder the Ash Gang didn't send their subordinates to the dungeon. They are like cannon fodder here. Fang Jie wondered what they should do now. They can only attack and hope to stay alive. But of course, this lizard wasn't going to take their attacks so easily. It looked like this lizard was in a rage after being wounded. She grabbed the man, and the man begged her not to eat him. He threw a grenade at her to save the third brother. Fang Jie told him to toss some more into it, but unfortunately, he didn't have any more grenades with him. Neither did the masked man. After which, this lizard pounced on them. They didn't even have time to run away before they were crushed. The kid started begging his mom and dad to save him. Dong Jie shouted at him to run, or else he would be next. Fang Jie began to ask the protagonist to save him, as they had studied together for many years. He told him to stop whining because he was in danger too. He suggested a quick climb up that rock for now. He couldn't get up and started begging for help. Dong Jie grabbed him by his clothes. After which, he mentioned the uselessness of this guy and also said that he should try harder if he didn't want to be eaten. Fang Jie even thought that he was about to wet his pants because of fear. Unless Dong Jie comes up with something, they'll die here together. He only had 3 grenades with him, but they might not be effective against the horned lizard. Of course, the lizard didn't think to wait so easily for them to come down to her. Therefore, they didn't even have any other choice but to try it. The grenades hit the lizard in the mouth, after which there was an explosion. The guys didn't even know if their plan had worked out. But unfortunately, this rune beast is still alive, or even on its last breath, as Dong Jie believed. Even if this creature doesn't die, it lost its rune stone, so it won't live long. The system alerted that the task of killing the 10 beasts had been completed. As a reward, he received a rune potion for spirit development and a random weapon made from a rank E runestone, as stated before. Finally, he was able to complete the task. Now he can drink the potion and increase his level. But most importantly, the chest is right in front of him. He's one step away from becoming a rune master. He heard the words of gratitude from Fang Jie, but suddenly he was pushed. If it weren't for Dong Jie, he might have died here as nothing. But Dong Jie will die, and he will become a master of runes. He once again underestimated human greed and the greedy heart. However, even the enemy underestimated the protagonist. But the airbag that Tang Yin gave came to the rescue. He drank a spirit potion, after which his runic spirit was 86%, and the 5 unallocated attribute points he decided to add to the strength. after which he wanted a random weapon right now. The system congratulated the guy for obtaining the Death God weapon. It is an E-rank runestone weapon that has 3 runestone slots as well as automatic aiming. Can turn wizard rune energy or runestones into rune energy bullets. And Fang Jie saw all of this. He couldn't believe that this guy didn't die like this, especially since he also took out a runestone weapon. But this guy wasn't a rune master, so Fang Jie didn't understand how this was possible. In response to this, Dong Jie said that if he had any questions, let him go to hell to ask Hades about it. After which a shot rang out. The guy went down after the shot. It's finally over. But this place is still very dangerous, so he should quickly grab the chest and get out of here. The system sent a notification that he should awaken to overcome his current limitations. He was currently at level 11, and his physique was no different from an F-rank rune master. If he can't awaken, that will be the limit. No matter how hard he tries, the protagonist won't be able to break through. But with the awakening medicine, he wouldn't have to worry about it. He's sure the road will be difficult, but there's no way he's turning back. Outside the dungeon, they decided to toast the Ash Gang. Tang Yin began to worry, for it would soon be morning and he still hadn't come out. The skinny monkey suggested waiting a little longer. Fang Jie's parents were also getting worried, because their dear son might have run into some trouble. However, he had strong and experienced bodyguards, so the man was sure that he was all right. Suddenly, they all noticed that the entrance to the dungeon was unstable and someone must be coming out. He even wondered if they would bring the chest with them. The main character came out of there and asked if it was the chest they were looking for. Jin only remained silent. The dungeon has started to close and their family and friends are still there. Looks like this kid is going to get a wake-up call. Skinny Monkey praised the kid, talking about how awesome he was. The kid really could do it. Tang Yin also noticed that they had indeed survived and returned safely. The woman grabbed him by his clothes, asking him where her son was. The protagonist replied that he hadn't seen him. It was better not to talk about what happened in the dungeon, because it would only bring him more trouble. The woman did not believe him, and also began to say that the bastard had killed him. Dong Jie's response to this was to ask if she had any proof for her words. The man mentioned that they had hired 4 very experienced bodyguards, so they would definitely reach the Death God's palace faster. But the chest was brought by Dong Jie, so there was no way their paths wouldn't cross. Dong Jie thought he would be safe since no one saw him kill Fang Jie, but it seems the guy was too naive again. The woman began to mourn for her son, and the man said he was going to kill the bastard right there. Their conversation was interrupted by Yu Jin, who said that before acting so arrogantly in this territory, they should ask permission from its master. The man said to stand back because he wanted to kill the bastard. The one replied that this guy had what he needed, and now he was in his debt. So if anyone touched him, let them not think that they could return to the city alive. Yu Jin may be mad, but he keeps his promises. In the wilderness, a promise can't be broken. Rules must be followed, otherwise the Ash Gang wouldn't be so big. This Yu Jin is really hard to deal with. It's more important to stay alive now. He could definitely find a chance to kill the bastard before he got to town. After which they decided to leave the place. He also mentioned that he would make Dong Jie regret what he had done. They flew away. Still, the main character didn't understand why he was the bad guy, if it was his son who tried to kill the main character. After which, some kind of bottle was thrown to him. It was the promised reward. Dong Jie asked how such an important thing could be thrown so carelessly. Yu Jin replied that then he would not have been destined to receive this medicine. He also memorized the name Dong Jie. If the protagonist doesn't want to live in the city, the Ash Gang will be happy to take him in anytime. Got him wrapped up pretty quick. Does this person really think the guy can't live in the city? Tang Yin wondered where the protective bandage she had given him was. He explained that it was the bandage that saved his life. If not for this item, he would have died in the dungeon. Tang Yin wanted to know all the details of what had happened there. Skinny Monkey interrupted them, saying that it was better to do it not here. They must return to the camp first. Too many people paid attention to him. Whereupon he recognized his brother's right, and it was better to go back first. Skinny Monkey wondered why the guy didn't drink the awakening medicine now to prevent unexpected accidents. In any case, it takes a certain period of time for the medicine to take effect. The girl replied that they could talk later. They're right, Fang Jie's parents are watching him, so he needs to become a rune master as soon as possible. Only then will he have the power to protect his own life. He asked to keep an eye on him if anything went wrong. Tang Yin was sure he would be fine. Once he drinks this medicine, he could become a rune master or a cripple, or perhaps even lose his life. Even so, he won't hesitate. Dong Jie just has to become a rune master. As soon as the guy took this medicine, he felt terrible pain. Tang Yin inquired if he was okay. Skinny Monkey explained that after consuming the awakening drug, it feels like the skin is being torn and bones are being replaced. It's a painful process. Only after going through all this can a guy become a rune master. Even though it hurts so much, he doesn't even utter a word. The protagonist risks his life to get what she got so easily. Does he really want to become a rune master that badly? He felt as if he were being boiled in burning oil and buried in an icy mountain at the same time. But he must endure it if he is to become a rune master. He must do it. Suddenly someone started shooting at them. A man shouted for everyone to hold on, for they were under attack. It was Fang Jie's parents who were so eager to avenge their son. They began maneuvering to avoid the bullets from the green flying ship. She recognized that it was the same Parasha who had gotten angry at the protagonist earlier. They must still want to kill Dong Jie. Tang Yin inquired what Zhenyu should do now. The skinny monkeys replied that they could not let them disturb the Dong Jie, so they would try to run away. This ship is small, so they will be able to hide once they enter the forest. The woman asked if they really thought they could escape so easily. Then she decided to activate the missiles with a rune energy blast. As soon as she fired those missiles, the forest began to burn. This woman is really crazy. There are many beasts in the forests of the wilderness, and burning this forest will cause them to run out. And that could cause a whole horde of rune beasts to attack the city. If they hid inside the forest right now, they would be in danger of being eaten by the rune beasts. So I had to fly out. There's no way that kid's gonna get away from them. The green ship opened fire again. This has already gone too far. He asked Mrs. Tan to switch places with him and lead this ship. She was perplexed by this. Skinny Monkey asked not to be told she couldn't drive. The girl replied that she got her license 2 years ago, but had never really driven one before. Right now they don't have time to discuss it, so she should come over here and bring the ship in. He advised her to keep zigzagging. If they went straight ahead, they could easily get hit. Meanwhile, the skinny monkey would pay them back. After that, he started shooting back. But even an E-rank rune beast can't scratch the shuttle. And what rank F-master can even forget to damage it? Well, all of a sudden, light grenades were flying. After that, the bright light began to blind them. The man managed to activate the autopilot. Don't give a monkey's ass that he's a rank E-master. That man was still hit by a light grenade. But suddenly they were attacked by a rune beast. Fortunately, the monkey had time to react. Unfortunately, the pomegranates attracted the attention of red-tailed gulls. That rune beast attacked the ship again. She noticed that the left engine had failed, and they were forced to go in for landing. They began to descend deeper into the forest. After which there was an explosion. After a while, the man was able to open his eyes and immediately started looking around to see where the little bastards were. They realized from the smoke that these people had fallen in the forest. However, they should check them out, if the ruler of hell wants him dead on the 3rd night. So who would dare to keep him until the 5th night? This guy is definitely a dead man. Fortunately, these two were fine, but they were approached by a man who mentioned that none of them would be leaving alive today. The woman asked where the bastard she wanted to make pay in blood was. It's not good, because these two are E-rank rune masters. In addition, he has Lady Tan by his side. He can't even protect himself, let alone guarantee her safety. Suddenly a ball flew toward the man. A scratch was left on his face. Since she is a rune swordsman, she will fight since she has no choice. They didn't expect this brat to be a rune master as well, and judging from her aura, she's probably as E-ranked as they are. Since Miss Tang is also a rank E rune master, Skinny Monkey definitely shouldn't worry about her. But Fang Jie's mother thinks she's just a spoiled rich girl who lacks combat experience. Besides, there are 2 of them. She has only this Dong Jie to blame for her death. But Tang Yin managed to bounce back from that blow. The man thinks that once they kill these 2, Dong Jie will follow them. Skinny Monkey mentioned that he was overconfident. Does this man really think it's a toy gun in his hand? But the attacks of AF rank rune master will not be able to damage E rank runestone armor. This rich bastard even has runestone armor that a scrawny ape can't afford, even if he starves himself for 3 years. The lives of these poor mercenaries are worthless. Therefore, they will not be able to match them. This woman also has armor. He should shorten the distance to use his weapon. She, on the other hand, wanted to see how long this man could run away from her. Working in the city must have allowed them to make a lot of money. When Skinny Monkey returned, even if he had to be a debtor for 30 years, he would buy runestone armor. Tang Yin mentioned that his opponent was her. This girl is quite brave. Since she is so selflessly seeking her death, he decided to fulfill her wish. After which, he used the runestone skill. Whirlwind Strike. The Whirlwind Strike increases attack speed and power. This inexperienced bitch would definitely not be able to dodge it. But it didn't happen the way he thought it would. To obtain from her not only the runestone armor, but also the runestone embedded in it, the girl used the runestone skill. Rugged Rock Rack. The runestone armor itself is very expensive. The average rank E rune master can't afford it, much less armor with slots for runestones. Her set of armor could be used to exchange for 10 armors similar to this man's set. He wondered who she was, after which Tang Yin used a rain of swords. He took the hit. This brat is tougher than he expected. The man didn't notice at all as she decided to shorten the distance between them. But suddenly a grenade appeared in front of my girlfriend's face. He mentioned that real battle wasn't just about using runestone skills, after which she was hit by a gunshot. She is still too naive to pick fights in the wild. Tang Yin called him a despicable bastard. Although the armor protected her from the bullet, her arm was paralyzed. Now she would not be able to wield her sword fully. After which, he mentioned that the wilderness didn't look like a city, and it was clearly no place for a rich girl like her. Once he kills the Tang Yin, then everything she has will belong to himself. Tang Yin mentioned that she was also a rune master, and her upbringing had nothing to do with it. In that case, she would die as a rune master. Skinny Monkey noticed Miss Tan's dangerous situation. The man even had time to say goodbye to her. A shot rang out. She was already mentally prepared for her death, but for some reason, nothing happened. The gun fell from the man's hands and his rune armor was damaged. He heard a painfully familiar voice say that this man would fight him. It was a Dong Jie who had awakened as a rank F rune master. Runestone sniper. She was glad this guy had finally woken up. At the same time, the scrawny monkey didn't understand how the bastard got a sniper rifle. He apologized for getting these people into a mess. The skinny monkey told the little guy not to worry about it. He was just glad that now Dong Jie was with them. In Dong Jie's place should have been her son. He should have awakened and become a rune master. The woman will never forgive that bastard. Even if this guy has awakened, he's just a rookie. It won't affect the outcome of the battle. But they'll find that out soon enough. Whereupon the protagonist fired a shot. This bullet even penetrated the armor. He didn't understand how an ordinary F-rank rune master was able to pierce through rune armor. The protagonist explained that it was because of the fact that his rifle was an E-rank weapon. At the same time, he didn't understand at all how this kid was able to get his hands on such a weapon. It looks like it's time for you to finally put an end to this battle. And now the hunter in this game is Dong Jie. The woman rushed from her seat to help her husband. Or just run away. He started to run away too. Dong Jie fired again. And he hit the target, killing the man. After which he fell to the ground. The woman's armor disappeared somewhere. And she begged her husband to wake up. I guess that's what they call karma. The truth is that the main character didn't want to kill anyone. But he was forced by these people to do so. She started accusing the guy of killing her husband and son. Then she called him a demon. Tang Yin mentioned that these people are the ones who bullied and chased Dong Jie. And now they also dare to accuse him. Dong Jie advised him not to argue with her. Such people only care about victories and defeats, not what is right or wrong. The girl hates masters like them. This guy is really unusual. He had just awakened and was already able to defeat a rank E rune master. Looks like the kid's a born sniper. And his gun doesn't look like an ordinary runestone weapon either. And now the skinny monkey's weapon is at its weakest. She will never forgive the protagonist, even when she becomes a ghost. She will haunt him for the rest of Dong Jie's life. Even though this woman is a rank E rune master, she really thinks that she can escape from these three people. Just as she was about to say something to them, suddenly a bomb arrow landed near them. No one was obviously expecting this. After which the protagonist shouted back to everyone. There was an explosion. The guy was lying on the Tang Yin. After which the girl called him stupid. She is a rank E rune master with runestone armor, and the explosion would not have harmed her in any way. The protagonist apologized, and also explained that his body reacted before he realized it. This woman was alive too. That other monkey was too careless, and didn't even think anyone else would be here. Other people started approaching them and mentioned that these guys had flown pretty far away. They had to sweat to find them. As it turned out, they were the same people from around the dungeon. It looked like they had come here to get the awakening medicine. The bald man said, "Give the medicine to them. Otherwise, let them not be blamed for what happens next. She certainly can't handle those three alone, and with a crowd like this, it'll be a cakewalk." So the woman shouted out that the medicine was in the possession of these three. This little guy better obediently give the medicine. Otherwise, they'll be very interested to see how he can beat them all. These people are no different from bandits. Even if they become rune masters, they would just intimidate the weak. The skinny monkey explained that this is how it is in the wilderness. Only the strongest and most ruthless survive. It doesn't even matter if it's a city or the wilderness. The weak will always be destroyed. He apologized to his brother Monkey for getting him into this mess. Dong Jie decided to hold them off as long as he could, and he and Miss Tan should escape together. Skinny Monkey didn't understand at all why this little guy was saying that. The girl replied that she was not a coward who would leave her friend behind just to survive. The woman acknowledged that it was very touching. But the truth was that none of them would leave here alive. They seemed to have no choice but to attack them. But suddenly 2 more ships arrived. It was the professor and the others. The rest of the mercenaries immediately jumped out of the ship. Firefox wondered where these idiots were coming from. They probably don't realize who they're messing with at all. The protagonist said they arrived just in time. The Firefox noticed that he had finally awakened and congratulated him. She then turned to the rest of the crowd and asked if they were really that eager to die. The man didn't like her arrogance. He also wondered if she thought she could beat them all. Suddenly he heard a voice saying they were just a bunch of stinking idiots. It was a venomous wolf who didn't understand how they even dared to molest a member of his team. The man recognized the poisonous wolf and didn't understand how they could run into the wild bastard. The masked man didn't understand why the man was so afraid. They have a numerical advantage after all. The bald man replied that the poison wolf mercenary team is known to everyone. They are stronger than the rune masters who are hiding in the city. That's why no one wants to provoke them. As the poison wolf counts to 5, they'd better disappear from his sight. They exchanged glances in silence. The woman shouted that she would give 1 million and armor to whoever killed Dong Jie. They wondered who she was since she decided to give away 1 million and even the runestone armor. The guy turned to the fire vixen, talking about how he could still fight and wanted to help them. But she replied that they wouldn't even have to do anything, because someone else would deal with these guys. Suddenly he noticed a bunch of flying ships above him. The guy didn't realize who it was at all. This bunch of people were taken in the crosshairs. She noticed that it was the newest Battle Shuttle 600 with lunar energy. It can easily knock to death, and a rank beast, and it's hard to find even one in the Qingxi area. So why are there so many shuttles here? The girl only remained silent. He hadn't even realized that their team could summon so many battle shuttles. She called him a stupid kid. The poison wolf wondered if they still wanted to fight. With that many battle shuttles, they would be instantly killed there. I thought he said they had 5 seconds to disappear. As soon as the countdown began, they all started running away, dropping their weapons. She also advised Dong Jie not to return to the Qingxi area, or she would turn his life into a nightmare. After which she flew away. The protagonist thanked the fire vixen, saying that he was now indebted to their team. But the girl replied that it was all come and Mrs. Tan. Afterward, Tang Yin was asked if she was okay. Lin Hao replied that she really made everyone worried. The girl apologized to them. After they discovered that Tang Yin was missing, they immediately contacted her father. And then her father sent a bunch of military shuttles to find her. She explained that she is a rune master. Plus here is Brother Monkey and Dong Jie. So what could have happened to her in the first place? Her father always likes to exaggerate things. But this is different. You can't put you comparing her life to others. At this point, the guy wanted to mention who she was, but she interrupted him, telling him to shut up. It turns out all these military shuttles are here because they needed to save Miss Tan. He thought she was just the daughter of a rich family, but it seems her personality is more special. The venomous wolf called Dong Jie over to him, after which he went to them. And Zhang Feng, who is an A-rank rune master, came out of the ship. A rune swordsman. Still, the young mistress had given them a very interesting task to find her, but that wasn't what she wanted to do at all. Jiang Feng explained that he knew that young mistress just wanted to experience the life of a rune master. But the wilderness is too dangerous right now. At the very least, she should wait until she finishes university. She replied to Uncle Zhang that she knew that and asked if she wasn't perfectly fine now. He only sighed. Then he explained to Professor Xiao that this incident had already reached Master Tang's ears. He was very upset about it. The professor explained that it was really his fault. Therefore, as soon as he returned, he would immediately submit his resignation. She defended the professor, saying that it wasn't his fault. Tang Yin left on her own initiative. But it doesn't matter. Someone has to take responsibility for this. Otherwise, how can he explain himself to her father? They only remained silent. After which, Jiang Feng wondered who those people had come for they were clearly not after Miss Tang. Lin Hao was told to reply as soon as they noticed his nervousness. He assumed that those people had come for a guy named Dong Jie. After which, he turned his attention to them. Seems like he should talk to this guy. Poison Wolf knew that this guy really wouldn't disappoint him. He really had become a master of runes. The mountain tiger had heard that the awakening medicine could improve the runic spirit. Therefore, he wondered how much Dong Jie's runic spirit had increased. The guy was too busy and didn't even check the status after waking up. He noticed that his runic spirits had reached 101%. But how come the rune spirit is exactly 101%, and what does it even mean? The system sent a notification that his rune spirit had exceeded 100%. The excess would be saved and added to the power factor of the rune skill. Also, the rune energy transfer rate would also be improved. His skills would be more powerful than ordinary rune masters. If one day he reaches 200%, perhaps his skills will become even more incredible than they are now. And with a rune spirit exceeding 100%, he would be able to absorb rune energy much faster. Even faster than a genius with the same percentage. He used to be called trash, but now he has turned into someone who is higher than even a genius. People still tried to call him, and even the fire vixen thought he was dumbed down due to a side effect of the medication. The main character kept saying he was better than a genius. He noticed her shouting and apologized, talking about how he wasn't used to being a rune master yet. The gap between ordinary people and a rune master was just a slight difference in martial ability. But now that Dong Jie is a rune master, it means that he will have more responsibilities. Master of Runes is not just some noble title, but humanity's last line of defense. He heard Zhang Feng's voices, mentioning that this guy was quite smart, but he wondered just how strong he was. He inquired who the man was. Skinny Monkey noticed that this guy was the one who came out of the military shuttle, and he seemed strong. Zhang Feng decided to introduce himself as an A-rank master and a member of the Beijing Masters Union, and also a special counselor of the Tang family. If the Tang family's subordinate is such a person who is quite extraordinary, then the Tang Yin is even more extraordinary. When they discovered Mrs. Tan missing, Professor Xiao said he would contact her family. And here they are. Suddenly he realized that her last name was Tan. Maybe it was one of those 7 great families. Dong Jie inquired what the man wanted from him. Zhang Feng retorted by asking what kind of relationship he had with the young mistress. Dong Jie thought about the fact that they were friends with Mrs. Tang. Suddenly he was taken by his clothes. The man wondered who the brat thought he was. Did he really think he was the right person to be mistress's friend? The venomous wolf immediately took up his weapon and asked about what he was going to do. Tang Yin asked Uncle Jiang to let this guy go, so he had to fulfill that order. He also mentioned that he had heard that this guy was an ordinary person and had become a rune master recently after drinking the awakening medicine. Zhang Feng was impressed, but even if he became a rune master, the distance between him and the madam is impossible to overcome. They are not friends, only acquaintances at most. The girl mentioned that it was up to her to decide this, not Zhang Feng. Besides, this guy saved her life. He advised the young mistress not to forget why she was in this situation. He wondered what would happen to this guy if Master Tan suddenly found out that today's incident was because of Dong Jie. She knew that Uncle Jiang wasn't a bad person, and he hinted at keeping a distance with Dong Jie. That way, his father won't be able to give him any trouble. The girl replied that she understood everything and told her uncle that she had to go back. He hoped the young mistress understood his behavior. One day, Tan Yin will be able to get out from under his father's protection. Rune masters should not be locked up in the city. The wilderness is where a rune master should be. She addressed the main character, talking about learning a lot from him. She also hoped that they would fight together again in the future. Dong Jie thought that once he became a rune master, he would be able to live a peaceful life. But from the looks of it, the world is much more complicated. If someone isn't strong enough, they're not even fit to be someone's friend, and other stronger rune masters would look down on him. Yet he was finally able to become a rune master. Thanks to the system and hard work, it's only a matter of time before the protagonist becomes strong. He won't let anyone else look down on him. The fiery vixen touched him, telling him that he should stop whizzing around. They're already gone. Afterwards, the girl inquired when they had managed to get so close to Ms. Tan. He doesn't have to hide and can tell his older sister everything. Namely, whether he has feelings for this girl. Skinny Monkey noticed how the protagonist just looked at her and kept looking at her when she left. Therefore, even he could tell that Dong Jie loved her. The guy replied that he was thinking about something else. She hoped that they could meet again in the future. Afterwards, she mentally said goodbye to the guy, saying that they would meet next time. Poison Wolf asked if Professor Xiao would continue his research. The old man replied that of course he would, after which the poisonous wolf mentioned that he now had another member on his team. But the professor shouldn't worry, because they won't charge him extra. He congratulated Dong Jie on becoming a rune master. The man then welcomed the protagonist to the mercenary team. He shook hands with the venomous wolf. Dong Jie, the F-rank rune master and rune sniper, asked to keep an eye on him. For the next few days, he followed the team to do various missions with them. And the protagonist practiced even harder and continued to hone his skills as a rune master. He would kill beasts and gain even more experience. The poison wolf recognized it was not a bad achievement that this guy could already easily slay an ordinary F-rank beast. The kid also learned a lot from Professor Xiao. The day finally came for him to return to the city. At this moment, he already had level 19. As soon as he got off the ship, he wondered how Xiaoxi was doing. The professor mentioned that since their research is over, they are going back to Beijing. The information they collected this time is very important, so he wants to go back and finish his research. Lin Hao said that this guy had saved him so much, so if he came to Beijing in the future, he should definitely find him. He also knows that Tang Yin is not interested in Lin Hao, so he will do anything to help Dong Jie. The protagonist replied that there is no need for that, as they are just friends. But he shouldn't get his hopes up too high. Tang Yin is really special. There is a long list of people who like her from Beijing to Qingxi. Even a person like Lin Hao can't make it into the top 10 among those fans. Professor Xiao advised him to calm down. Dong Jie must work hard, otherwise, just like Jiang Feng said, he wouldn't even be fit to be called her friend. 3 days later in Qingshu, Skysan neighborhood, Tang Yin went to take a shower, after which I put on my robe and went to have tea and cookies. Life in the city is comfortable, but why does she keep remembering those few days in the wilderness? Memories of those events with Dong Jie began to surface in her mind. She thought that this was the true stage of a rune master. After which there was a knock at her door. She went to the door to open it. It was the butler who brought the letter of enrollment in the Jidao University for Madame that had just arrived. Since she is Madame Tang of the 7 influential families, she doesn't need to surrender anything, as the master there has already arranged everything. The 7 great families are a powerful force that reinforces the authority and influence of the present union. They use technology and medical knowledge to develop new skills. When the era of the runestone came, they led humanity to this new world, so they are also called the pioneer families. And she is the only child of the current head of the Tang family, namely Tang Tianxin. Suddenly, the butler noticed the girl drop the letter out of her hands, after which she closed the door in front of him. She didn't understand why her father even wanted to notify his daughter since he had already arranged everything. The old man explained that the master had made it for Madame. This is the #1 university in the Union. Moreover, with such abilities, she would have passed the entrance exam anyway. Master just didn't want her to waste her time on meaningless things. But she didn't see how she could call these things meaningless if this was an important opportunity for her to prove herself. It seems like Dong Jie and her really are from different worlds. This guy had to risk his life to become a rune master, while it was very easy for her. But on the other hand, he can choose the life he wants to live, while she can't make that choice. The girl would like to go to Qingxi again. Park Qingxi. Xiaoxi asked her brother to tell her about the dungeon again, especially since he killed the red-striped toad. Did she really want to hear it for the 20th time? He even suggested that she was tired of hearing the same thing. But the girl replied that she wanted to hear it again. He offered to tell her what had happened while he was away. Xiaoxi wondered if he was referring to the way she controlled the rune beasts, saying that only those born with 100% runic spirit could become beast tamers. But Xiaoxi was not tested for runic spirit. If the girl could insert a tamer, her future would be bright. She replied that it was nothing special except for one incident, and the protagonist asked for more details about it. She replied that her stomach is always rumbling. Dong Jie replied that it was because she was hungry. Xiaoxi mentioned that she had been eating a lot lately. Since he became a rune master, he's also been eating more than usual. Maybe Xiaoxi has already awakened and become a tamer, and that's why she needs more energy than usual. The poison wolf called back to him and explained that they had exchanged all the rune beasts they had killed for cash, and a fraction of the Dong Jie had been transferred to the bank account. He checked and there was even more than 80,000 on his balance. It was a large sum for the protagonist, but the poisonous wolf replied that it was just dust. That marble bull they had killed earlier had been sold for 2 million. Before he became a rune master, he had to take a lot of risks to earn less than 3,000 a month. But now, in just a few days, he had earned more than he could earn in a year. Poison Wolf also explained that usually when they returned from the wilderness, they would spend this money on entertainment. But since Dong Jie had just joined, it was better to spend it on equipment. But he'll definitely have enough to have fun with his friends. Celebrating with friends is a good idea after all. He suggested Xiaoxi go buy some seafood. Xiaoxi asked if the little brother had sold his body for money. He didn't understand at all where she could have heard such a thing. The protagonist proudly declared that he was now a rune master and had earned money by selling the beasts he had killed. At the Golden Glory restaurant, they watched Xiao eating. Fang Jie mentioned that this restaurant was very prestigious, so the dish would be quite expensive. In response, the guy replied that today was his treat. Xiqian heard from her father that Dong Jie had killed many beasts and made a lot of money. Therefore, he should not be pitied today. He also wanted to celebrate the fact that they had all become run masters. After which they all tisk-tisked. These guys had only just awakened, but Dong Jie was already on the loose. Xiqian was even envious of him. The thought of how rich Fang Jie would become in the future made him ecstatic. Now that they had awakened, the next step would be to take the entrance exam. So the guy asked if they had decided which university they wanted to join. Based on the ranking, Jidao is at the very top. It is followed by the military school and Nando University, but he doesn't even have a hope of getting into it. The more he is interested in researching rune beasts, so Fang Jie will try to get into some academic university. He had indeed made a wise decision. With Fan Chuing's martial skills, once he went out into the wilderness, he would simply become food for the beasts. Xiqian, on the other hand, opted for the military school. Her father was a retired soldier, and he supports her decision to attend military school. Xiao inquired as to where Dong Jie wanted to enroll, but all of them only looked at the girl in silence. Xiqian explained that the guy had been expelled, so he wouldn't be able to take any entrance exams, and won't be able to go to university. Xiao really couldn't believe that her little brother wouldn't be able to go to university. At the moment, the resources that are available to people are limited, and every place at the university is very valuable. Even if he did awaken, he would not be able to enter the university either because of the current rules of Dong Jie. It's all Fang Jie's fault. If Xiqian sees this dumbass again, he'll inject some common sense into him. Fang Jie mentioned that SS should be paid for the ruined cutlery. Now it's clear that these guys don't know what happened in the dungeon. But it's better if they don't know anything at all. However, if Dong Jie wants to become a true rune master, attending the university is a must. Xiao asked her brother what he was going to do now. The protagonist replied that he had his own plan. Everyone immediately wondered what plan we were talking about, whereupon Dong Jie inquired if they had ever heard of the Trial of the Storm. It was the first time they had heard of it, and wondered what it was. In fact, Uncle Xiao told him about it. The resources are indeed valuable, but the Union doesn't want to overlook unrecognized geniuses. Thus, they decided to organize a special exam. This test is conducted by top 10 universities, so this is another chance to join. If the brother passes this test, he can enroll, but it's actually not as easy as it sounds. To pass the Trial of Storms, all participants must survive for 3 days on an abandoned island. At the same time, they must eliminate opponents or kill to get points. People from 10 universities will observe the whole process and give an overall grade to everyone. And only those with the highest scores will become students. The island was once a tourist destination. 10 years ago, it was overrun by rune beasts that came from the space wormholes. The magnetic field around the island was disrupted by the wormholes, causing constant thunderstorms. Aside from the attack of rune beasts and other rune masters, one must also be wary of the storm. This really is a dangerous place. Surviving in such an environment for 3 days is no easy task. Fang Jie thought that this test was not an exam at all and sounded worse than going out into the wilderness. As it turned out, Uncle Xiao and the Poison Wolf had already applied for him. It would be on the same day as their entrance exam. Xiao didn't want her brother to die on that island at all, but he reassured her by saying that the participants get life-saving devices. Once he takes critical damage, then the capsule will rescue him, even though she knows there's no changing this guy's mind. So she only wished him luck. He thanked his big sister for that. Afterward, Dong Jie said goodbye to his friends. Xiqian wished them a good journey back. Dong Jie asked his little sister if they should go home now. The girl replied that she wanted to go back and watch anime as soon as possible. Suddenly he heard something. After becoming a rune master, all 5 senses became much sharper. Sometimes he could feel people's gazes. Right now, 2 people with bad intentions were following them. He decided to walk down an abandoned street. The girl began to worry, for she noticed that it was the wrong road. The protagonist replied that he needed to take care of something now. He also told Xiao to be quiet and stay here. Those 2 started looking to see where they had disappeared to. He saw them come in here. Maybe he just imagined it. Dong Jie appeared behind them and asked if they were looking for him. This guy got lucky last time, and today they're going to show him their full power. That's fine with him. It's better to settle this right here and now. He immediately rushed from his seat to attack the man. Behind him, another was already attacking him, who wanted this brat dead. Dong Jie noticed this and decided to outplay him, after which another fell. He didn't understand what was going on, or why this kid was so strong. Dong Jie started laughing at the fact that they were confused. The two of them didn't even know that he had also become a rune master, but he wasn't even part of the waking ceremony. But who even said that a person couldn't become a rune master if he didn't participate in this ceremony? However, even so, he is only a beginner compared to veterans like these two. He got pink, after which he wanted to teach this guy respect and make him regret his behavior. But a rifle appeared in front of him. Dong Jie inquired about this death god cannon. Quite an ironic name. The protagonist may not have awakened that long ago, but to deal with such scum, but this gun is more than enough. He didn't expect this guy to have the same strength as the boss. As soon as the guy decided to give them one last chance, they immediately ran away, saying they were wrong. Xiao turned to her brother. She recognized his strength. Those bandits had given them a serious scare last time, and now they were fleeing without a backward glance. He only laughed, saying that they were just weaklings. After that, they decided to go home. Wen Lun is a problem, not to mention there is still Mother Fang Jie. Even if he becomes a rune master, they won't let them go so easily. And if these people can't handle the guy, they will try to harm Xiao. If he wants to ensure his sister's safety, he should either make them disappear or take Xiao and leave Qingxi. Or Dong Jie should become strong enough to make them change their minds, or find powerful support so they wouldn't dare to harm them so easily. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to try out his new power at the training center. Everyone looked on in silence at what had happened. In the new mission, he had to punch 10,000 times, then do 5,000 push-ups and run 50,000 meters. As a reward, he would receive a rune spirit enhancing medicine and a mysterious reward. They already knew that this guy had awakened and become a master. But in fact, he had been seen here not so long ago, and at that time he was still an ordinary person. The man noticed the force of the 811-pound fist punch. Uncle Xiao and the poison wolf can handle bandits like Wenlun, but it will be more difficult to deal with Fang Jie's mother. Before the test, the protagonist must increase his strength and find a reliable support. The most powerful Qingxi are the military, government, and business tycoons. The military doesn't interfere in the affairs of citizens, and the mother of Fang Jie is a subordinate minister, so the government won't help either. As for business, they'll make the most money about the advantage. Dong Jie is just another rune master with an ordinary education, so they don't even have a reason to help him. He destroyed the punching bag. The others were shocked at what they saw. He was approached by Wu Dai. Dong Jie apologized for forgetting self-control and breaking this. The man responded that it was just a sandbag. He will ask someone to remove it. He also said that the poison wolf came here to find Dong Jie, after which the protagonist went straight out to the boss. The poison wolf noticed that it had only been 3 days, and this little guy had already improved his skills. After which, the man inquired if he wanted to fight him. Dong Jie replied that he was still not equal to the boss. He liked the way the kid spoke, and also the fact that he didn't get cocky. The guy laughed and asked why the boss needed him. He said that in a few days, the main character will take part in the challenge, and participants are allowed to bring items as well as equipment. So Poisonous Volkova wants to go buy her some things that could help him there. The guy has a rune weapon, no skill on it. Dong Jie couldn't believe that the boss was offering to buy a skill stone. A rune weapon together with a skill can unleash great power and increase the combat ability of a rune master. With the money that Dong Jie has, it is too difficult to buy runestone armor. While buying a good skill is not a problem. Suddenly the protagonist picked up the boss. After that, he ran along with him, because he couldn't wait for that. The poison wolf told the brat to let him go, and also mentioned that he was running the wrong way. They arrived at the Purple Gold Consortium. This consortium belongs to the richest family of the 7 Great Ones, namely the Xiao. There are branches of this store in every city, and these stores are only accessible to rune masters. Whether it be weapons or other tools that are needed in the wilderness, they can be purchased here. Runic beasts can also be sold here. He told the kid to follow him so he could see with his own eyes what the poison wolf was talking about. The girl asked to put her palm here and release the rune energy to test it. The poison wolf did it, after which, the monitor displayed that he was a rank E rune master. Since this sir is a rank E rune master, he can enter. Ordinary people respect the masters. Some even admire strong rune masters and look up to them. It showed that he was a rank F rune master. Afterward, the girl said that this cheese could pass as well. They moved into the self-service area. The first floor is a self-service area. If you pay a certain amount of money, you can open your own outlet. The guy asked what they would buy here. He explained that all the high-rank runestones were purchased by this consortium. The runestones here are of low quality and are not suitable for them. The protagonist inquired as to why it wasn't suitable for him. Poison Wolf explained that this kid was different from the others. Therefore, if they didn't find a better skill stone, it would be a simple waste of talent. They should go up to the second floor. Afterward, they saw some nice runestones. The counselor asked if there was anything she could do to help. The poisonous wolf asked her to leave her his number, after which they would go for a drink together. The girl asked this sir to be serious. The guy asked the boss what he was doing. The one explained that rune masters get involved with ordinary people all the time, and he was just inviting her. Dong Jie remained silent. He also explained that this kid is a sniper, so he asked for a demonstration of some good skill stones. And money is not a problem at all. After which, she asked to come this way. Also, the fact that this rune master was very young did not escape her eye. The counselor showed very popular runes among snipers. Piercing Shot, which was a skill of F-rank runes, allows the user to fire a bullet coated with rune energy, giving it a penetrating effect. Snake Eye allows the user to gain thermal vision for 3 seconds, and the shooting technique allows the user to use the pistol as a melee weapon to attack. The damage of the Piercing Shot is the highest, but the Death God weapon is an E-rank runestone weapon. Therefore, its damage is high enough as it is. Shooting technique is a skill for survival, but if the sniper is detected and surrounded, it is certain death. And Snake Eye is very useful. Sister has this skill too. The boy replied that he liked the Snake Eye skill. Poison Wolf mentioned that it was a good choice. After which, the counselor replied that it cost 130,000 union coins. The boy did not understand why it was so expensive, and the Poison Wolf said they would pay by card. He couldn't accept such a gift from his boss. The man replied that they were now family, and the guy could just pay the money back when he got rich. The test will not be easy, so he should be on top of his game, and the skill and will definitely help him. The protagonist thanked the boss for that, after which the girl said that the consortium wished him success in his endeavors. Those are really sweet words, but they didn't even give a discount. However, with this skill, the protagonist feels more confident. Poison Wolf suggested she go out for a drink with him since they were out of business. The girl replied that their boss would be here, so she couldn't do that. It must be the regional manager of the Purple Gold Consortium, Qing Shi. If the Poison Wolf is not wrong, she is a hot and pretty lady named Xiao Qing. At the same time, she greeted Boss Xiao. The two of them turned their attention to her as well. Shi Qing mentioned that if this man wants to have a drink with someone, let him go to the bar. He shouldn't come here and disturb her employee. Poison Wolf asked if there was a rule that employees couldn't meet with clients. He just wants to get to know this girl. It's not illegal after all. Meanwhile, Dong Jie has an idea that his boss is too shameless. The regional manager advised him to be serious. She cares a lot about her employees, and if she finds out that a poisonous wolf has been playing with her feelings, she won't let it go. That woman knows how to lighten the mood, but that's what you'd expect from a rose with thorns. She also noticed a high school student who was following the old bastard to tease the girls instead of studying. It looks like this guy is just like that man. Qing mentioned that there will be a VIP guest on the 3rd floor later, so the consultant should go and prepare a nice tea, after which she left. The guy thought she wasn't an easy person at all. The Poison Wolf decided to reveal that the Xiao family, the richest of the 7 families. And this manager is the illegitimate daughter of the 2nd master of the Xiao family. She had lived with her mother all her life, but after her mother died 3 years ago, she finally found her father and became a member of the Xiao family. But the Xiao family doesn't want to recognize or accept her, so they send her to this small neighborhood to run the consortium. It may seem like she's just here to run the family business, but in fact she's been ostracized from the family. However, Xiao Qing is a smart and cunning woman. Before she came to Qing Shi, the consortium had a lot of problems with bandits attacking and robbing transportation teams. The girl spent a lot of money to get rid of most of the bandits and make the transportation routes safe again, thus reducing their losses. Most of them would try to find another way to deal with them. Only Xiao Qing is brave enough to take something unprofitable, and for example, eliminate all the bandits and also turn it into a profit. You can tell by looking at her that she's not to be messed with. Manager Xiao is a successful businesswoman. With her power and influence, there's no need to mess with the minister and the black market. If the guy can get her support, he won't have to worry about Wenlun and Fang Jie's mother. However, this type of woman does not suit him. He prefers sweet and gentle girls. The main character asked his boss to stay out of trouble because he doesn't want to be kicked out. In response, the venomous wolf asked when his love story would start if he didn't do something now. Anyway, he can go to look for a pretty girl, and the kid can walk around to look around. Poison Wolf is so sociable, unlike Uncle Xiao. As the boy looked around, he thought the figure looked familiar, and he is accompanied by Xiao Qing guards. Meanwhile, back at the office, the girl served tea, but it was the mysterious figure that pulled the girl toward him. Qing called this man Yu Jin and asked him to be careful of his actions. He is now in the city, not in the lawless and chaotic nature. Cities have so many useless rules, and the wild world is so much freer. In the wilderness, it's all about your own strength. She mentioned that the city is just as ruthless a place where the slightest carelessness can lead to death. Yu Jin confirmed her words and wondered why Boss Xiao had invited him here today. She wanted to discuss business with him. Qing said that they have cleared all the transportation routes that surround Qingshi. Only the road to Wrong City is blocked by the Ash Gang's men. She wants Yu Jin to allow the consortium to use the route for transportation purposes. Do they really want the Ash Gang to abandon this route? This is how they earn their living. And does Xiao Qing really want his brothers to eat air? But of course she didn't want that. The consortium is willing to pay a certain amount as a fee, so the Ash Gang won't lose either. This girl really seems to think she can buy it with money, but in reality the Yu Jin doesn't care about this pink and blue consortium fee. Yu Jin is really unreasonable. Ori City is one of the main cities in Qingxi district. If this route cannot be opened, the purple golden branch of Qingxi will never return, and the Xiao family will always look down on it. She decided to go with a different method and asked what Yu Jin wanted. If it was within her power, the consortium would do anything to fulfill his request. He only needs her to do one thing. If she is capable, she should make that scumjang kneel down and bow to him 3 times. But she doesn't even have the ability to order Minister Zhang around. Then this conversation is over. But the man stopped him. He also mentioned that his boss hasn't authorized him to leave yet. But Yu Jin didn't put up with this outrage. Yu Jin pointed his gun at him and wondered if this little shit really thought he could stop him. Qing said for him to just leave, after which the Yu Jin really did it. This man is really crazy, just like the rumors said. It is also rumored that he worked under Minister Zhang in the past, but the minister beat his sister to death. And in retaliation, he killed the minister's wife, after which he escaped and gathered bandits there to form a gang. Even though she is from the Xiao family, her influence is on the same level as Minister Zhang's. She has no leverage to order him to do anything. Suddenly she noticed something, namely the way Yu Jin is chatting up the very guy who used to be with the Poison Wolf. She wondered what his connection to the Yu Jin was. The guy was looking at runestones in a boutique. Suddenly someone grabbed him. He wondered who dared to attack him in the consortium. It was a Yu Jin who was surprised that this little guy didn't even die that very day like he thought he would. The protagonist didn't expect to see Yu Jin's boss here either. He wondered why the boss had come to town. If the prosecutor found out about it, the Yu Jin wouldn't be able to leave here. The man replied that there was no need to worry about him, because if he dared to come, he was certainly confident that he could leave. This man is really strong and brave. Yu Jin replied that this little guy was something else. After he gave him the awakening medicine, many participants followed them. He had thought that they would be surrounded and this little guy would be killed, so he didn't expect this guy to be able to survive at all. He only laughed, talking about how he was just lucky. In just a short period of time, this guy had awakened and increased his fighting ability. Also, Yu Jin mentioned that his offer still stands. If Dong Jie can't live in the city, then let him join the Ash Gang. The protagonist thanked him for his offer, but he has no plans to go into the wild. What fun to be a coward in the city. The freedom of the open world is where rune masters should be. Dong Jie provoked Wenlun and Fang Jie's mother. He was curious if he would provoke the minister if he was too close like with Yu Jin. He has high hopes for this little guy. He also mentioned again that this kid could always join them. Dong Jie replied that he would remember that. Does this person really want the protagonist to make the entire Qingxi his enemy? Yu Jin rarely comes to town, so he decided to find some girls to have a nice time. Dong Jie also said goodbye to him. Still, this man's pressure is too strong. The protagonist in front of him is like an ant that can be killed with a single blow. He should avoid such interactions. Since Xiaoxi is still small, he can't force her to live in the wild. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Qing's voice, who inquired about his name. The protagonist wondered why manager Xiao decided to find him. She inquired again about his name. Dong Jie introduced himself. She also noticed that even though he was a rune master, he didn't seem strong. In response to that, the guy asked what she wanted. The girl said to follow her. He noticed that this office was even bigger than his own home. But that's to be expected from the Purple Gold Consortium. He was approached by a girl who said that the manager had asked her to make this tea for him. She asked to try this tea. In response, the guy thanked her. He wanted to take a sip. Xiao Kexing explained that this tea is called sword thirst. The tea leaves are collected from the rocks surrounding the C-rank eagle's nest. So it is too expensive. Just 1 cup costs about 10,000 alliance coins. Once he heard the price, he couldn't believe it was that expensive. She also said again that there are 3,000 coins in this cup. The protagonist started wiping up what he spilled, saying that he couldn't afford to drink that tea. She told him to just forget about the tea and sit back down. She needs this guy's help with something. He sat back down in his seat and began to ponder what this rich lady wanted to ask of him. She inquired about his relationship with the Yujin. It must have been the girl who saw the protagonist talking to him. But should he tell her, because there is a possibility that she might tell the minister everything? He inquired as to which Yujin we were talking about. She liked the fact that he is smart. Also, Qi thinks there's nothing wrong with her telling. She invited Yujin here to discuss some things, but she and him don't have a good relationship. That's why the negotiation didn't take place. So she called him here because they have a good relationship. If this guy can convince Yujin to work with her, she'll reward him handsomely. Then they should start by talking about the reward. She offered him 1,000,000 union coins. The girl also noticed that this guy talks like a businessman. Dong Jie needs to feel this money. Moreover, he's already a rune master, and it's only a matter of time before he gets rich on his own. Also, his relationship with Yujin is not as good as she thinks. This little guy should have been told right away that he just wanted more money. The manager asked how much money he wanted. In response, the guy replied that he didn't need the money. All he needed was an investment. If he wants to start his own business, there's no problem with that. The guy can choose any store she will give for 10 years free lease. But he wasn't asking for an investment in the business, he was asking for an investment in himself. Xiao Kexing asked what he meant. He has just awakened and has a grand future. But unfortunately there is no support. So he will have many problems and obstacles in his way. If Madame Xiao is willing to support him and become a support, then when Dong Jie becomes a strong rune master in the future, he will pay her the same. Of course, he'll try to convince Yujin first, but he can't promise he'll succeed. It's more profitable for Kexing to just give 1,000,000. So why should she invest in this guy's future? Does he really think she doesn't have enough experts? It's ridiculous to hear that. He noticed that Manager Xiao's best bodyguard only has a D rank. In the Qingxi area, that's not bad. But in the Xiao family, they won't be of much importance. Since the manager was honest with him, he would do the same. The guy said that after using the awakening medicine that the Yu Jin handed him, his runic spirit had reached 100%. If he received enough support, his future wouldn't stop at just D rank. If not, then why would a madman like Yujin treat him so favorably? And is what he said true? And the runic spirit had reached such a percentage, then he could easily become an A rank master or even an S rank master. And he wouldn't dare to lie to her, because a simple runic spirit test would immediately expose him. So she agreed, and asked how he wanted her to support him. He has only 3 requests. First, she should help with university expenses, including tuition, travel fees, and the like. As for living expenses and equipment, he will deal with that himself. Secondly, he has a younger sister with physical disabilities. He wants her to get the best treatment and care, and to be able to get into a good school. It wouldn't be a problem for her. She could even pay for both the living expenses and the rune stone gear. Thirdly, this is the most important thing. It just so happened that he had incurred the wrath of 2 influential people in the Qingxi area. If Madame Xiao can help solve this problem, he will go and find the Yujin right now. Xiao Kexing wondered what kind of people's anger he had incurred. Dong Jie explained that it was the boss of the Black Fist Underground Hall, Wen Lun, and Assistant Minister Fang. Dealing with these 2 would be no problem for her. But still, she wondered how he had managed to incur such anger. The guy explained that he had accidentally interfered with Wen Lun's business. As for Mrs. Fan, a few days ago her whole family wanted to kill the protagonist. But in the end, Dong Jie killed her husband. In battles between rune masters, death is inevitable. But once the information spread throughout the city, the prosecutor should have come after him. And since the prosecutor didn't, that meant she hadn't reported it yet. It turns out she just wants her own revenge. She was glad that the boy understood that very well. After which, she informed him that she will deal with those people, but he has to help her first. Dong Jie will contact Yujin later, but she doesn't know if he can convince the man. She threw him the phone, for she wanted the guy to talk to him now. and if the Yujin refused, she'd have to reconsider their partnership. Even though Yujin treats him well, this issue affects his affairs. Therefore, the protagonist doesn't know at all how the man will react, but he still has no choice but to try. He picked up the phone and asked boss Xiao what she wanted, whereupon Dong Jie reported that it was him. He didn't understand why this guy was using Xiao's number. He also asked not to say that Dong Jie is now her errand boy, and the main character asked to stop making jokes like that. He turned away, saying that he hoped the boss would agree to work with manager Xiao as a favor for Dong Jie. Surprisingly, he immediately agreed. This was an outcome none of them expected. He looked at Dong Jie's case and saw that he had killed the minister's subordinate scoundrel. Since they had the same common enemy, he would gladly help them. Dong Jie didn't understand why Yujin had a grudge against the minister. Yujin would do him a favor today, and if he ever needed the guy's help, he wouldn't be able to refuse him. The protagonist replied that he would definitely help him. Afterward, he wondered if Yujin was planning to attack the minister. But how could a simple F-rank rune master like the protagonist help him at all? The guy handed over the phone, talking about Yujin agreeing. She didn't expect him to really agree for nothing at all. And the main character laughed, talking about how it seems like the Yujin just likes him. Since his runic spirit had reached 100%, of course the Yujin would like him. The world doesn't help when it needs to, so they have to be prepared in advance. If she supports a guy in becoming a strong rune master, that guy will be loyal to her. And someone like him is really worth bringing up. She mentioned that he didn't have to worry about those two anymore. After which, she asked him what he planned to do next. Dong Jie said that he was going to take part in the storm test in a few days. Meanwhile, Wenlun understood how this brat was able to be related to Xiao Qing. The woman replied that she has a strong influence in the Qing Shi. Even the minister listens to her. If she sided with Dong Jie, they might not be able to deal with him so easily. Seeing the woman's mindset of wanting to give up, he asked if she had forgotten that her husband and son had died at the hands of this guy. She told him to just shut up. This woman wasn't at all thinking of letting the bastard go, no matter who was going to be with him. After which, Wenlun asked what they should do now. Madame Fang mentioned that if Xiao Qing interfered in this matter, only the minister would be able to deal with that bastard. But the minister won't take action just for those two. They just have to convince the minister that this guy isn't really dangerous. 4 days until the entrance exams. While he is participating in the challenge, his friends will be taking the entrance exam in 3 days. And he never expected that Xiaoxi manager personally sent him away. These few days everything is quiet, so Xiaoxi times are safe. Firefox informed him that they would reach the stormport tonight, so he should get some rest. Tomorrow would have to go to the island of Storm and Thunder with the other contestants, but he should use this time to practice some more. She figured this guy was maniacally practicing, after which he stated that he would run 50 kilometers. However, he was told to leave the operating room. Finally, he could get it over with. He wondered what mysterious reward he could get for completing this mission, after which the guy drank a spirit development potion. He had already reached 106% rune spirit. This also meant that the effectiveness of the runestone skill was also 106%. The system asked if he wanted an open natural reward, and the guy clicked yes. The system then reported that he had been rewarded with a point reinforcement award. It turns out his points have evened out. Enhanced defense goggles can analyze the value of the target's combat abilities and change them. Ordinary Rune Master's goggles only show the rank score from F to A. It may be that these goggles can analyze and show other people's combat data. He looked at the Fire Vixen, and it really worked. The Firefox's strength is small, but its agility is high. With its enhanced points, it can easily analyze the weakness of the target and devise a plan. This feature will be very useful for the one to survive. The Fire Vixen asked why the little guy was staring at her so hard. The kid apologized for that, and so they arrived at the port of the storm. It was 3 days to the entrance. This is the first time the boy has ever seen the sea. Firefox said that before the rune beasts appeared, the exploration of the sea by humans was less than 3%. Now the sea is home to all sorts of fearsome beasts and has become a no-go zone for them. Whereupon she revealed that there was an island of storm and thunder. Since the cosmic wormholes cause the magnetic field to malfunction, thunder and lightning constantly strike the island. And sometimes they last as long as 3 days. Except for 1 hectare, the rest of the island will be plagued by thunder and lightning. And the trial will take place in such a place. And those who can make it to the end will gather in a safe place. The goal of the challenge is not just to survive. They have to perform well and score as many points as possible during these days. They are also allowed to team up with other participants, so she suggests finding a good companion later. But of course, it's okay if he wants to be alone. Finding a teammate will really be helpful. Port Plaza. If the protagonist passes through here, he will get to the Port Plaza, where the swearing-in ceremony will take place. It may not be as dangerous as the dungeon trials, but the guy needs to give it his best shot, and they'll be waiting for him to come back. He replied that he would. He realized it when he walked in, that they were using advanced technology here. He was holding a challenge badge. Participants must wear badges because they track participants' activity and location. The badge can release an emergency pod to protect participants in case of danger. But when that happens, the participant will be automatically disqualified. With this badge, at least you don't have to worry about your life. Does he really have to compete with so many people? He seems to have underestimated the ordeal the whole country is in. Passing required that the participant be 24 years of age or younger, and also that he has become a rune master but failed the entrance exam. People who fit these conditions are not many in the city, but there are many throughout the country. Among them, some were unable to enter university after awakening. At the same time, some used other ways of awakening and dared to enter the path. The difference between an 18-year-old and a 24-year-old is very large. Even if a 24-year-old rune master has a weak talent, he has trained 6 years longer. He doesn't think that the trial is less difficult compared to the dungeon. Yan, who was a rune sniper and was the main examiner of the trial, was curious as to how many dark horses would appear this year. He was just looking forward to it. Unlike Yan, he doesn't place any hopes on these inferior ones. It was Liu Shiji, who was a rune scout and deputy examiner. He thought that these people had already failed the entrance exam. And this was no comparison to the elite who had passed the normal entrance exam and got into the university. Yan remembered Mr. Lei Jai from the 7th Yao University who had been selected for the trial, and is now a S-rank rune master. However, these are simply exceptions. In the last 10 years, there are very few students who have been selected on the trial and graduated from universities. Most of them were dropouts. He thinks this trial is a waste of union resources. But the truth of the matter is that they won't turn down a potential student. At least this year the examiner will be Yang. The girl turned to Master Yang and the temporary trial master, saying that the trial was about to begin. In the past, Shiji has always been an examiner, but this year will be a secured Yang Yi. The man said that the deputy examiner would also be speaking at the dedication ceremony. He did not like this treatment and said to call him Examiner Liu. The scientist then informed Assistant Liu that they had detected strange data around the island of wind and thunder. But he scattered the papers, talking about stopping being called Assistant Liu. After that, the scholar started calling him Expert Liu. He inquired about the strange data in question. The magnetic field around the island is strange, and thunderstorms are more intense than before. But there's nothing wrong with that, because the magnetic field on the island has never been normal. But this time, it's different. The researchers decided it would be safer to postpone the tests. Do they really think he'll waste even more time on this bunch of losers if they postpone the trials? He confidently stated that the trial would continue as normal. He looked silently at the monitors where there were all sorts of participants. Still, he felt it was a waste of precious time, and he'd like to call the whole thing off. It was announced that the pledge ceremony would now begin. The announcement was spoken in a normal human voice. This examiner must have used rune energy to amplify his voice so that everyone could hear it clearly and distinctly. The examiner came out of there, causing everyone to get excited, after which he landed softly. Everyone was surprised that this person had jumped from such a height and landed without a scratch. They also heard that the examiner would be an A-rank rune master. He welcomed them to the test, also saying that he was the chief examiner, whose name was Yang Yi. This master has such a strong aura. He decided to see if he could verify the examiners given using the amplified glasses, but there was only the name of the examiner. Perhaps he can't analyze it because of the fact that Examiner Yan is much stronger than Dong Jie. A Liu Shiji landed beside him. He loudly called them losers and trash, and explained that also today was their examiner, whose name was Liu Shiji. Everyone immediately wondered what was wrong with this man. Liu Shiji has always been the chief examiner. This year, he became the vice examiner. It seems like the bosses finally made a smart choice. This person always looks down on the participants, and even his subordinates laughed at them. Last time, they made fun of them even more. What a pity they didn't level with this man. If not for that, he would have gotten his. Even though he was previously the chief examiner, this man looks like he's asking for a fight. He also mentioned that he wasn't just talking about some people. The man talked about how everyone here is just garbage. Yan Yi didn't think of listening to this anymore, and told the vice examiner to be quiet. How he hated that everyone called him the vice examiner. Not everyone can become a rune master. So it means that these guys are better than 80% of the people in the world. As the chief examiner, he is proud of the fighting spirit of these participants. At least the examiner is Yang and knows which one to say. As the chief examiner, he will once again remind the rules of the test. As those who failed the entrance exam, many of them have weak talent. But on the way to becoming a strong rune master, hard work is more important than talent. The union runs trials to give those who work hard another chance. If they want to prove themselves, they need to be brave, courageous, and willing to risk their lives. And even though the badge may protect them, the deaths are isolated. So you need to be smart and careful. When the trial begins, they will all be dropped off the shuttle at a random location on the island. Aside from their stirrup gear, they are not allowed to take anything special food or water with them. They must deal with this once they've disembarked. In addition, lightning strikes are very frequent. The safe zone will get smaller and smaller, so they should not hide in one place for 3 days. And if they find themselves in a thunderstorm zone, they should be careful. Once on the island, guys can eliminate other contestants or kill beasts to get points. The final score and overall performance will decide whether or not they will be selected by their universities as a special student. There are 2,951 participants this year, but 18 universities have only 90 places. That means that only 3% of all will reach their goal. But according to his past experience, not all 90 places will be taken. The selection process is difficult. They have to work harder than the entrance exams and give their best. This is their last chance. Of course, he wishes them luck and hopes they get an offer of admission to the university, whereupon the examiner took off. This is a runic skill that can only be mastered by an awakened of rank B and above, namely, runic wings. With runic wings, one can fly freely like a bird. In the trial version of the challenge, there can be no more than 5 people in a team, so those who team up or decide to go solo can report directly to the shuttle. Those who don't have a team or who want to find teammates gather over there in the registration area. This ashtray is run by one of his subordinates. If Dong Jie encountered a rival team on the island, he would be at a disadvantage and become their target. It would be better if he found a team like his sister suggested. The man inquired as to his name. Gao Tongchai introduced himself. He was then told to fill this out and wait right there. Dong Jie heard another man suggest the girl to team up with him because he was very strong and would be able to withstand many blows. But she thought someone like him would be a target, so she told him to get away from her. He got upset. After that, he decided to suggest the main character to team up. So Dong Jie was just a backup for this guy. But this guy is too unbalanced. Zhuangshang's strength and physique are almost double that of a Dong Jie. But the agility and wisdom is no different from that of an ordinary person. Zhuangshang asked not to think that he was just fat, because this guy was really strong. He was able to kill a F-rank beast with his bare hands. Dong Jie had already thought about the fact that Zhuangxiang could take hits. He could be a decoy and create an opportunity for Dong Jie to attack. To others, he may be a burden, but to him, he is just the perfect partner. He agreed. You also wanted to find a teammate. After that, the protagonist suggested to register first, and then see if they could find 3 more to the team. He was glad that finally someone was willing to team up with him, then thanked his older brother. Dong Jie introduced himself and also mentioned that he was a rune sniper from Rong City of Qingxi District. Zhuangzhang introduced himself as a wrestler from Hang City of Lingbi District. The girl wondered if he really took the fat man as his comrade. He seemed to really think the trials weren't challenging enough. But this girl doesn't even realize he has plans of his own. The man was surprised that there were only 2 people on this team. That's not surprising, though. No one would join a team where a stupid fat guy is a liability. Zhuangshang was angry, but Dong Jie calmed him down. Others discussed the fact that this guy always looks down and ridicules the contestants every year. He is also a subordinate of the vice examiner. So they're just looking down on it, but really hate the participants. This bunch of losers don't even deserve the same treatment as those who went to university in a normal way. He advised not to write their name with a slur, because they can't change it later. He also mentioned that it's wrong here and it needs to be rewritten. This bastard is deliberately bullying them. The others already don't have enough time, and those behind Dong Jie will be forced to fight alone. Suddenly, he slapped Zhuang Xian, then asked, didn't he realize what the man had just said? Who told him to change something? He only got more angry and called him a bastard. But he was stopped by Dong Jie again. Talk about it not being worth it for Togo. Zhuangshang thought that Brother Dong was someone smart, but in reality, he was just a coward. It seems like he was just wrong about him. Then he said he was going for a smoke break. They should find him after they fill out the form. That should be enough for now. He loves seeing them all angry and afraid to even fight back. But suddenly he noticed something. The protagonist decided to keg on it. Now it's clear that the protagonist was just waiting for a chance. Now we can beat him up. They were going to beat him until the man looked like a pig. After that, the barrel came off of him. He didn't understand how these people dared to hit him. After all, he could disqualify them. Suddenly, someone reported that the chief examiner was Yang and had arrived here. The man began to complain to the examiner that this group of participants had hit him. Yan and asked if he had any proof of what he said. He mentioned that her security camera was supposed to capture everything. The examiner then looked at the group of participants. Yan and mentioned that the cameras also captured a scene where he was picking on the contestants. The man replied that it was just a misunderstanding. But the latter replied that there was no misunderstanding and he would be transferred to the northern group. There are many things he has to do there. Dong Jie guessed that it seemed like the chief examiner knew what he had done. Yan Yi wanted to cheer these participants up a bit, but he didn't expect to meet such an interesting guy. He touched the boy's shoulder, speaking of being calm and intelligent. The examiner hopes she will pass the test brilliantly, after which he wished Dong Jie good luck. Everyone thought it was amazing that the chief examiner praised him. If he had known this would happen, he would have beaten this guy up himself. If Dong Jie only had one teammate, it meant that there was a good chance of joining them. They looked at the team roster and also realized they still had 3 spots available. The two approached the protagonist, talking about how his team was missing a scout. One had been a scout for 3 years. The guy with the red hair would like to join him as well. Strong men need to be strong men. So he invited Dong Jie to join his team. After being recognized by Examiner Yan, the guy became the one every team wants. Now that they have authority, they should pick the strongest people here for their team. But everyone here actually has weaknesses. Even if their combat abilities are the strongest, they are no match for the strongest teams. He should choose carefully. A typical team has 5 rune masters who can handle any situation. The team needs a leader who is able to command and make timely decisions. A strategist, able to figure things out and make a plan. Melee fighter, long-range shooter, scout and healer. In the current situation, it is difficult to form a perfect team. Zhuang Xiang asked what kind of teammates they were looking for right now. Dong Jie replied that they were looking for a strategist, a melee rune master, and someone nimble who could change positions depending on the situation. But most importantly, they need someone reliable. Zhuang Xiang thinks he can be a strategist. I think this guy is overconfident. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed someone. It was Tang Yui. He was a rank F rune master who was held at 61%. All his qualities are average, but his wisdom is very high. This is exactly who he was looking for. I told Zhuang Xian to follow him. Zhuang Xiang inquired about what was inside that big box. Tang Yu replied that there was a weapon there that was capable of killing. It made him feel uncomfortable. Dong Jie asked if he needed teammates. Zhuang Zhang asked if he could tell about himself. Tang Yu introduced himself and also said that his profession was mechanic. He knew that all masters had a saying. Elite rune masters look down on ordinary rune masters. Melee rune masters look down on ranged rune masters, and all rune masters look down on the mechanics. Mechanics and rune weapon masters are different from each other. Mechanics use runestones as a source to create mechanical weapons as hidden weapons. The destructive power of these weapons is no stronger than runestone weapons. But even normal people can use it. Tang Yui is different from Dong Jie. The protagonist decided to make himself stronger, while this guy decided to make all of humanity stronger. All of a sudden, the guy announced that he wanted this person on the team. There are many strong rune masters who want to join them. Therefore, he didn't understand why they would choose someone with a profession that didn't have great combat abilities. Dong Jie commanded if he knew who designed the barrier that protects the city and the rune cannons on the city wall. It was the mechanics. They don't have a strong physique, but the weapons they develop are much stronger than normal weapons. Testing prevents normal rune masters from bringing mechanical weapons to the island. But a mechanic can do so. Taking a Tang Yui with you is like having a mobile weapon depot. And since all the participants are rune masters, the strongest monsters on the island will be E-rank beasts. He believes that the Tang Yui and its weapons will be very useful. Since Dong Jie is the leader, he decided to trust him. He then gave him a sheet with the team list and said he wanted Tang Yu to join his team. He hoped this guy wouldn't regret that decision later. Henceforth they are comrades. They will enjoy the benefits and face danger together. Tang Yui shook his hand. indicating that these were good words. After which he shouted out that there were 2 more spots on the team. Everyone wanted to join their team. A little later, all the same, Dong Jie chose some of the guys. However, Shi Zhuangxiang's gaze, they did not look very strong. Toth explained that they were most in line with the remaining positions on the team. Zhongqi was a rune swordsman, and his spirit is 69% awakened. Chung Lulu was a rune swordsman, and her spirit is 65% awakened. These people came from the same city and know each other. Besides, their fighting ability is pretty good. Dong Jie was confident in the assembled team. When they arrived on the island, he hoped they could all trust each other, relying on each other to get through any difficulties they encounter. All of them were determined to pass this exam. Meanwhile, she was practicing. After which, Tang Yin heard that the trial is held on the same day as the entrance exam. And this year, a total of 2,951 people take part in the test. 18 top universities participate in this special trial, including the Best Union Academy, Jidad University, and Qiyao University. She remembered that Xiao Yu is also on the jury this year, and this guy is too stubborn. Uncle was angry all day yesterday because he became the entrance exam and went to participate in the trial to show everyone the possibilities of mechanics. There are too many dark horses this year. Let them stay with them since they will continue to release all the latest updates that will be on the exam. Suddenly, she noticed that Dong Jie was also participating in this test. She had even forgotten that he was unable to participate in the awakening ceremony. If he wanted to enter Runestone University, he could only pass this test. Since they're on the same team, it's really going to be interesting. She mentally wished him luck. An announcement was made for the participants to be seated in the shuttles according to the numbers given. The test would last 3 days and would begin as soon as they left the shuttle. They boarded shuttle number 7. Dong Jie carefully observed the enemy team that sat across from them. The guy turned to the fat man, talking about jumping last. Zhuangshang inquired as to why he was saying that. That way, they can kill that fat guy and get some points. He was beginning to get nervous about these humiliations. Suddenly, Tang Yui clanged his weapon. They were puzzled when they saw it. Tang Yu wondered why they didn't jump together then. His energy expects action. Zhongqi asked why he took this type of weapon on board. Isn't it against the rules? He's a mechanic, and these weapons are his own inventions. So he's allowed to take them with him. They only looked at each other in silence. Zhuang Xiang replied that he was a reliable comrade. If someone says that the mechanic is not strong, he will beat him with his own hands. Dong Jie asked if he could tell what was in the weapon box. He told me there was a Gatling gun. The cannon is a self-destructing drone. With Tang Yu, they can definitely take the top spot. Chen Lulu was afraid of thunderstorms. Zhongqi reassured him, saying that this lightning would not harm them in any way. This island was once a lively place, but many years ago there was an outbreak of wormholes that caused countless rune beasts to appear. People were forced to leave the island for their own survival. This island was destroyed, resulting in thunderclouds on the wings of it. The thunderclouds also served to isolate beasts, most of which are around F rank, and the strongest ones should be no higher than E rank. Meanwhile, they have entered the airspace of the island. Participants should check their parachute and prepare to jump. Zhuangxiang asked what they meant by parachute and jump. He clearly didn't like the idea. Suddenly, he noticed the strange behavior of the 2 of them. Afterward, he was shocked that they jumped out of the shuttle. The guy just realized he's afraid of heights. But all of a sudden, they too went down. He started cursing everyone for eating instant noodles without the seasoning packet. No one seems to dare to attack in the air. She flew with her eyes closed, for she was afraid even to open them. But as soon as she opened them, she noticed the entire landscape of the island. The harbor is close to the sea, but nothing can compare to this side of the island. Junqi asked the leader where they would land. He suggested landing on the bridge. The island consists of 2 parts, 2 bridges. If he can guard the bridge, it will be a great advantage throughout the whole ordeal. Tang Yu recognized that this guy was much smarter than he had first thought of him. But suddenly he noticed the feathers. There's a rune beast on them on the floor. The rune beast grabbed the Lulu's backpack. After that, a weapon appeared in the main character's hand. And a second later, he killed the rune beast. Junqi admitted that it was just an amazing shot. Lulu thanked the leader for the save. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl's parachute was damaged. She was horrified when she noticed it. Dong Jie asked Zhang Xiang if he could contact her. He replied that they were too far away. After which, he asked what ideas Tang Yui had. He shouted for all of them to pile on top of each other. He would push Zhang Xiang and the other 2 should do the same to get to the Lulu with maximum speed. Zhang Xiang did the same. After which, Zhongqi nudged the leader, speaking of leaving the Lulu's life in his hands. Dong Jie grabbed her hand and told her to grab his other hand. after which he opened his parachute. A little while later, she woke up. The protagonist breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that she was finally awake. He then asked if she was okay. Lulu replied that she was fine, and thanked the leader for another rescue. Now, however, they have a new problem. They came down to the ground. Lulu couldn't hear anyone, and assumed they were separated from them. The signal range of the headphones was only 500 meters, but they will still stick to the original plan and gather at the bridge. Tang Yu and the others will definitely be there. Meanwhile, the chief examiner observed what was happening there. He was approached by a university recruiter, Bo Quanji Dao, who asked how things were going. Shijai replied that everything was under control. Yanyi said that 13 contestants were disqualified just for skydiving. They're just a bunch of trash and losers. What could they expect from people like that? Suddenly he was heard asking if the vice examiner knew why he was not the main examiner this year. It was asked by Shukyu University recruiter Qi Yang, who replied that it was because of the attitude. This man is humiliating himself with everything. He was very angry at these words. The purpose of the test is to give another chance for rune masters to enter the university. But this vice examiner Lu has always been against it. He thinks she is an arrogant woman. If she wasn't from Xiao University, he would have taught her a lesson long ago. The old man asked if there were any participants that caught the eye during this year's challenge. The girl replied that she didn't, so she came here to find the Yang examiner. The mistress asked the examiner if he had seen any good candidates this year. Judging from Yan Yi's personality, he had probably read all the information about all the participants. Asking him is the most effective way to find good masters. The one told him that they were all very strong, but there was one who came from a pioneer family, and it's a guy named Tang Yu who is a mechanic. Mechanics are useful, but their combat abilities are limited. He may not perform well in this test. Their enemies are strong beasts. Mechanics cannot defeat them alone, so they should not be called rune masters at all. She only silently decided to look up which team Tang Yui was on, after which she found this team. It was surprising that someone would take a mechanic on their team. He became very curious about what their leader was thinking. She then checked the leader and saw that his runic spirit was only 27%. He must have drunk some sort of awakening medicine. The girl had heard that if someone survived by consuming such a thing, their rune spirit would increase. So she wondered what kind of rune spirit he had right now. The old man wondered if she was interested in this team. She immediately closed the laptop. Then she said that this old man was always trying to steal the people she had her eye on. He inquired from Xu Q why she would say such and such. Originally, Ji Dao and Qi Yao were related, so they should share resources with each other. He must not dream of stealing from her. It's all about their future. How can she talk about him stealing? Since the universities split, they don't get along anymore. Last year, the two recruiters fought with each other. Recruiter Xu Q is known as the Devil, and this Bo Quan is not easy either. He likes to color people from others. Then he should be careful with this Bo Quan. Suddenly, his attention was caught by Dong Jie. He asked if this wasn't the guy who got him in trouble. He found out that he really was the brat. And he'd already been separated from his teammates, which he really deserved. Afterward, he noticed that these people were heading straight for Team 102. This team, the leader of which is Liu Yu Tian. That little bastard is definitely doomed. The members of Team 102 came from his hometown. Liu Yu Tian participated in the trial last year and was almost selected by the military school. Liu Yu Tian is an unrivaled F-rank rune master. If that brat stumbles upon them, he will surely die. It's going to be a really exciting show. They approached the supposed bridge. Lulu noticed that the bridge was a school building. They had to drop everything that year because of the wormholes. The boy wondered how many students had survived from that school. After which he offered to rest here for a few minutes. Dong Jie activated his badge and saw that he had been awarded 1 point due to killing a runic beast. In a challenge, killing F-rank rune beasts or eliminating other participants will give 1 point. Killing a rank B beast will give 5 points. If it is a team kill, the points will be split between the contestants. Killing beasts is a lot easier than eliminating contestants, but as the safe zone gets smaller, they simply won't be able to avoid fighting. That's why they need to meet as soon as possible. They should go up to the roof of the building and check and can see the positions of Zhuang Xian and the others. When they went up, they saw skeletons. He marveled that this girl's mental stability was better than he had originally thought. She walked over and said that Zhongqi and the others were supposed to land there. But suddenly he dragged her down, talking about how there were parachutes behind them. It looks like a few people landed here, and they probably haven't left yet. If they just leave, the others will be in danger, so they should guard this place. But there are only 2 people, and the enemy has a full team. Even if they have a full team, if they plan well, they can defeat them all. There are 2 water towers with high vantage points, and since they are both snipers, they can claim the high spots and shoot them at the appropriate moment. They took their seats. The protagonist asked if she had found anyone yet. The girl replied that she couldn't see anyone from here. After that, the protagonist used the Snake Eye rune stone. Thanks to his skill, he was able to find 5 people. Meanwhile, the 2 recognized their leader's mental abilities. The use of this school building would make it possible to destroy anyone who passed through here. The guy with the glasses had already seen the university calling him. Suddenly, they noticed parachutes and realized that someone had landed in the woods, and this needs to be communicated to the leader immediately. But they didn't expect the way Dong Jie shot at them at all. The guy didn't realize what that had just been. Whereupon the protagonist shouted Lulu, now to shoot the other. She did what the leader said, but he was able to defend himself with a skill called Runic Energy Shield. This guy stated that it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. She reported to the height leader, this guy blocked her attack with a moonstone. But it's okay, because Dong Jie has already taken aim, and this time he can't escape. Whereupon the protagonist fired a shot. He was shocked that this shot was what had pierced his skill. And just a moment later, he too was struck by the Dong Jie skill. She noticed that this person's shooting skills were excellent and his attack power was great. She definitely followed the right person, and even wondered if he had a girlfriend. Then she was confused, not sure what she was thinking now. Dong Jie said to quickly change his location. He too heard the sound of gunfire and assumed someone else was here. She informed the leader, whose name is Liu Yutian, that those 2 had dropped out. 2 of their team were eliminated before they even knew it. The enemy must be an elite team of 5. The girl asked the leader what they should do. Jiwei should use the Snake Eyes runestone skill to check the situation outside, after which she activated the Snake Eyes runestone. Thanks to that, she saw 2 people from the enemy team. Could it be that only 2 people dared to attack them? The school building is a strategic location, so they can't give it up. Liu Yutian suggested ambushing them on the top floor to destroy them. Lulu noticed that the others were approaching. Dong Jie said not to worry and asked if she had any skill. She revealed that she also has the skill F-rank cold-bloodedness. Once activated, the user's heat signature will be erased, allowing them to go undetected by heat sensors. The duration is 5 seconds. Testing the thunderstorm is very dangerous, so she chose a survival-type skill, and that's exactly the skill they need right now. The boy decided to tell his plan. Even if there are only 2 of them, they are strong, so you have to be careful. The leader decided that Jie wait and stay here, and he and Yang Bo go look for those people. Yang Bo asked how long it would be before the Snake Eyes finished recharging. Jie Wei replied that it would be another 10 seconds. This school belongs to them, and no one should dare think otherwise. After which, she finally activated her skill. Because of this, she saw that they were in the direction of 1 o'clock for air conditioning. This person's gun might be faster at a distance, but once Liu Yutian comes closer, the sword becomes faster. He used the skill Annihilating Mountain Strike, after which the guy chopped up the supposed place where they were. Afterward, he saw the main character start to run away. Liu Yutian shouted that it was too late and he wouldn't be able to escape. Yang Bo asked the girl where the other person was, but suddenly she realized she couldn't find another. The leader stopped that it was a trap, so she should urgently run away from there. But it was too late. Lulu said goodbye to her. A shot rang out. Liu Yutian guessed that they were playing with them. First, they must kill the sniper, after which she started shooting at them. Yang Bo decided to detain her while the leader looked for Togo, another guy. Liu Yutian told him to be careful. He appeared behind Dong Jie and also wanted to see how long he could run away. But suddenly, the protagonist decided to jump to another location. Still, the Rune Master's body is amazing. If he was a normal person, he wouldn't be able to make such a jump. Liu Yutian continued to follow him, saying that the sniper who was exposed could only die. Dong Jie only smiled and asked if that was the case. He then grabbed a pipe lying near him and hit the guy, and he started to fall. This was also noticed by Yang Bo. Lulu noticed that this guy is quite the E rank. Her rune bullets can't even penetrate his shield. Now it was his turn to attack. He used the skill Fierce Bull Attack. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything to counter that blow. He started running towards her and wouldn't even think that the tank would be the strongest member of this team. He saw her gun and put it to her head, then asked if those 2 rats thought they could take down his team. That's what happens when they overestimate themselves. He even wondered how she felt about Togo being killed by her own weapon, but there were even tears in her eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist punched him in the face, which caused Yang Bo to fly off. He immediately called out to the Lula to get them out of here, but she couldn't move. So he said, barring her on his back. After which the 2 men began to run. He yelled at those bastards that he was going to kill them. She told the leader that he wouldn't be able to do that jumping with her on his back, so she asked him to leave her here and run away himself. But he told her not to worry about it and just hold on tight. After which, Dong Jie jumped. They broke a window and landed softly. Bo yelled that he'd better pray he didn't catch this guy. Dong Jie noticed that this person had a low agility score, so he couldn't jump here. They're safe now, but she lost her weapon. And this man's defenses are good. They won't be able to kill him with their current fighting abilities. Lulu thinks they should hide and wait for the others to get here. That seems to be all they can do at this point. Suddenly they heard a voice asking if they were already leaving. It was Liu Yutian who asked if they really thought he was out of the game. Their leader is this man, and the rune swordsman has the advantage in close combat. They don't even have a chance to avoid. Dong Jie suggested teaming up because all his teammates had dropped out and these two were separated from their teammates. These guys are really brave for suggesting an alliance after all. She noticed the rune stone in his hand. Then she guessed what the boss wanted her to do. She took this stone and ran away. Liu Yutian wondered if she really thought she could escape. None of these people will be able to leave this place alive. It will show what happens when a rune sniper faces a rune swordsman in close combat. However, Dong Jie was able to block this strike with his sword. He was wary, for he knew that this bastard was a sniper. But why was he as strong as Yutian? Thanks to the data he gathered with his improved glasses, he learned that he could fight him without any discomfort. In fact, Dong Jie's performance is far superior to that of this person. After which he knocked the weapon out of his hands. He couldn't believe how it was possible at all. Why is that bastard so strong? Liu Yutian should use his other skill and kill this guy before he can do anything else. However, he was not allowed to do so. And it was a Lulu. She was glad she could do it, and the main character praised her shot for it was amazing. But the girl replied that it was because the leader was able to distract the man. However, it was a pity that his sword could not withstand this encounter. The energy replenishment runestone weapon was indeed weaker than a real runestone weapon. As a rule, snipers train their accuracy and neglect strength. But thanks to the system, all his qualities are more or less balanced. Even if he doesn't want to be a sniper, he can be a good swordsman. And that's the difference between Dong Jie and other rune masters. Lulu noticed that this guy had dropped the runestone skill crystal. He noticed that this runestone allows the user to jump and use 200% of his power to attack the enemy. Even the efficiency of his skill is 106%. That probably means it will increase to 212%. The girl reported that she had used up all of her rune energy for that shot and would be unable to fight for a while. That rune tank will be here soon, so they should leave while they can. However, he replied that they no longer needed to run away. She had tried to fight this tank before, but its defense was too high. He recognized her right, but with this stone he would be able to eliminate the tank. He will kill them for daring these stinking rats to attack the leader. Wherever they hide, Bo will find them and kill them. And so he finally came to them, whereupon the man inquired how they would now escape. Dong Jie told her to stay here and rest for now. He'll deal with him, so she shouldn't worry. E rank and below is no match for him at all. The leader is strong, but this guy's defenses are too high. She wondered if the boss could really get through her, but this time, she decided to just trust him. Even if he loses, she'll just have to wait another year. It was ridiculous for him to even think about trying to break through his defenses. As a sniper, this guy doesn't stand a chance of beating him. But the thing is, it's different. He thought it didn't matter in front of an absolute defense. After that, the protagonist used the runestone. Thanks to his weapon, he was able to defend himself against this lunge. The highest attribute of Bo is physique, followed by strength, and Dong Jie's strength is the same as his. In a one-on-one fight, he can easily deal with such attacks. He didn't understand how this was possible, since this guy was a sniper. How could he even fight off something like that? Dong Jie replied that you should never underestimate someone just because of their profile, after which he struck his opponent. Thanks to that, Bo was pushed back against the wall a bit. Afterward, he recognized that this guy was definitely strong. She noticed that the leader was a sniper, but his fighting ability was no worse than a swordsman. That's because he's a sniper and knows how dangerous it can be if he's forced into close combat. That's why he kept training for close combat, so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when he was forced to fight. He continuously threw his punches. No wonder the leader fell before this guy. So what if Togo has the same strength as a tank? Does he really think he can break the shield? This guy's combat ability is close to E rank, and his shield also can't be destroyed by runestone weapons. With Dong Jie's current combat ability, he won't be able to destroy this runestone shield. He really can't do that. But what happens if the protagonist uses a skill that increases strength? He saw that it was the boss's rune skill, after which, Bo took out a runestone and asked, "Did this little guy think that he didn't have any moonstone skills?" This skill instantly increases Bill and Tartar defense by 200%. With his Yang Bo skill, he could negate this increase in strength by the same percentage. But the truth is, he's wrong here. However, Yang Bo didn't want to put up with it, after which the protagonist attacked him. However, his opponent's shield was destroyed and he himself lost, after which the Yang Bo icon activated. She was glad that the leader had actually done it. Dong Jie said that this skill with the runestone was taking up a lot of energy, and now he had absolutely no strength at all. He hopes they don't run into anyone else, at least for a while, or they'll be in trouble. Suddenly, they noticed that Zhong Qi and the others had made contact. She reported that they were in the school building in a classroom on the second floor. Zhong Qi replied that they were on their way. A few minutes later, they arrived, and Zhuang Xiang revealed that they had encountered a rune beast in the forest. They were able to work together and kill the beast, so they now have 0.5 points each. Suddenly, they noticed 2 more people. Zhuang Xiang asked what had happened here. Lulu revealed that they worked together and took down an entire team, and now she has 2 whole points. Junqi couldn't believe that just the 2 of them had destroyed an entire team. She told me that it was all credit to the leader. If it wasn't for him, she would have been out by now. Tong Yu asked how many points the leader now had. Dong Jie said he had 4 points. They only remained silent and drooped. He cheered them up by saying that they had just started 2 more days ahead, so there was no need to worry. Plus, they now control the bridge area. This will help you ambush anyone who passes by and score points. Suddenly to themselves, they heard Dunji's stomach rumbling, and he got a little embarrassed. He also said that they had to figure out something to eat first. Meanwhile, they were watching this fight. Shukyo noticed that this guy is a sniper, but his physique and close combat skills are quite high. Although he's not in the top 10 yet, his team has taken a tactical position, so it's only a matter of time before he scores more points. This little guy's pretty interesting, so she'll keep watching. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The island's magnetic field is fluctuating. It's happening as if another breakthrough from the cosmic wormholes is about to happen. Here, Wude waited for Fang Jie and Siqian. They ran straight to the man. He wanted to know how his daughter's virtual combat exam went, but they just ran right past him. He turned around and asked where they were in such a hurry. The girl replied that she wanted to watch the live broadcast of the contest. It seems her father is no longer a priority. Xiao was also watching the broadcast and heard familiar voices. Shi Chen asked if she had seen her older brother yet. The girl replied that she hadn't. They heard that the safe zone is getting smaller and smaller. In 2 days, it will be the size of a soccer field, and by then, a champion will have been determined. Shi Qian was very worried and just hoped that he was healthy and safe. Wu Dai asked someone to find out information about Dong Jie. As it turned out, he became the leader of team number 557, and it's in full force. Fan Jie asked his uncle, "Is it true that there will be a more detailed broadcast later?" He replied, "That is correct. During the 3rd day, they will be able to select and watch the team broadcast and check them out. Brother Dong is really brave. If it was Fan Jie, he would just accept his fate. It's that guy who is driven by hate, and it allows him to remain normal. His parents were killed by rune beasts, and Xiao was crippled. So he strives to become stronger than any of them." She silently supported her brother. Lulu offered to give them something to eat. He liked the idea of eating roast pork. He couldn't even believe that Lulu was such a good cook. Dong Jie also recognized that it was very tasty. She missed her entrance exams because of a car accident, so she spent a year in the desert with a team of mercenaries. And since she's not very strong, she had to do other things. So she learned how to roast meat. Afterward, she inquired how these guys did this morning. He said that they overpowered a total of 24 people. Due to the narrowing of the safe zone, this bridge became the only way in, just as they had planned. He then showed how many points everyone had at this point. Thanks to the Tang Yu strategy, they all scored a lot of points. But the bridge had no cover, and participants crossing it became live targets. But it was the only way. She suggested that these guys go and rest further. She'll take care of the bridge in the meantime. Zhongqi was also sitting in ambush, so if someone comes through, he'll take care of it. Suddenly, Tang Yui turned his attention to something else. The ranking of the competition appeared in front of them. The 10th place was even ranked by Dong Jie. They realized it was the competition rankings that were shown in the afternoon to encourage everyone to work harder. She also noticed that the leader was in the top 10. Ye Tianchen, who was ranked first, is just crazy. I wonder how many people he destroyed to get 52 points. They have an advantage, but they ranked the lowest in the rankings. The trials are certainly not easy. But suddenly the information about it changed. It said that this year for the first time there will be a bounty hunting event. A top 10 participant will be randomly selected as a target, and their location will be revealed to all participants. Anyone who destroys the target will get all their points, and their team members will get 10 times the points they scored during the event. There wasn't even anything like that in the last trial. The test is just a game for the examiners, and they naturally want to make the game more interesting. Anyone who is chosen as a target will be at risk, but will also have a lot to gain. He asked they do this to them. Zhuangxiang just wanted to survive. Dong Jie told him not to worry, for he who laughs last laughs well. However, the target was Dong Jie from the 557th team. His coordinates were also there. It's like a bad dream. The protagonist apologized for it. Since things have turned out this way, he has good news and bad news. Tang Yu asked which news they wanted to hear first. She wanted to hear the good news. Using this school bridge as a base of defense, they can set traps and ambush anyone who comes along. Zhongqi then asked what the bad news was. Now everyone knows they are hiding here, and no one else will try to cross the bridge. But anyway, the bridge was always a temporary plan. Once they notice all the security pods on the bridge, then people will realize it's dangerous and try to avoid it. Why does he feel like both news is bad? Benefit and risk always exist together. With their speed, even if they survive to the end, they may not have enough points to get into their desired university. So they should take this chance to take a chance and try to do something impressive. If they work together, getting through this time won't be a problem. He asked Tang Yui if there were any traps in his equipment box. He replied that of course there were. Lulu will watch from there. Zhuangxiang and Zhongqi will accompany Tang Yu to set traps. She asked what the leader would be doing at this time. He decided to go lure some animals and let them roam around the neighborhood of the school. So anyone who wants to kill the protagonist will have to face more difficulties than they expect. But another team arrived at the designated location. The leader told everyone to be on their guard. They hid in the school and killed participants who tried to cross the bridge. So it's no wonder he has so many points. However, they are too far behind in points. Eliminating the goal is the only chance to come back and overtake the others. But you should not be in a hurry, and it is better to keep an eye on the highest point of the building. For now, they will use cover to get closer. As soon as they approached, you saw that there were many ex-participants ahead. You should be careful, because there might be an ambush. Suddenly, he stepped on something. Afterward, they heard an explosion. He told everyone not to panic and to stay in their seats. The rules stated that nothing but rune weapons could be brought onto the island. Suddenly, he remembered that it could have been the guy who had been recognized by the chief examiner, who in turn had chosen the mechanic for his team. So the neighborhood around the school is full of traps. The girl offered to retreat, but the leader refused to do so, for this was his last chance to return. If they failed this time, they would not be able to return. They will slowly approach while trying not to set off any more traps. But suddenly they saw a car coming at them. He didn't realize at all what was happening now. Zhuangxiang came out of it, after which he opened the back of the truck. And then the guy started running. He wondered what they were even doing now. Suddenly, a 3-horned F-rank armadillo ran out from there. It has a clarifying scaly armor, and the 3 horns on its head are extremely strong. They didn't understand where such a rune beast even came from here, but he kept rushing at them, so they had to run away from there. However, the girl could not escape the car that the armadillo had planted. That car fell right on top of her. The security badge was then activated, and she dropped out of the exam. The guy himself started running too. He entered the building. These guys are too sneaky. Not only did they set up traps, but they even used the captured rune beast to attack them. Suddenly, Zhuangsong appeared there and said that such remarks about his team in his own presence would have serious consequences. He asked where this guy came from. He replied that he had been expecting him here on purpose. He wanted to try out his new equipment, after which the guy used the skill-reckless bull attack and immediately pounced on his opponent. Of course, the guy with red hair couldn't counter this attack, so he dropped out of the exam. Afterwards, Zhuangxiang checked his points that he had earned through this battle. The rest of the team appeared behind him and he thanked them. Dong Jie replied that they were teammates, so they should help each other. He already had 44 points. Zhongqi had 32.5 points. Lulu and Tang Yu 32. The leader is too strong, and those who came to kill him couldn't even withstand one shot from him. Through the event, they eliminated 13 contestants and received a total of 130 points. But the rankings are only updated every 12 hours. Otherwise, all members of the team would be in the top 10. The reward is awesome, but they shouldn't let their guard down until this event is over. Dong Jie used strategic location and a prize event to score 44 points. He wondered who Ye Tianchen was, who had the first rank in the rankings, and how he managed to score 52 points. Meanwhile, one of the contestants was taken but the scope, after which he was hit by a bullet and flew out of the exam. This shot was fired by Ye Tianchen, who was an E-rank rune sniper. Yan Yi was also watching him. The old man had picked up on the fact that this guy was a lone wolf, with no teammates. He camped in the city near the bridge and killed everyone who passed by, scoring 57 points. Yan Yi didn't deny that A Tianchen was very strong, but he didn't like this guy. When a rune hunter decided to become a lone wolf, the losses would be too great. When fighting rune beasts, you need a team. He just thinks that Ye Tianchen's attitude towards life is cold. If someone like him stands up strong, it could be bad for humanity. He also noticed that all the competitors on Team 557 had moved up in the rankings. He could have easily scored all the points, but he allowed his teammates to improve with him. Compared to A Tianchen, he thinks that Team 557 has a better chance of winning. Suddenly, a researcher rushed in and told them that this data was wrong and there was an error in it. Shiji told him to come back here. Shiji took hold of this researcher's clothes, saying that he had seen before in this situation. If he said it was okay, then it was okay. They were approached by Yang Yi, who inquired as to what was going on. The man replied that this researcher is afraid that there will be another wormhole outbreak. But he has seen the data. While it is true that it is different from the past, it is within limits. After all, he had faced this situation many times when he was the chief examiner. So it's not a big deal. But the researcher said the data this time is really different. Yan and even decided to check it all out himself. The researcher assured that the fluctuations in the magnetic field that surrounds the island have peaked. They cannot jeopardize the lives of the participants. Even if there is a 1% chance of a wormhole occurring, they must not ignore it. He informed everyone to stop the test and send shuttles to immediately transport all participants back to the port. He called Yang a crazy bastard too. Shiji had said that there was nothing special about it, right? He didn't understand this person's train of thought at all. Yan asked if there was a wormhole outbreak and thousands of participants on the island died. Would he be able to take responsibility for it? In response, Shiji wondered what if there was no outbreak, and the chief examiner simply stopped the test for nothing. Yan Yi was willing for the sake of these future rune hunters to take the responsibility. This Yang had always tried to be a good guy. He was very curious to see what he would do if no outbreak occurred. But suddenly there was a new thunderstorm. They didn't realize what was going on. The man reported that it was a wormhole outbreak. The shuttle that was flying over the island was destroyed. Debris began to fall near the island. On the island itself, wormhole flashes appeared, from which the monsters have been cut out. Now everyone was convinced that it was indeed a space wormhole outbreak. A space-time barrier has formed around the island. They can't break through and get to the island. Even their communications shuttle is destroyed. They can't even contact the participants on the island. What are they going to do now? It's been fine for so many years. So why is this happening now? The spatio-temporal barrier prevents outsiders from entering the island, because it stabilizes the space-time wormholes, allowing beasts to pass through. This is bad news for the contestants, for they are in great danger. She mentally cursed all those monsters. Everyone started to panic, not realizing what they should do. It was already too late, and they wouldn't even be able to save them. Yanan shouted for everyone to calm down. The others turned their attention to him. Now they must try everything in their power to overcome the space-time barrier and rescue the trapped contestants. With every second wasted, more and more participants on the island will be put in danger. He ordered to first contact the Eastern Military District's General Command and asked them to send a rune atomic cannon to destroy the space-time barrier. Then they must set up a new communication system. Before the rune atomic cannon gets here, they should think about how to break the space-time barrier. All available personnel and resources should be mobilized to investigate the extent of the space-time wormhole. They all understood his orders. The man reported that the communication system is completely paralyzed. If they don't want to establish communication, they need to find a way to open a hole in the barrier and launch a communications cell phone inside. He contacted the Eastern Military District General Command. They say the cannon won't be here until morning. They calculated the scale of space-time wormholes on the island. These are the lowest rank F wormholes. That's the good news. Beasts like who get in will mostly be F rank, some E rank, and rarely D rank. Participants are able to hold out until they break the barrier. She reported that the rune atomic cannon was not something that could be fired at will. Even if she got to the port in the morning, it would still take half a day to debug it. By the time the rune atomic cannon was debugged, the safe zone on the island would be closed. At this time, the participants will face thousands of beasts with nowhere to run. They will no doubt become food for the beasts. He ordered the transport team to figure out how to speed up and get the cannon here by midnight. If the bias in the data was that severe, there's no way these researchers would have waited. He guessed that Vice Examiner Liu had ignored the researchers' warning and prevented them from notifying the chief examiner. Lao Shijai wanted to explain himself, but the man told him to just shut up. Once this case was over, he should wait for his punishment. He only looked at him in silence. Others have also noticed that something is wrong. The girl asked what it was. Tang Yu replied that this flash is a wormhole, and it's very bad. Dong Jie told him to stop joking around. He also asked him not to say that this is another test the examiners are doing. Except it's not a test, it's a real problem. Zhuangshang didn't understand how this was possible. It had been these 3 years since the last wormhole outbreak. So why are they facing this now? The space-time barrier had isolated them from the outside world, but she was sure that the examiners would come to rescue them. And there he was again, stuck in another wormhole flash. When Dong Jie was young, his parents died in the disaster that the wormhole outbreak caused, and that's where he helped Xiao. There was another outbreak again. The protagonist didn't understand what he should do now. Suddenly, a special mission appeared before his eyes. He must save as many participants as possible. If he saves 10 participants, he will receive a spirit development medicine. If he saves 20 participants, he will get 2 spirit development medicine. And if he saves 50 participants, he will get 2 spirit medicine and a special reward. And if he saves 100 participants, he will get 5 pieces of spirit development medicine and a mystery reward. Is it a special mission this time, and he has to save the other contestants? There was also an evolutionary mission where he must save over 200 contestants and become the champion. As a reward, he would receive a rank E rune stone. The decisive rule of the challenge is to eliminate other contestants, but this mission requires him to become a champion by saving other contestants. How is that even possible? Suddenly, his leg was grabbed by Zhuangxiang, who told the leader that he was scared and didn't understand what to do now. Dong Jie kicked him to bring him to his senses. He told everyone to calm down. According to his observations, the scale of the wormholes must be F rank. This means that most of the F rank beasts with a small chance of E rank beasts appearing. Behind the fighting ability of this team, they will be able to handle these beasts. As long as they guard the school and wait for the rescuers, they will definitely be fine. Dong Jie inquired. But is it enough to just guard the school? Dong Jie asked what he meant. There are other participants outside who may die at the hands of the monsters, and they will be the people who didn't save them, even though they could have. He wants to save the other contestants and bring them to school. But that's a big risk. They can barely defend themselves as it is. According to Tang Yui analysis, this team has more than 80% chance of survival, so it's worth a shot. But he was still scared, because it was only 80%. That was the difference between surviving and seeking death. Dong Jie decided to calm him down, and asked him if he remembered his oath when he became a rune hunter. The strong must shed blood for the weak. They work hard to get stronger. Isn't that to protect weak people? If they act like cowards now, what's the point of surviving? But he still didn't like the idea. Tang Yu agreed. Even if they might die, he didn't want to be a coward. Zhuangshang asked, wondering if he had just called him a coward. Lulu is scared too, but she can't just hide and watch people die when she can help them. Dong Jie prefers to kill beasts rather than humans. This is what rune hunters should be doing anyway. Still, he agreed to do what he could to help. They were all determined to go save the other contestants. He mentally vowed to keep them all safe. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing also noticed the wormhole flash on the exam broadcast. This guy has had some damn bad luck. Even though it's only an F-rank wormhole, it's on the island of Storm and Thunder. The space-time barrier has destroyed the communication system, and the command center cannot contact the participants on the island. They are still receiving a live feed from the island and will continue to broadcast as the situation develops. They all hope that the participants are safe. She thought she'd met a talented guy, but it looks like he won't even make it. While other members and teams are busy running away from the monsters that have appeared from their wormholes, the members of Team 557 have given up their vantage point, determined to save the other members who are in danger. This kid is really different. She really hopes they can all get through this crisis. They didn't understand why so many beasts suddenly appeared here. Some began to panic, thinking that they were all going to die. Of course, some could not be saved. Behind them are thunderstorm zones, and the bridge ahead is occupied by beasts. The man asked the leader what they should do, and the man replied that they could only take their chances. But suddenly the monster noticed them. If they're dying water, maybe they still have a chance to survive. But you have to be on your guard, because there could be critters in the water too. And that, unfortunately, was the truth. A girl was grabbed by a tentacle. She screamed for help. The leader recognized it as a F-rank runic beast, a crystal octopus. There's no way they can even beat him in the water. What to do now? The man replied that they couldn't defend themselves right now, let alone save her. The leader asked if the bastard was suggesting that they abandon her and run away. She was all screaming for help. The sudden shot was able to free her from the tentacle, after which she fell into the water. They all turned back to thank this man who had saved them. Dong Jie shouted to them to swim to shore. After they climbed out of the water, the leader shook his hand, thanking the boy. This guy really could have taken the chance to destroy them and score more points, but he didn't, and that deserves respect. Right now they are all hunters who are fighting against rune beasts. So why would Dong Jie kill them just for points? The blonde guy acknowledged the guy's validity and said they all owed him a debt, despite the fact that he had already rescued 16 contestants. 3 of them had been eaten by it right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, 2 more participants were grabbed by an octopus. Dong Jie turned around and saw the full size of this octopus. The missile was already on its way to destroy it. Tang Yui came to his aid, as well as the Lulu. Zhuang Shang used the skill-reckless bull attack, after which he attacked the octopus right in its face. Zhongxi wanted to jump on him to deliver a decisive blow. Then his sword was stained with the blood of an octopus. They noticed the man's village, nor did good teamwork pass their eyes. The man even suggested that they must have been practicing together for years. Here they killed another one. He asked the leader how they were doing. Dongji said not to get distracted and to stay on guard. They must clear the bridge so that the participants can get to the school. He then told the other guys to follow them to a temporary shelter on the other side of the bridge. The blonde man asked if he still planned to rescue the other participants. It's been an hour since the outbreak, but they haven't received any reinforcements from the island. It's best to assume they're isolated from the outside world. They can only count on themselves right now. And the only chance to survive is to pull everyone together and fight. Others have spotted a spiny shark that definitely won't make it to shore. She decided to swim away from the shore. Afterward, these people thought they were able to survive. Suddenly, someone shot the man. He turned to the man who was shooting and couldn't believe he was still thinking about the scores. If they were in the pods now, they would be defenseless and would be eaten by the beasts. After another shot, he knelt down and begged for mercy, but he took another shot. After which, the man shouted for the bastard to come out to fight if he dared. However, he had already been taken in the crosshairs. After which, a shot rang out. It was Ye Tianchen who thought that they were just a bunch of weaklings. These people are only fit to be stepping stones for the strong. He asked the injured man to hold on, for reinforcements would be arriving soon. It hadn't been that long since the Wormhole outbreak, and the experts still hadn't taken any action. They must have given up on them by now. If they knew this was going to happen, there is no way they would have participated. And why hasn't support come so far? People need treatment, and some just wanted to go home to meet their family. Suddenly they saw Dong Jie, however they called him the leader. This guy saved everyone, and he must have a way to make sure they all survive. The main character told everyone to calm down. He told the Lulu to bring the wounded and help bandage them. The other side of the bridge was engulfed in a thunderstorm. All the men who could have been saved were picked up by his team just now. Even if they are enemies in the face of death, everyone realizes what awaits them. Dong Jie must unite everyone. It's been 2 hours, but rescuers still haven't arrived, so they should prepare for the worst. By tomorrow, the safe zone of the island would be smaller. Consequently, they would be surrounded by monsters on all sides, so it was worth preparing. The man wondered if they would just wait to die, but the guy replied that of course not. Since there is no salvation from outside, they will save themselves. According to the analysis, the level of the space-time wormhole this time is F rank. That is, there are F rank rune beasts there, which means that people are able to resist. As long as they are united, they can survive. However, everyone was silent and they didn't seem to like the plan. In response, Dong Jie wondered if they had forgotten those who had died in the jaws of the beast. It was better to take up arms and kill these creatures than to become scum and cowardly lowlifes who would eventually just become food for the beasts. Someone answered the call after all. The others looked at the man. The man with the injured arm said that the competition is being recorded, so even if he dies, he wants everyone to know that he fought to the end. They will risk their lives and they will definitely survive. As the safe zone gets smaller and smaller, soon the school won't be able to protect them. They must use this time to recover. In an hour, they will leave this place. Zhongqi mentioned that there was something else that needed the leader's attention. Specifically, what they will do with the participants in the pods. The capsules will protect them from the weather, but the dropouts will be kept asleep until the ordeal is over. If left here, they will surely be killed by the monsters. They wouldn't be able to take so many people with them. Dong Jie decided that they would hide them in places that the beasts wouldn't be able to find. At least that was all they could do for them for now. Junqi decided to look into it. Tang Yu suggested going to the center of the island. That way, not only would they be able to hide from the storm, but they would also find some medicine. Many of the contestants they rescued are severely injured and will not survive without proper treatment. Dong Jie decided to do as his partner says. He also asked to find a safe route to the city. He then turned to Zhuangxiang and explained that once they left the school, they would need someone to scout the area. Therefore, Zhuangxiang should choose a few people. He's gonna get to it right now. Yan Yi asked what stage the communication system's recovery was at. The man replied that the shuttle that supported the communication system was destroyed by the space-time barrier. Until they could overcome the barrier, communication would not be restored. The examiner could not believe that there was no other way. The subordinate replied that there was another way. They will use all their firepower and focus their attack on one point of the space-time barrier. There's a chance that they can make a small breach that way. If they can create a hole large enough to send a communication module to the island, they will be able to transmit the participants' information. But what's the point, since support might not arrive until tomorrow? This will make them even more upset. Shukyo said that she had a suggestion. She estimated that if the wormhole outbreak continued until tomorrow morning, there would be over 10,000 rune beasts on the island. The participants would gather in an extremely small area. This means that even if the atomic cannon can be fired tomorrow morning, the participants will die a certain death. The only way for them to embroider is to get the participants to work together and destroy the wormhole, thereby preventing further aggravation. Bo Quan replied that they were just a bunch of low-rank hunters. Could they even expect these hunters to destroy the point at the boundary of space-time themselves? She advised the old man not to forget that it wasn't just strong rune hunters that kept the peace. This is just a F-rank wormhole. As long as these people cooperate, they can succeed. According to the researchers' analytical reports, the time-space crossing point is in the center of the island, and the island's command center should have enough explosives to detonate the time-space crossing point. The idea of CUQ is also worth trying. Then you should select a trustworthy participant and give him the message. He should lead everyone to the end of the mission, but they need to pick someone soon. Shijai mentioned that this person must be a strong hunter, so she recommends Etian Chen, but no one supported his idea. He didn't understand why they weren't supporting him and asked if they knew anyone stronger than this man. Shukyo turned her attention to the monitors, after which, the girl offered the team leader 557, Dong Jie, Yan, and mentioned that this issue touches the lives of thousands of participants. He asked if she was sure this guy could do it. She paid attention to him from the beginning. This guy is not only strong, but he also has something that Etian Cheng doesn't have. Yan inquired on what he had. The girl replied that it was the ability to lead. This rune beast already wanted to eat its victim, but suddenly the bird heard something. Before she could do anything, she was immediately overtaken by gunfire. It was Dong Jie. He advised that the route is clear so they can pass. Shuangzhang told everyone that they could run. Other than rune sniper, no other profession can boast such efficiency. The leader is truly amazing. After which, he glanced at the mission window, which said that he had already saved 22 people. Along the way, they rescue 2 other contestants, but most of them turn up dead by the time they get to them. Tang Yu said that at this pace they should be able to reach their destination before sunset. Dong Jie said he would take care of the next route with the team, but suddenly something exploded in the space-time barrier. He noticed this and told everyone else to find cover. But suddenly the protagonist noticed this thing flying right at him. Before the thing hit him, he managed to jump away from that spot. After the smoke cleared, he approached the capsule, but he didn't know what it was. The rest of his team immediately ran to the leader. Dong Jie replied that he was fine, but that the thing had suddenly broken through the barrier. He asked the others if they knew what it was. Tang Yu guessed that it was a military landing pod. They just need to press a button to open the capsule. A hologram of Chief Examiner Yan Yi appeared there and addressed Team Leader 557 Dong Jie. Zhuangxiang was glad that they were sending people to rescue them. Lulu pointed out that it didn't seem to be a communication device, but a video recording device. Dong Jie told them to keep quiet to listen to what they had to say. There has been an outbreak of a rank F wormhole on the island. The good news is that the live feed is continuing without interruption, but the communication shuttle has been destroyed, so they can't contact the participants, and reinforcements won't arrive until tomorrow morning. The safe zone was getting smaller by the hour. The question was whether they would even make it to morning. They're doing their best to bring in reinforcements, but also hope these guys can do something on the island to help themselves. They have observed Dong Jie's actions and believe that this member is the most qualified person to command this operation. Yan, and asked if he was willing to accept this mission. The guy replied that he did. Yan and Hope he answered in the affirmative. Now he would give the details of the plan for this mission. The Wormhole core is located in the stadium in the center of the island. Once the border point is destroyed, the barrier will disappear. This is the old command center of the island, and there should be enough explosives inside to help destroy the border point. Dong Jie must gather capable rune hunters, bring the explosives to the stadium, and blow up the border point. Once the barrier is gone, they will immediately send reinforcements to destroy the beasts on the island and get them all out. He hopes this guy can succeed in this mission and lead everyone to survive this wormhole outbreak. He thought it sounded much more dangerous. She said to him not to get upset. At least they got some news from the outside world. It was better than knowing nothing. That's not exactly good news, though. If the main command didn't have any other methods, they wouldn't have allowed them to accomplish this mission. Since they are here, that means they had no other choice. If they don't succeed in this mission and save themselves, it's highly likely that everyone will die before reinforcements arrive. They need to succeed no matter what. Then he asked Tang Yu to change the route and inform everyone that they were going to destroy the border point. Meanwhile, Tian Cheng was thinking about the fact that this guy was stepping on his heels in the rankings. It would be better for this guy to stay out of his sight. All the wimps on the outskirts are killed, so the city should be more interesting. Meanwhile, the news was reporting that Test Command was attempting a double rescue operation, both external and internal, largely due to his excellent performance as the guiding Dong Jie, the leader of the 557th team. He was selected by the chief examiner as the interim commander of the internal rescue operation. But what's so special about this guy, and whether he can complete the mission? They can only wait and see. She didn't understand why the wormhole outbreak was happening now either. She asked Dong Jie and Xiao Yu to be safe. Meanwhile, the others were following the fact that these guys had already entered the city, and they had indeed made the right choice. Yan and hoped that things would go smoothly for them. Zhuangxiang swept his eyes over the fact that this must have been Togo City as the previous wormhole outbreak occurred. There is such devastation here. Lulu heard that it was a D-rank wormhole outbreak. Most people didn't even have a chance to evacuate. Along the way, they were able to rescue 5 other participants. But they're badly injured. We need to find medical supplies as soon as possible. Zheng Qi told the boss that he had found a pharmacy where he could find everything he needed. They arrived at the pharmacy and were finally able to heal. And it's all thanks to Brother Dune and his team. Otherwise, they would have all died here. Our path will be dangerous. So Tan Yui suggests leaving the wounded here and sending the best team to the center to retrieve the explosives. Dong Jie asked how many men they had. Zhuangxiang replied that apart from their team, there were only 9 people who could still fight. He told Zheng Qi to take 4 men and stay behind to protect the wounded. The rest will follow him to the command center. They would set off in half an hour. There was only ruins all around. The protagonist advised everyone to be on their guard. Zhuangxiang noticed that this store has canned goods with a long shelf life, and perhaps they are still usable. They haven't reached the center yet, so everyone can rest here. Ludu also handed him a bottle of water and bread, indicating that the leader should have some refreshment as well. The boy thanked her for that. He noticed that this girl seemed to like Dong Jie. He recognized the leader as cool too. Even if he was a girl, he would like this guy too. Afterward, he found a nice bottle of liquor. Looks like he got lucky today. But he was stopped by Dong Jie, saying that drinking alcohol was not a good idea in this situation. Zhuangxiang was glad that he could sit down as much food as he wanted without worrying about money. This was only possible in the wilderness. The protagonist approached Tang Yu and asked what was wrong. He replied that the rating was constantly changing. The leaders should take a look at this as well. The strangest thing was that, for some reason, Tian Chen had the highest scores. He was in first place with 156 points. In second was Dong Jie, who had 48 points. And in third place was Zhuangxiang. Their team no longer excluded participants after the wormhole outbreak. But that's not what he's doing. Is he still destroying the contestants? Even in this situation, not only had a 9th-ranked member suddenly disappeared, his points had been added to Tian Cheng. Since the command center had lost control of the island, the bounty hunt was still going on. But does this guy have no idea of the big picture at all? So why is he still eliminating others such a time? Tang Yui suspects that he doesn't even care about entering the academy and just enjoys killing others. Regardless, the game is better off avoiding this type of bastard. Suddenly, a special event bounty hunt was activated, and the target was chosen to be Chen Lulu. The duration of the hunt is 59 minutes and 59 seconds. They didn't understand at all why they were so unlucky. In that case, they should first destroy Ye Tianchen and then go after the explosives. If they get distracted by this guy, the beasts will fill in. Destroying the border point is top priority, he reassured the girl, talking about just being there for her. Dong Jie would not let anyone hurt her. Shi Qian also observed this picture. Tang Yin gave a displeased look as well. And of course Xiao Keqing. The mercenary team was even fascinating to watch. Poison Wolf didn't understand how this guy could flirt with a girl in such a situation. Skinny Monkey thought that Poison Wolf himself wasn't qualified enough to say anything. Poison Wolf asked if he had any problem with that. Skinny Monkey said he didn't have any problem with it. Mountain Tiger mentioned that since all of the Dong Jie team members are ranked, this bounty hunting event is an obstacle for them. Due to the space-time barrier, the command center cannot interfere with the island's program. And this bastard Atian Chen is more ruthless than veterans like them. Even the Poison Wolf had heard of him before. He asked if they remembered the little monster of the Heavenly Treasure area. Big Cow asked if the Heavenly Treasure area hadn't been destroyed by the Wormtails 20 years ago. Now that the leader mentioned it, even he remembered something. 20 years ago, there was a wormhole outbreak in the Celestial Treasures area. The beasts caught some babies and took them to a nest to feed their chicks. And when the rescue team found the nest, they discovered a child who had killed up to 3 young animals and drank their blood. This kid was taken in by an A-rank hunter and raised as a successor. And this guy is a current Ye Tianchen. That means he has the support of an A-rank rune hunter. Since he's going after other participants in this situation, he's already pissed off countless people. When the trial is over, he will be punished for it. Now they can only pray that Dong Jie doesn't run into him, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. The old command center. There's a wormhole near the command center building. He turned to Aili, who was a scout, and asked if she could check out the situation in the neighborhood. The girl replied that of course she could, after which she launched her drone. She saw that most of the beasts were in the outer zone, so if they were careful, they might be able to avoid fighting them. However, there are more and more beasts coming out of the wormhole, making it impossible for them to walk here. Tang Yu suggested the use of sewer tunnels. Most of the critters are above ground, so it will be safer that way. They opened the sewer manhole, and the guy told everyone to be careful. Zhuangxiang complained that it stinks a lot here. The island has been abandoned for many years, so we'll have to be patient for a while. About 100 meters ahead, there should be a way into the command center. When they enter, they will first close the entrance and then kill the beasts inside. The girl thought the place was very creepy. After that, a mouse appeared near her foot. She screamed because of this. Zhuangxiang calmed her down, saying that he would protect her. But suddenly that mouse jumped on him too. After that, he was already scared. Dongzhao told them not to shout so loudly. If there was a rune beast in the sewers, it would only attract unnecessary attention. They fell silent, after which they went on their way. Meanwhile, Atian Chen also noticed this store. His goal and reward for the 557 team should already be somewhere close by now. He wondered what corner they were hiding in. Suddenly, he spotted a sewer along with a cigarette. Looks like the rats have gone down the drain. That's pretty good for them. This tunnel should lead them straight to the inside of the building. But is it safe? Dong Jie decided to check it out. He used a snake's eye for this purpose. Other than his men, he saw no other warm-blooded creatures around. Suddenly, something caught his attention. It was very creepy and he didn't realize what it was. After which, he was grabbed by a rune beast. It was a rot-tailed crocodile. A rank E rune beast. A terrifying creature that lives in the swamp. Can exhale hot flames after absorbing swamp gas. It's pitch black in the sewers, and this beast can hide in the filth and attack. People's eyesight is poor, so they're not even his opponents. We must run away quickly. After which, he told everyone to quickly lick up the pipeline. Zhuangxiang thought that this was the end, for he would not be able to pass. Dong Taiji told everyone to wait upstairs until they had dealt with the rot-tailed crocodile. Then they would join the others. Then he told Zhuangxiang to follow him. The latter said that such things should be warned about. They ran out. It was really hard for Zhuangxiang. He informed his boss that he could no longer run. The main character mentioned that he should exercise more. This guy's physical strength and agility are very low, so he can't run for a long time. The sewer scheme is complicated, and the sewage is easily confused. This beast can attack at any time. If it continues like this, he will die sooner or later. Whereupon the fellow informed them that they must kill this beast quickly. But he didn't want to do that, after all. It was an E-rank beast. Dong Jie asked if he was afraid. He really was afraid, but he didn't want to admit it. But there's not much of a way out, so he agreed to listen to his boss's instructions. First, he has to take off his jacket. He backed up, not understanding what the leader was planning to do, and after a while, the rune beast came out. He spotted those two. Then he attacked them. However, there were only their belongings and grenades. There was an explosion. Well, since this monster is so hungry, let him try these grenades first. The crocodile has a keen charm. Using this to create a trap to lure him in is quite clever. The leader is not only smart, but also knows a thing or two about rune beasts. But right now, he stinks really badly. Dong Jie told him not to relax. These grenades are not enough to kill this crocodile. The thick scales on him are very tough. Suddenly they noticed an attack flying at them. Dong Jie grabbed Zhuangxiang, after which they dodged. Zhuangxiang started to panic. This beast was not dead. Dong Jie told him to calm down. The crocodile had taken a lot of damage and was now weakened. Zhuangxiang should now block its attacks with his shield and let him leave the rest to the protagonist. After another attack, he used a bull attack. There was no way he wanted to die in the sewer. Although his hide is very tough, he has one weakness, specifically his eyes. After which, the protagonist jumped and used a skill that increased the power of hitting in the air by 212%. So they finally defeated him. He couldn't even believe that they were able to kill an E-rank beast. After that, he took the rune crystal. Since he needed the crystal, he wanted to take it for himself. Since the leader had saved his life, this crystal would belong to him anyway. The system can help turn crystals into experience, and a rank E runestone will give a huge amount of experience. But he can't use it until he leaves the island. Suddenly he noticed a huge hole in the wall. It must be caused by the beast's fiery breath. Its destructive power is incredible after all. After that, they went inside and saw a lot of resources. It seems that this is what is called a reward for hard work. This location served as a logical command center warehouse. Since the beast is dead, Zhuangxiang should call everyone here. And the guy went to the gun. It's what you'd expect from a command center warehouse. This place is filled with food, weapons, and other resources. Meanwhile, others arrived. Tang Yu noticed that there was so much food, water, and medicine. They have everything they need to survive. Lulu, on the other hand, noticed that there were tactical suits here. She suggested that the boss put it on. Dong Jie thanked her for it, then told the others to change their clothes too. A little later, everyone recognized that this suit is really good. It was insulating, airtight, absorbed sweat, and even increased defense. Zhuangxiang thought that this suit was even much better than his old suit. Tang Yu found the explosives. That should be enough, but before they left, they should check the warehouse and see if there was anything useful there. Zhuangxiang wanted to do that. However, his attention was caught by a box that appeared to him to be something special. He opened this box. There were 3 runestones for weapons. It looked like they'd left here in a hurry, even forgetting to take this box with them. After that, the guy decided to use his improved glasses. All of the runestones were E rank. Fire Crystal Shield has strong defense and counterattacks with an epsilon effect when attacked, dealing some damage. Ghost Armor has strong defense and the ability to blend in with its surroundings, allowing the user to camouflage themselves. Cyclone Blast allows the user to attack in cyclone bursts and increases the user's attack range by 100%. Afterward, he told everyone else to take a look at this one as well. Tang Yu decided that the Fire Crystal Shield would be given to Zhuangxiang. The Ghost Armor and Cyclone Blast would be given to the boss. That way, they would be able to fully unleash the power of the runestones. No one objected. Luck was on his side after all. If he had this shield earlier, he would have been able to smash this E-rank monster. Lula wanted to watch the boss activate the armor and show them all. After that, the armor appeared on him. That actually looks cool. And even the cloaking ability was very useful. With this armor, the leader can shoot while remaining undetected. Dong Jie will work harder to protect everyone. The price of an E-rank rune armor isn't that small. Even a D-rank hunter probably wouldn't be able to afford this set. However, the main character received it for free. Since everyone had rested, they should take as many explosives with them as possible and complete the mission faster. Zhuangxiang will be ahead. He wants to find some beasts and test his new shield. They came to the surface and he began to destroy the beasts. With this shield, his combat abilities increased greatly, but he shouldn't get too excited. It's getting darker, which means it will be even more dangerous. Suddenly, someone shot Dong Jie's leg, who was able to ambush them in the first place. Zhuangxiang prepared to defend everyone. He also didn't understand what kind of bastard decided to attack them. If Dong Jie's conjecture is true, it must be a Qincheng. Could it be that this guy followed them all the way here? He's really crazy. 1 minute and 38 seconds remained until the end of the bounty hunt. Dong Jie guessed that this man attacked the leader as a distraction, and his real target was the Lulu. After that, he started shooting at the girl. However, she was protected in time. This man is a coward. Once they dealt with this person, then their journey would be safe. He said to quickly take the boss and Lulu to the building, and he would block the attacks. It was certainly noticeable that the leader was wounded. Tang Yu asked Yali if she could cure him. The girl replied that there was little she could do except stop the bleeding. Dong Jie said not to worry about him and use the radio to contact Atian Cheng. Tang Yu should say that they are going to destroy the border post. Therefore, this crazy person should not give them any trouble. He guessed that the guy with white hair was Dong Jie. If it wasn't for his runic armor, he would have been shot right in the chest. Suddenly, he heard these crises trying to contact him. Tang Yu stated that they have orders from the chief examiner, Yang Yi. They must take the explosives and destroy the border post. If Etian Chen makes trouble and delays them, all the participants on the island, including himself, will soon die. He was very interested in hearing about the destruction of the border point. He reiterated again that this is no longer a competition. He replied that his trial would end when he eliminated it. Then he would destroy the boundary point with his own hands and be the champion of the trial. This madman wants to kill the entire 557 crew and then destroy the border station. He pounded on the wall talking about how he was just a crazy, selfish asshole. Lulu didn't understand why this man was acting like this. Zhuangshang said that the refereeing should have already disqualified him. The experts can't do anything with him right now, so it's up to them. But the leader is badly wounded. Maybe the leader shouldn't go to the stadium with them to fight. He should rest. Those words are true. In his current state, the protagonist will only be a burden to these guys. Then why don't they just wait here? The guy stated that they needed to finish the mission, or else they would all die soon. Dong Jie himself decided to stay here and detain Ye Tianchen while they headed for the border post. Then she too decided to stay here and will be in charge. Well, they already have too few members. If they don't take enough explosives, the damage won't be enough to destroy the border post. So they should all go. But she was still worried about the leader. The guy replied that he was only wounded, not crippled. And this place is a great hiding place for a sniper. Once he dealt with Tian Chen, he could still continue to cover them from here. In the current situation, the boss's plan is the best chance to succeed. So they agreed to do as the guy says. They will surely accomplish the mission. The guys should get ready and wait downstairs. As soon as Dong Jie distracts Togo the madman, then they should leave quickly. The protagonist went down to the elevator and saw a possible backup generator. Then he pulled a lever and electricity came on to use the elevator. This building was originally an important infrastructure, so this is normal. Now it's time to come face to face with Ye Tianchen. Meanwhile, Tianchen looked over the runestones of skills: ballistic line, bursting shard bullet, and snake eyes. Due to a fight, he was disqualified for the university entrance exam. But thanks to his father's support, he was able to acquire so many runestone skills for the test. The F rank isn't even his equal. And if he were to face an A rank, he would be able to fight back with dignity. This Dong Jie is undoubtedly interesting. Tianchen hopes that it will last longer, otherwise this trial will be too boring. Suddenly, his cigarette was struck by a bullet. It could have been Tianchen's head if he hadn't ducked in time. He immediately drew his rifle and thought he was being ambushed. He didn't think there was a sniper on this team too. If it was Dong Jie, this bastard had almost destroyed him. After that, the guy shouted to Tang Yui that there was a chance. They should leave. Tang Yu told everyone to follow Zhuang Xiang and he would cover the rear. He was taken in the crosshairs. He wondered whether Dong Jie would abandon his comrades or would shoot again, and thus give away his position. Suddenly a shot rang out in front of him. After that, Dong Jie took this guy in his crosshairs. And now he's finally figured out the protagonist's location. After that, he used a bursting shrapnel pane. There was an explosion. He couldn't believe the bastard had shot the boss. Tong Yu said that the leader would be fine. Right now, they should leave. The longer they delayed, the more rune beasts they would have to fight. Zhuang Xiang asked the leader to hold on. Once they destroyed the border point, they would immediately come back and help him. It was close, and it almost hit him. He saw that this person possessed the E-rank skill, bursting shard bullet. Ye Tianchen must be rich. Either way, he should leave the area now. His team had to leave the danger zone. Now Dong Jie just had to find him and keep him busy with something until they finished the mission. But they won't let him leave the building that easily. In front of him, a devil monkey F-rank runic beast appeared. This beast is strong, bloodthirsty, and cruel. When its partner dies, it falls into a berserk state, which greatly increases its combat ability. This day is getting worse. They don't even give him a moment's respite. After which, the monkey attacked him. The protagonist used a chopping blow. Monkey didn't defend against that punch. As soon as he chopped up one monkey, a second one immediately jumped on him. He had to defend himself against that lunge. He was thrown right back against the wall. Because of his leg injury, it affects his speed, so the monkey decided to attack him again. Before he did, however, the protagonist fired a shot. The guy was yelling to keep attacking. It's like the monkey went berserk. Once he went into a frenzy, he would become as strong as an E-rank beast. Wounded, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. After that, the protagonist started shooting again, but that monkey was too quick to dodge his bullets. After that, he got the elevator idea. The monkey was almost beside him, after which he was able to dodge, and this monkey started to go downhill. Dong Jie shoots in for a takedown. Even if this thing doesn't die from the fall, it's definitely going to work with that last shot. However, his wound has reopened. It's quite troublesome. He obtained 2 more rune stones, but what a pity he couldn't absorb their rune energy right now. He could increase his level, and then his leg would be fine. In any case, before Ye Tiancheng finds him, one should go to check the position of Zhuangxiang and the others. But we need to get rid of this Ye Tianchen as soon as possible. Suddenly, a monkey started to come out of there. They are a 1-hour walk from the stadium, but considering all the beasts they will encounter, it will take at least 3 or 4. By the time they get to that place, it will be morning. Suddenly, she was attacked by a rune beast. They have to save her right now. Suddenly, this rat was overtaken by gunfire. Now it's clear that the leader is still protecting them. Even though it exceeded the communication range, the boss was still able to hit his target. Tam Yu wondered if he had dealt with that madman. After all, the one shot earlier could give away his location. Ye Tianchen used the bursting fragmentation bullet again. Once again, he had to run to change his location. That bastard is still watching him. Dong Jie has never fought other snipers before, and this battle is actually exhilarating. But luckily there are plenty of good places to take shelter, and now the final battle begins. It looks like it will only end when one of them is eliminated. Ye Tianchen thought that this guy was doomed. Yan Yi was also watching this battle and couldn't understand if there was nothing they could do to deal with this crazy guy. They have lost control of the island, so they can't do anything. This guy is attacking Dong Jie despite knowing the situation. He's just putting everyone's lives at risk. Once this is all over, Ye Tianchen will be punished by the Rune Hunter trial. Shijai thinks that Ye Tianchen is better than Dong Jie. He should have been chosen for the mission in the first place. Yan told him to shut up. Let him not forget that he too would have to come to court for neglecting his duties. Because he sees Xiu Qiu, it can be said that Ye Tianchen is not equal to this Dong Jie. Bo Kuang replied that Ye Tianchen has strong skills. Even though the Dong Jie has armor for protection, he is injured and cannot move normally. This is only proof of the fact that human greed and ambition are more dangerous than those of beasts. Tuchi must succeed. The protagonist fired again. However, this shot did not hit him. After which, Tianchen used a bursting fragmentation bullet. Dong Jie had to move to avoid being hit by a shot. Bullet's reload time is considerable, so now was his time to counterattack. After which, he used Snake Eyes. Does Tianchen think he is safe because he is behind a wall? Dong Jie just needs to keep hitting the same spot, and that way, he can break through the wall. Suddenly, the protagonist's bullet did indeed pierce the wall beside him. He couldn't believe that the same trash could do such a thing. Although his runestone skills are inferior to those of Tianchen, he has many ways to close the gap. Dong Jie is not weaker than him. He said that weaklings like that white-haired man were not fit to be rune hunters. So now he would send him to hell with his own hands. But this time he used a musical ballistic line. Unfortunately, the protagonist was unable to fend off this blow. But with this skill, even if the guy is behind a wall, the bullet will still reach him. It's a shame the accuracy is low. If it wasn't for that, he would have shot him in the head right away. There's no more hiding because the god of death already has his eye on him. If it wasn't for his armor, he would definitely be killed. Although the armor blocked most of the damage, Dong Jie's chest still felt as if a car had crashed into him. He just can't lose to this madman. There's a mission to complete. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a monkey that came right up to him. He was surprised she wasn't dead yet. It felt like he'd been trapped. Ye Tianchen didn't think of letting him go at all. There would only be one champion, and it would be himself. Nearby, Dong Jie noticed a spotlight. If it was connected to the backup power supply, he might even have a way to deal with the Tianchen. He wondered where this guy was hiding, after which he took him in his sights. And then he fired. Tianchen laughed, talking about this jerk being so weak. But he didn't expect this shot of his to hit the rune beast at all. Then where is Dong Jie now? Suddenly a spotlight began to shine brightly on him. Dong Jie told this guy to get ready to be destroyed. He didn't like that light at all, so he shot the spotlight. After that, he realized that Dong Jie was using the light to hide. The main character recalled the rule of rune hunters that the strong must shed blood for the weak. And he was no good at all as a rune hunter. He felt that the bastard had no right to say such a thing to him specifically. The protagonist used a skill called Cyclone Blast. Before the bullet hit him, the defense pod had time to activate to protect him from that damage. He thought that it was simply impossible that he had been defeated by some brat like Dong Jie. He exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing the fact that he no longer had to worry about that annoying bastard. Still, the world of rune hunters is more ruthless and cruel than the normal world. Therefore, the protagonist should keep getting stronger to protect Xiao and the others. He knew that sister was watching him, so he reassured her, telling her that the elder brother would return safely. Xiao will be waiting for him to return. Does this guy only care about Xiao? What about the others who care about him? Wu Dai noticed that his daughter must be jealous. But Dong Jie continues to surprise everyone. Still, his performances up to this point have been simply amazing. At this rate, once the trial is over, all the top rune hunter universities will be competing for this guy. They were happy that the protagonist had finally defeated this psycho. This guy is certainly full of surprises. Even if A Tianchen would still be sent to the hunter's court even if he did not survive. Yan Yi asked Chu Qiu if Qiao University was watching him. As soon as he didn't hear back from her, he went straight to the recruiter. The two of them were arguing as usual. Bo Quan thought he was a talented guy, and it would be a pity if Dong Jie didn't get into Beiji University. Shu Qiu asked if he meant to say that Qiao University was unworthy to educate him, and he believed that his university was the best in the Union. Therefore, the old man believes that once Dong Jie returns from the island, he will definitely make the right decision. Does he really think her university is some kind of second-rate university? Yawned and told the two of them to stop arguing. The problem hasn't been solved yet. Suddenly, the explorer noticed that the magnetic field around the island was changing again. What's happening again? It seems that a D-rank rune beast is trying to break through, but due to the wormhole's rank restriction, it can't go through at once. But in about 3 hours, the wormhole will gather enough energy to allow it to make its way through here. If Dong Jie and the others failed, the D-rank beast would kill all the contestants before they could fire the cannon. There was another piece of bad news. The beast has disrupted the island's magnetic field, and as a result, the thunderstorm zone has expanded. It will completely engulf the entire island in 4 hours. If that happens, no participant can survive. That means they have to blow up the border point as soon as possible. 2 hours later, stadium. They've finally arrived here. They can see the command center building from here. The leader can also see them. Tang Yu wondered if it exceeded his firing range. Lulu mentioned that they needed to get inside faster, but Zhuangshang told them to stop, for he had seen the beasts. Because of how big this wormhole is, we can assume that this is the place. They didn't understand how they should place the bombs near a wormhole with so many beasts. Even with her drone, it's impossible to transport them all at once. Not to mention that there are also a lot of flying beasts. It was too strange to assume that these beasts could defend a wormhole. Besides, they are too low-ranked and not that smart. He had a new assumption. Zhuangxiang asked rather to tell what Tang Yui had discovered. Starting at rank D, rune beasts are known to become territorial and often call upon lower-rank beasts to stand guard. These beasts are not here to protect the wormhole, but to stand guard against another beast. As it tries to pass through the wormhole, the probability of an F-rank wormhole letting a beast through is lower than winning the lottery. He never thought it would actually happen. He must do something, or else Tong Yu and the others wouldn't have a chance to destroy the border point. But suddenly the guy noticed something had changed. Others didn't realize what was going on, but the name should be cautioned. They saw an all-devouring D-rank basilisk appear with the wormhole. Tang Yu recognized the rune beast all-devouring basilisk, which they definitely wouldn't be able to handle. But there's no way they can publish. This rune beast hasn't fully come out yet. Therefore, they can just go to the depths of the wormhole. But the stadium is filled with monsters. Even if the basilisk doesn't come out, they have no way to kill the other beasts. There's got to be a way. They just have to find it. What the leader would do if he were here. Suddenly they heard the sound of a siren. She thought that the barrier had been broken, and Examiner Yan would come to save them. But then Tang Yui heard that the sound was coming from the building where Dong Jie was. The other beasts turned their attention to the light. Because of that sound and light, all the beasts head in that direction. The leader lures everyone to his place, so they have a chance to transfer the bombs. But doesn't that mean he'll have to face all those monsters alone? It's too dangerous. Even the boss wouldn't be able to resist that many rune beasts. I was sure he would die. Lulu told me not to say that. If they headed towards the building, it's a good chance for them. Tang Yu told everyone to quickly grab the explosives. They're leaving right now. It's really dangerous for Dong Jie. Therefore, they must complete this mission no matter what happens. He shouted that they must not miss the chance the leader had given them. They were all determined to make it happen. He picked up the explosives and told everyone to be vigilant and stay close. A leader must hold on, he must survive. Meanwhile, the beasts were approaching the building. His plan worked and everyone's coming this way. They are now in a race against time. His team must succeed no matter what. And now he was facing a horde of rune beasts again. Last time, he was just a helpless child. But now he would make them pay for breaking into his world. And now he's killed his first animal. The kid already had 54 points. It seemed to him that the thunderstorm zone began to expand faster. That means they don't have much time left. The guys have to keep moving forward. Lulu said to drop your bags of explosives here. But here were the rune beasts taking notice of them as well, after which he began to attack them. Fortunately, Zhuangshang was able to protect the Lulu from this, but he won't be able to hold it back for too long. Even if Tang Yu's weapon couldn't harm the basilisk, it was enough to attract its attention. He fired and an explosion sounded, which caught the basilisk's attention. The other beasts also took notice. Still, as a side effect, the explosion would attract the other beasts. After which he shouted to set the explosives. Everything was in place. Now they need to get out of here fast. Now that they're at a safe distance, it's time to blow them to smithereens. This nightmare will finally be over soon. Suddenly, however, she was interrupted. The device fell out of her hands. A new opponent appeared in front of them. The Mantis Reaper is a rank E rune beast. All sorts of obstacles seem to appear in front of them. First the D rank rune beast and now the E rank Reaper Mantis. Zhuangshang shouted out that he would kill it. Tang Yu said to get the device and detonate it, but the Reaper Mantis destroyed it. He was immediately attacked by Zhuangxiang, but the rune beast was able to fight this guy off. After that, he dealt with the steel ones as well. Even now, Tang Yu didn't know what should be done. Did they really screw up coming all the way out here? It looks like all their efforts are in vain. As things stand, everyone on the island will be dead before dawn. Yan asked how long it would take for the cannon to get here. They can't let these beasts run amok. Shuko mentioned that Dong Jie is still there, so they can't give up so easily. The old man knows she has high hopes for this guy, but even he can't do much in this situation. Besides, he's too far away from the stadium, and the distance far exceeds his shooting radius. Moreover, he is the one who is in the most dangerous situation. If they don't use explosives, they'll get eaten by animals. But he's too far away. However, it's too early to give up. He took the explosives in his sights. The rune skill E rank Cyclone Blast increased the shooting range by 100%, so he would be able to do it. He fired, and it was like a last hope. Suddenly there was an explosion. The severed head of the rune beast fell on the Mantis Reaper. They couldn't believe they had been blown up by a Dong Jie. Thus the space-time barrier was broken. They were able to do it after all. However, he was still in danger. Dong Jie knew that he had to risk his life to become a rune hunter, but he never thought he would die during the ordeal. He remembered Uncle Xiao, Poison Wolf, Firefox, Big Sister, and Fang Jie. And also what would happen to Xiao if he couldn't take care of her. The beasts were already upon him. The guy shouted furiously that he can't die here. He just refuses to do it. But suddenly something killed them, literally instant eye. He couldn't understand what had just happened, or who had done it. Suddenly he heard someone calling him. It was a Yang and one that seemed to arrive on time. He was glad it was the chief examiner. Afterwards, he thanked him for the rescue, but Yang and thought that they were the ones who should be thanking the guy. Suddenly the protagonist noticed that there was a monster behind him, but the examiner wasn't too worried about it. They say difficult situations reveal a person's true nature. Dong Jie showed the spirit of a rune hunter, thanks to his selfless and heroic act. Everyone on the island was saved. Yan and killed those things as if they were bugs. However, this was to be expected from the chief examiner, as he was really strong. He called the young Dun a true hero. He never thought anyone would make him a hero, whereupon Yan stated that the rescue squad would take over from here. This is their time to fight back. The rest of the Dong Jie should be provided to them. Looks like he doesn't need to do anything else. The situation is under control. Runic hunters were in the business of slaying monsters. Medics were treating the injured. The protagonist was glad that he had survived. He mentally told Xiao that Big Brother was coming back. Suddenly a light shone on him. He backed up, not realizing what now. The shuttle has landed. Shu Qi came out from there and asked Dong Jie to let the medics examine his wounds. They will take good care of the guy and provide the best treatment. The protagonist replied that it was fine since he wasn't badly injured. Once he is rested, then they can talk about Dong Jie's admission to Xiao University. He really couldn't believe that he was willing to be taken to a university like this. Bo Quan also noticed what the damn girl was doing. He yelled for her not to dare lure this guy before he got there. Dong Jie inquired who he was. Shukyo replied that he was the person who always kidnaps the students she has her eye on. However, this is just some old bastard from a third-rate university that the protagonist shouldn't even pay attention to. Of course, he didn't believe her words. She also observed that the rescue operation is in full swing. He hoped his comrades were all right. Thanks to the badge, he had learned that Tang Yu and the others were alive. But he wondered what was wrong with the others. Shukyo was sorry, but 2 participants died while trying to detonate bombs in the stadium, and Ai Li lost her arms. He knew the losses were inevitable, but he still expected a better outcome. However, these people are heroes. Their names will be engraved on monuments and remembered forever. And now Dong Jie should get proper treatment and get a good night's rest. He doesn't need that badge anymore, after which they flew away. Tang Yin kept yelling about how awesome he was. She was afraid that Dong Jie would die on the island, but he didn't disappoint her. But why on earth does she care about him so much? Shouldn't she instead be relieved for Xiao Yu? It doesn't matter. Because of his performance, Dong Jie will be able to choose one of the top 7 universities. If he doesn't plan to join the army, Beiji University is his only choice, which means she could become his classmate. Then they could go out into the wilderness again. Purple Gold Consortium. This little guy really surprised me. He has gone from being a simple rune hunter to being the center of attention of the world. He has a bright future ahead of him. Thus, admission to the best university is guaranteed. He will definitely become a real expert in the future. The girl even admitted that she wasn't sure about him at first, but it seems that this time she made the right bet. She contacted Xiao Yi, saying that they would leave for this port in 3 days. She should also not forget to prepare the most luxurious transfer. Xiao replied that there was a wormhole outbreak on the island, and it could be dangerous. But she shouldn't worry about that. They're going to bring home the hero of Qingshi, Dong Jie. Suddenly he wondered where he was now. A system window with a special mission appeared in front of him. He saved 2,731 participants. It seems that since the guy stopped the wormhole outbreak, the system counted all survivors as participants. There were a total of 2,900 participants. That means over 200 people died. The system reported that he had received 2 high-rank runic spirit development medicines, 5 medium-rank runic spirit medicines, and 5 mysterious rewards. He really has received so many wonderful rewards. There's even a high-ranked runic spirit development medicine. The system also reported that since his spirit level had exceeded 100%, the novice rank medicine had been removed. From now on, he could only obtain those mid-rank or high-rank medicines. Because of his 106% level, he gained a 6% overgrowth to his moonstone skills. Whether or not a mid to high-ranked medicine can further increase his level, then the strength of his skills would also increase significantly. After completing a mission, or when he levels up, his wounds heal automatically. Right now, he is the center of attention. If he fully recovers in just 1 night, he will probably be treated like a lunatic and used to. So he refused to have his wounds healed, after which he began to disappear from that world. And he woke up in a hospital room. Next to his bed was a fiery fox. He turned to her and asked her where she was now. She was glad the brat had finally decided to wake up. He'd been asleep for 2 whole days, since he had been involved in high-intensity fights for a long time. Once his mind relaxed, his body succumbed to exhaustion and went into sleep to recover. There were a few minor injuries, but the doctors had treated them, so everything would be fine. Dong Jie inquired about the situation on the island. It was funny to her that he was still worried about it. As soon as the border station was destroyed and the barrier was removed, reinforcements arrived and wiped out all the beasts. So he should relax since everything had been a success. There was only one thing he had to worry about right now. He asked what it was. Because of his excellent performance, he's now a championship star. Firefox has already sent many people from here. Dong Jie is a star student with high potential, and many people are trying to recruit him right now. It turns out he can choose any university he wants. She advised that he should not be content with just that. He could not only choose any university but also put forward his own conditions. He can waive the fees, get a certain amount of runic crystals every month, choose his specialization or any instructor he likes. The door to his room opened. He didn't understand why all these people were looking at him like that. They were all university professors who wanted to entice him to join them. If he entered Donghai University, he would be exempt from all fees and they would also approve him for graduate studies. He was offered to join the military academy, and also the University of Tsujin. These people looked more like salespeople than university recruiters. Yan and mentioned that they are all professors of famous universities, so they should behave accordingly. They all fell silent, as if they were ashamed. Suddenly his hand was grabbed. Yan and represented his alma mater and welcomed him to Silver Dawn University. After which, he asked what the guy thought about it. The chief examiner does the same as the others. He can't just buy those words. Like Sister said, he has to choose the one with the best terms. He asked for the advantages of enrolling in their universities, and then he would make a decision based on that. Bo Quan admitted that it sounded reasonable. Therefore, they should list their suggestions first, so that Dong Jie could choose. Shu Qiu agreed with this suggestion. They all started listing the best aspects of the university on paper to lure this guy to them. Bo Quan felt that none of them could come up with a better proposal than him. Yan Yi reminded them again to remember to behave properly. He was then handed these leaflets. I guess that's what it means to be popular. The Firefox chased everyone away, saying that Dong Jie is a patient who needs rest, so it's time for them to leave. Bo Quan asked the guy to make the right decision for himself. These people usually act arrogant, but now that they've discovered a talented guy, they're acting like children. Dong Jie didn't even know what to choose. He asked his sister if she had any suggestions. The girl replied that she never went to university, but a monster like this guy should go to a place full of monsters. He asked if there was such a university. The fiery vixen was referring to the wilderness, but if a guy doesn't want to, he can practice for a while. In any case, he should be well rested. He should take his time and carefully consider his choice. Besides, the closing ceremony of the trial will be held tomorrow. Therefore, he should be prepared. And so the next day came. The chief examiners welcomed everyone. Unfortunately, over 200 participants died during this year's challenge due to a sudden wormhole outbreak. They should honor the heroes in which they gave their lives during this ordeal. However, despite the circumstances, many participants showed their worth and stood out with their excellent performance. They have all shown their strength and courage in the face of grave danger. In the eyes of the Yang, and all of them are the epitome of the representation of a true rune hunter. The boys should be proud of that. All of them were glad they were able to survive, and now he wanted to announce this year's champion. This year's champion was rune sharpshooter Dong Jie from Qingxi district. Their captain is simply amazing. If it wasn't for him, a lot of participants would have died on this island. Dong Jie deserves to be the champion. Tiancheng is just nothing. He thanked everyone for those words. The guy also heard that Tianchen was captured and sent to the hunter's court. This guy will spend at least 20 years in prison and will never be able to become a rune hunter again. Yanan told the hero to get up. He also said a few words. He began by saying that 4 years ago, there had been a wormhole outbreak in his hometown. Countless beasts rushed to attack. At that time, he was too weak to do anything. He could only run and hide as his parents were killed by the beasts. And that day, he felt helplessness, despair. But ever since then, he vowed to become strong. He wanted to become someone who could protect the people dear to his heart. He knows that many of them have felt the same helplessness and despair in the last few days. All who are suffering, who have lost loved ones, have something to remember. The blood of the strong will be shed for the weak. He thanked them for such a sacrifice. Today he will take his oath again. He swears that he will be strong enough to protect the weak and keep the strong safe. Everyone was touched by the leader's words. Tang Yu never thought that he had such a tragic past. No wonder this guy is stronger than all of them. Yanan replied that he is really inspiring, and also he is looking forward to the day when Dong Jie becomes strong. Now he could choose any university he wished. Then the chief examiner asked him which university he was going to choose. Lu thinks he'll choose Zidao University, and Zhongqi thought he would go to the military academy. His leadership ability is very strong. He might even become a commander in the future. Bo Quan even dared to assure the guy that the conditions he provided are the best among all the universities. The old man also believes that the lad will make a wise decision. Zidao University will be waiting for him. Shukyo had always selected all the good and talented rune hunters, and now it was his time. Meanwhile, Shukyo was looking at the information about Xiao Axis. Her level of senior grade childhood runic spirit is unknown. Yan inquired about his response. He approached the two men to make his choice. It was as if the old man was sure his university would be chosen. However, the protagonist chose Xiao University. Bo Quan asked if he was sure of this decision. Whatever conditions they offered, Zidao University could provide twice, even 10 times as much. She mentioned that it was not good to talk about business secrets. But he didn't care, because he wanted Dong Jie to be at their place. He just can't let this guy go somewhere else. Yan and asked them to calm down. The universities of Zidao and Xiao were originally one. If a Bo Quan teacher liked Dong Jie, he could visit him at Xiao University and give his recommendations. But the old man didn't understand why it was that they were one. Dong Jie would still be a Xiao student, and all his achievements would have nothing to do with Zidao University. The guy apologized to the old man, talking about how he liked it too. Zidao University. But he had already made a promise to the teacher. He recalled the words that Xiao University was different from other universities in that they did not recruit elites, but real monsters. Dong Jie was a person who only had a runic spirit of 27%, but now he had awakened and became a hunter. He has outstanding talent and the potential to reach S grade. Considering the above, Xiao University is the best place for him. Because of the brutal enrollment conditions, they don't even accept 100 students per year. Thus, there are always more teachers than students. Therefore, he will definitely get the best teachers to help him overcome the limitations of his specialization. He admitted that it does sound tempting, but he has conditions. He hopes that Shukyo can agree to it. If he's talking about money, resources, or position, it's not a problem. The guy mentioned that he has a younger sister who is a tamer, but with the information she knows. Then Bai Xiaoxi is only 8 years old. She asked how it was discovered, and if she had already awakened. He explained that the girl had awakened recently and was successfully controlling the young beast. But her lower body was paralyzed, so she was confined to a wheelchair. He wants to take her with him to Xiao University and hopes the teacher can organize everything. Dong Jie thinks about how this is just a favor. But the 8-year-old girl is a tamer, just as much of a monster. But this time she's really lucky. It's a big request, but since he's very talented, she'll make an exception and agree to the request. He thanked teacher Shu Q for this. She held out her hand to him. After which the guy shook it. The girl welcomed him to her university. Temporarily, someone had already observed Dong Jie, saying that they would remember him. It was Tu Ju, a ranked rune sniper. Tian Chen was the son he cherished, and this guy got in his way. And that's something he won't let go of so easily. Dong Jie will feel pain worse than death. Harbor Hotel. He recovered faster than he expected. It's probably because his body has gotten stronger. But he can't wait any longer. The guy looked in his inventory to see the rewards he'd gotten for completing the quest. He wondered how much higher he would go if he drank all those drugs. As soon as she drank the medicine, she immediately became a top-rank E-hunter. He had gained 14 levels, and his skill efficiency had increased to 270%. That meant the power of his skills with the runestone had been increased by 2.7 times. The protagonist could even fight a D-rank hunter, let alone a rank E or lower. It also means that even the poison wolf is uneven to him. The system reported that the improvement was complete. As a reward, he received an E-rank runic armor. He still has a bunch of awards he hasn't tried out yet. Wind armor. It's a light armor with strong defense that can repel attacks from rank F and below, and the movement speed will be increased by 10%. Guy wondered if the effectiveness of the skill could increase the effectiveness of the armor. The system has notified that the effectiveness of the runestone will affect all runestone items. After she put on this armor, then his movement speed would increase by 27%. That's really crazy. He also had 5 mysterious rewards, one of which was a strengthening medicine. There was a D-rank sniper rifle with the attack types penetration, burst destruction, and cyclone blast. It has 3 skill slots. When using a D-rank blazing fire sword, the blade will emit flames. It can pierce the scales of an E-rank beast, and it has 2 skill slots. E-rank fast shot increases the firing speed by 300% for 5 seconds. The E-rank blaster strike allows you to deal 10 energy sword strikes that can reach 10 meters. With the effectiveness of the runestone, the speed of quick shot will be increased by 8.1 times, and the attack range of the blaster strike is 27 meters, releasing 27 energy sword strikes. And the strengthening medicine can be used as a trump card to save his life when he finds himself in a desperate situation. However, he hopes he never has to use the medicine. His progress has been too slow lately, but things are changing with these system awards. It's 2 months until he can enter the university. He should use this time to train in the wilderness and try to reach the D rank. But right now, he should go home. Xiaoxi must really miss him. The bell rang. He opened the doors and saw his teammates. Since the trial is over, they are all going home. He'll go home and miss those guys too. Zhuangxiang chose the military academy, and Tang Yu chose Beiji University. Zhongxi and Lulu also chose the universities they wanted to go to. He was happy for these guys. Lulu will also be a download by leader. It is a pity that their universities are in different cities. The girl hopes that the leader will come to visit them. The guy replied that of course he was coming. Since it is 2 months before enrollment, he will come to Qingxi and find Dong Jie when he is free. The protagonist asked if they could not but do something safer. But of course, he'll take this guy into the wilderness with him to hunt for animals. After that, Shouke nailed them along with the guards. Chuangxiang noticed that this girl was a good girl. He then inquired about who she was and her relationship with the leader. She snapped her fingers. After which, they all began to greet the hero Dong Jie. He asked the manager why she was here. She replied that she was here to surprise him. She even asked him to bring the contract. She invited the guy to be the face of the company. From now on, those who oppose Dong Jie will oppose the entire consortium. Manager Xiao must have seen his potential and decided to support him by paying 150,000 coins every month. With an increase of 20% every year, he asked the manager if it wasn't too lucrative a contract just for him. Xiao Keiqing replied that he is a real talent, so the benefits he will bring are much higher than the price she is offering. But they are not just talking about money. They will provide protection and will always be a support. He realizes that, and that's why he thanked the manager. Now that the shuttle is ready, it's time for them to go home. Zhuangshang began to cry, saying that he would never forget the leader. But that's okay, because they're all still comrades. Tang Yu studied at the University of Tsudao so they could meet more often. The others said goodbye to the leader. He also said goodbye to the boys, saying that they would see each other next time. After which they arrived at the site. There they were met by a fiery fox, and they flew away. He took one last look at this island. Shi Keqing suggested that he drink some water and relax. He thanked the manager for that. This guy was on the verge of life and death and must have missed home a lot. He just can't wait to get back to the others. Shi, on the other hand, had remarked that the neighborhood he and Xiao Shi were going to wasn't good enough. She wants the guy to move into a house in an upscale neighborhood and asked him what he thinks about it. Of course, he knew that manager Xiao wouldn't give him the house for free, so he assumed that she needed a favor from him. She praised his cleverness. He must do something for her that was not very grandiose, but rather complicated. She wanted the guy and a team of mercenaries to help retrieve a shipment of goods that had gone missing 2 years ago. Even the team of rune hunters responsible for escorting them hadn't made contact. Dong Jie inquired if this did not happen in the wilderness, and if it would not be better to contact Yu Jin then. She told him that the place where the Ray Arena goods had been raided was outside his territory. In the wilderness, every gang has a strongly developed sense of territory, so if they invade another gang's territory, it will be considered as a provocative act. Therefore, a Yu Jin can't do that. The Firefox contacted the Poison Wolf, then told the Xiao manager that they would accept the assignment, after which she called Dong Jie to her, for she had something to say to him. He walked up to her and asked her what was wrong. The Firefox didn't understand what it was that the manager didn't want to say in front of her, and whether this sly fox had fallen in love with Dong Jie. She wanted Dong Jie to do something for her that she couldn't trust another person to do everything. The protagonist asked if she didn't have people so trustworthy. Xiao Keiqing replied that they were only loyal to her outwardly, but it was actually loyalty to the Xiao family, not to her personally. This mission at first glance is to find lost goods, but the real mission is to find her little brother who has disappeared there. The boy guessed that this question was not as simple as it seemed. He probably knows that she is the illegitimate daughter of the second son in the family. Her family disliked her, so they sent her to do business in the area, but no one knows that she has a younger brother. A few years ago, her father died in the wilderness, which means her younger brother is the sole heir to her father's estate. For his survival will affect the structure of the whole family. He will definitely become an eyesore for many people, so she must protect him well. After she persuaded Yu Jin, a transportation route was opened and then firmly established in the Qingxi area. Cat Qing wanted to transfer her younger brother to this area, so she sent him along with the transportation team. But 2 days ago, she lost contact with that team, and there was no news about her younger brother either. If she sends someone from the consortium, the younger brother's identity would definitely be revealed. In this situation, he can only trust Dong Jie. The protagonist must help her find Xiao Chuan and bring her back safely. The fire vixen didn't understand what this old witch of now was doing to Dong Jie, since he also has a younger sister. He understands her feelings. He also promised to help her, but she was worried, for he had just finished the test, and perhaps his body had not yet recovered. But he replied that he was perfectly fine. The fire ladder couldn't stand it and asked what the two were talking about. Then she told the protagonist not to be tempted by the rich woman. They only looked at her in confusion. The protagonist explained that sister was making stuff up, and they were just discussing the details of the mission. She decided to give them one night to recover, but tomorrow morning they must leave. Even though it's only one night, he realizes that boss Xiao's younger brother is in danger. However, he is glad that he still has those opportunities to meet the family. This way, he can still have a big feast for his sister. They decided to drink to their health. Wu Di believed that the brat could pass this test. He thanked Uncle Xiao. Poison Wolf mentioned that after he graduated, he would at least become a C-rank rune hunter and be rich. Xiaoxi assumed that if Big Brother became a hunter of such a rank, then she would be able to eat chicken legs every day. Shi Qian replied that she would be able to eat much more than just chicken feet. Since Dong Jie became a hero, Fang Jie also became popular. He even received a message from goddess Nana from the high school. Siqian inquired about the girl's writing. He was upset, for she was asking for Brother Dune's number. But they only laughed with the situation. The main character notices that everyone is very happy. He wants to become strong enough to protect those smiles. He was mutually called out by a girl who hadn't expected him to have already returned from the harbor. As it turned out, it was the same Nana. Afterward, the protagonist inquired about her results in high school. She revealed that her rune spirit level was only 42%, but she felt that it was useless to try even if the results were good. Unlike Dong Jie, who had returned as a hunter, he had brightened up in the trial, and it was exciting. It's only been a few days since the exam. So why did Nana become like this? Because it looks like she just found a way to survive. The man inquired who it was. She was surprised that the young master didn't know about Dong Jie. A few days ago, there was a wormhole outbreak on the island. This guy destroyed the border station and saved everyone. He really does seem to be hearing about it for the first time. Shi Qian didn't understand what was wrong with him either. Doesn't he watch and count the news at all? He doesn't care who the guy is, but he shouldn't even try to make eyes at his woman. So what if he became a rune hunter? He'll just be cannon fodder on the battlefield or a dog for some powerful family. Shi Qian got angry and shouted loudly at what he had just said. Fang Jie tried to calm her down. Meanwhile, there were two other people watching them. It really worked after all. It was worth the effort to persuade Zhang Tangxi to come here as soon as they received the news that Dong Jie was already here. Young master is arrogant. He can stand to see people showing off in front of him. Now they can just sit back and watch. Shi Qian stated that he could only live a peaceful life in the city because the rune hunters were fighting monsters in the wilderness. Yet he dared to look down on them. Tang Shi grabbed the bottle and didn't understand how this girl dared to cross him. But he was stopped by the protagonist saying that they are celebrating here, so he should not create any problem. He asked Nana to take this guy and get out of here, but he showed a wad of money, saying that they are the ones who should leave now. Tang Shi is now booking the entire restaurant, so they should disappear his eyes. Wu Dei intervened too, talking about the guy not overreacting. But the guy only said he's just old mangled garbage. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the neck. Dong Jie mentioned that Uncle Xiao is a retired soldier. His leg was injured when he was protecting people. What right does that bastard have to mock him? He shouted out what he didn't understand. Yes, Where in San is missing now. What is he waiting for now? Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of the protagonist. This caused Dong Jie to let go of Tangxi. As it turned out, it was Ying San, who is an E-rank runic swordsman. He mentioned that this young master is from the minister's family, so he didn't understand how they dared to grab him. Fang Jie recognized that this rune hunter had a strong aura. Shi Qian assumed that this guy is among the top hunters. Even father and boss Poison Wolf can't compare to him. They should now realize that they can beat the E-ranked dog that he personally raised. These guys can't even beat him. It turns out San stopped being a mercenary and became a minister's dog. Compared to surviving in the wild, this life is better. Only the smart ones will stay alive in this world. Wu Di explained that the man was the leader of a small team of mercenaries who had some kind of score to settle with the Poison Wolf. He abandoned his comrades and stopped being a mercenary. The man would never have thought that he was now working for the minister. Zhang Tangxi is the only son of the minister, so it was best not to escalate the situation. He still has unresolved conflicts with the minister. But Wenlun and Sunfang are not that important, so the minister would probably ignore them. But Zhang Tangxi is different. The protagonist should not provoke him and make the minister attack him and his friends. Therefore, He decided to go eat somewhere else. Jie Chen didn't understand why they had to put up with this. She was reassured by Wu Dai, saying that everything was fine, they should leave. But did he give permission to leave this place? The protagonist inquired about what the young master wanted. Tang Shi heard that this guy is a genius and a hero. But in Qingxi's neighborhood, it doesn't matter whether he is a dragon or a tiger. Dong Jie should behave decently in front of him. He ordered his bodyguard to break his arm, and he immediately rushed to the attack. But it was the Wu Dai and the poisonous wolf who stood in his defense. But suddenly he engaged ghostly, shadowy footsteps. Thus he struck those two men. Those blows pushed them back. Looks like the bastard got some perks for following the minister. He even has an E-rank skill. Poison Volga Jelly didn't bring any of his belongings with him. After which he switched to the main character. But the man did not expect at all that Dong Jie would be able to attack him. He knelt down and a cannon appeared in front of him. Dong Jie explained that he was leaving out of respect for the minister. But did Ying-san really think he was afraid of him? If he didn't want to die, he'd better not move. Now he too had guessed that this guy was a rank E rune hunter. However, his aura is much stronger than Insan's. He's not weaker than some D rank hunters. He's holding weapons of the same rank. If there's a fight, Insan will definitely die. Dong Jie is the champion of the challenge. After which, the guy wondered if they really think he won just by using luck. In addition, he is a student of Xiao University. And do they also think that he is afraid of Minister Zhang? After which, he turned to Zhang Tangxi. The latter was frightened, not understanding what he was trying to do. Tangxi should know that if he is weak, he should not provoke anyone. Only if Dong Jie doesn't beat him to death, the father minister won't dare to risk offending Xiao University and make trouble for him. Insan suggested forgetting about it. But there Tan Shi didn't understand why his family spent all their resources on this trash to make him weaker than that bastard. He was truly sorry. Poison Wolf mentioned that this man didn't even seem to be fit to be the Zhang family's dog, after which they decided to leave. The guy may be stronger than before, but if he wants to keep his loved ones safe, it's not enough. She never would have thought that a Dong Jie with only 27% runic spirit would become so powerful. That even her father and the Poison Wolf would be impressed. So she was determined to work harder and catch up with this guy. Poison Wolf wondered when this little guy managed to fall behind so strong and fast. Perhaps Mr. Yan had taught him something. The protagonist told the boss to stop joking around. Fang Jie asked to touch the gun, if only just once. Even for a rank D weapon, Xiao is not something she can easily give to someone. She seems to have high hopes for Dong Jie. Or perhaps they have some sort of personal arrangement. He replied, "Sister again, what are you making up?" She, however, replied that there was nothing wrong with finding a rich woman and working less. He didn't understand what that had to do with it. Dong Jie asked Shi Qin to look after Xiaoxi while he went somewhere. The girl asked where he was going. He wanted to meet up with old friends. Wen Lun didn't like that this guy was already a rune hunter of E rank. Song Fan felt that this talent should have belonged to her son. Dong Jie would pay for everything. Suddenly, a bullet hit her head, whereupon she fell. Dong Jie asked if they were satisfied after the show at the restaurant. Wen Lun asked why this guy is here. This woman has a mortal dislike for him, so he decides to send her to her husband and son. There's a rift between them too, but he wants to work things out. Or they'll fight to the death if he doesn't agree. Wen Lun sat down on his knees, saying that they would harm neither the guy nor his friends. He would not come to him again. He liked those words. Secretary's office. Dad's office had a great view after all. He felt like he was on top of the whole city. Insan informed the young master that his father was about to arrive. The guy replied that he knew that and asked me to stop annoying him. Can't he just sit here? A man appeared and mentioned that not everyone could sit in his seat. It was his father. He explained that he was just tired and so he moved for a second. The Qingshu Bi rank district minister told his guards to wait outside. Tangxi kindly motioned for him to sit down. In this world, only the strong are respected. He can sit in this posture because he also has strength. If the son doesn't work hard and remains a low-ranked fighter, he will become like these scum. The boy replied that although he was weak, he had worked hard recently and had almost reached E rank. Of course, the minister himself could tell that his son was still very far from E rank. Then he told him to go, and Insan should stay, for the minister had tasks for him. The guy left, saying that they would see each other later. Tangxi wanted to tell his father about yesterday, but it was better not to anger him now. He'll deal with that bastard on his own. The man asked Mr. Minister what his assignment was. He handed over the picture, saying that they had lost contact in the wilderness a few days ago with one of the Purple Gold Consortium escorts. Apparently he was raided by a gang of Li Ho. Insan assumed that the minister wanted him to release the hostage and return the goods. But the goods aren't really important. It's the guy in the picture that matters. The minister wanted a subordinate to find this guy and kill him. If he couldn't find him alive, the minister wanted to see his corpse. Does the minister really want him to kill that child? The man inquired if there was a problem. Insan replied that there was not. The minister then said that he would lead a team of 3 E rank hunters and 5 F rank hunters. If he can't accomplish the mission, then let him be prepared to face the consequences. Insan said that he would definitely complete the task. He was then told to leave. It takes so many people just to kill a child. Who the hell he is? But that shouldn't concern him. If this kid wasn't killed, he'll do it himself. He would never have thought that the second lord of the Xiao family not only had an illegitimate daughter, but also an illegitimate son. Fortunately, the head of the Xiao family promised that if the child was killed, the Qingxi district consortium would be handed over to him to manage, and he would be able to make a lot of money from it. They were getting ready to take off. No one is threatening him now. And since Xiao Shi is with boss Xiao, the only thing to worry about is Zhang Tongxi. The others told the kid to come over for a while. The guy came over and asked what was wrong. Poison Wolf has appointed Dong Jie as vice captain temporarily. This is in case they are out in the wild and Poison Wolf isn't around. Still, the team was a little unhappy about a rookie being named vice captain. The guy also felt he wasn't experienced enough to do it. In that case, Poison Wolf decided to remind them of their performance on the island. This guy is so much better than those guys. In addition, they relax and don't work hard enough. And Dong Jie is now an E-ranked hunter. Aren't these guys ashamed? They couldn't believe that he had already reached such a rank. The Firefox confirmed that yesterday the guy had easily scared off Insan with just his aura. Skinny Monkey didn't think it was possible. He's also going to go to a Xiao University, where he'll be trained by B-rank hunters. He will be supported by the consortium, so he will only get stronger. They only remained silent. Dong Jie replied that the boss was exaggerating. In any case, they would obey Dong Jie in this mission. They accepted that order. He will count on these guys. Since he has a special assignment from Madame Xiao, if the team helps him, things will be much easier. Skinny Monkey mentioned that this little guy is awesome. It hadn't been long and he was already an E-rank hunter. Still, the vial of Yujin's medicine was useful that he now wanted it too. The Poison Wolf kicked him, telling him that time is of the essence. They need to get on the road as soon as possible. After which they flew away. According to the information that Ms. Xiao provided, the last place where the group made contact was on route number 2, in the possession of the Li Hao gang. Aside from the attack of the rune beasts, there was a chance that they had been captured by the Li Hao gang. Therefore, they would first check the areas where they lost contact. If it's a beast attack, then the goods should still be there. But if they encountered a Li Hao gang, then things would get complicated. He asked the Poison Wolf what he knew about the gang. He told him that the leader of the gang was an allied hunter of rank E who was much stronger than Poison Wolf. They don't usually kill people. They kidnap crew members as hostages and contact their family members for ransom, then release them once they get the money. It is likely that Xiao Chuan is still alive. This is good news, but he wondered how things worked at Yu Jin's place. Afterward, he inquired about the Yu Jin gang. He only laughed, saying that this guy was quite interesting and a master of dark runes. It only targets Minister Zhang's flights. This makes sense since Yu Jin has a grudge against Minister Zhang. Meanwhile, the shuttle had reached its destination. It was here that the group lost contact. Poison Wolf suggested looking around for possible leads. Skinny Monkey suggested using the scout to find some tracks. After which, he noticed that the scout had detected energy trails 300 meters ahead. Poison Wolf announced that Dong Jie would lead the team, and they would go and check everything. It must be an escort car. He didn't see any dead bodies, so there's a good chance the escort team is still alive. Firefox noticed that the merchandise had been seized. It looked like they had run into a gang. Afterward, the Poison Wolf asked the guy to take a look at it. There was a burn mark left from the attack, and judging from the form, it's probably a long-range fire strike, a rank E skill. The Poison Wolf praised him, saying that he was indeed right. Long-range fire is a rare skill possessed by the leader of the Li Hou gang, Wang Shengyang. Now they know what happened here. The gang robbed them after all. But what is that black liquid in the first place? It doesn't matter since they know the Li Hou gang did it. They should quickly inform Boss Xiao and ask for reinforcements to be sent. There are more than 20 people in the gang, and Wang Shenyang is an E-rank hunter. This team is no match for them. This substance appears to have been left behind not too long ago. And it smells like fuel. It's probably a rank E fire elephant beast. He shouted that they couldn't stay here much longer, and needed to return to the shuttle immediately. Who else monkey didn't understand why the guy was so alarmed? But suddenly there was a cause of his alarm, namely the fire elephant. The poison wolf pushed the skinny monkey away. He himself took the hit. Of course he was worried about the boss. The poisonous wolf replied that he was fine. The guys should be careful and it's best to step back first. But he also noticed that it looked like his ribs were broken. He was too careless and the boss was injured to save him. Suddenly, the fire elephant wanted to attack the poison wolf once more as well, after which the attacks descended upon him. They all turned their attention to the protagonist. He was wearing the ironic royal wind armor. The skill he used was a fierce wind strike, and also in his hands was a sword blazing flame. He thanked the toddler for the rescue. Dong Jie told the mountain tiger and the big cow to distract the elephant to keep him from getting close to the boss. The skinny monkey would cut out his eyes and the fire forests would cover everyone from the back. Everyone followed the orders given to them. He was right after all. This guy was born to be a leader. Once he finishes his Xiao, he'll probably become the commander of the alliance. Now it was time to end it. He used the skills of rapid fire and cyclone blast. After that, several attacks descended upon him. There was an explosion. The firefox approached the slain fire elephant. Is it really over? How come the mighty E-rank Sun's Beast was so easily defeated? When they hunted a marbled cow of the same rank, they spent half a month setting traps for her in advance. Dong Jie is truly amazing. He thanked them, however it is a team effort. In any case, shouldn't we check the status of the boss first? The fiery vixen had almost forgotten about the boss. The poison wolf couldn't believe that these were his battle comrades. Is this really how they feel about their boss? Some bones are broken, but he'll be fine soon. Firefox replied that now that the boss was gone, it was time for Dong Jie to replace him. The guy told his sister to stop joking around. Poison Wolf mentioned that he could hear her. He's just injured, not dead. Does Firefox really want him to go to the next world quickly? The corpse of a fire elephant, a veritable treasure trove. They'll be rich. Since they thanked this beast thanks to the protagonist, so this crystal should be in his possession, since he was currently at the peak of E rank and needed a lot of energy to break through. Hence, he should be able to gather enough runestones before entering the university. This is a dangerous place, so they should leave the corpse of the fire elephant here and return to the steppe. Suddenly, other people appeared, talking about how this is the territory of the Liho gang. This is not a place where they can come and go whenever they want. I wonder if these guys have already found them. He kept wondering who it was. And it turned out to be the famous mercenary team of the poisonous Volga. The leader of the gang, Wang Shenyang, has arrived. They managed to track down the fire elephant, but considering their fighting ability, then they must have paid dearly for hunting an E-rank beast. He also noticed that the poison wolf wounded himself, asking if these guys were still capable of fighting. The poison wolf asked him to say directly what he wanted and stop wasting their time. He stated that this fire elephant would now belong to them. They are not equal to this gang, and it is dangerous to fight. So the poison wolf agrees that they can take this elephant. They're leaving anyway. Afterward, he offered to return to the shuttle. Suddenly, someone used a fire strike. The mountain tiger didn't understand what this Wang Shenyang was doing. Even if a bird flew into his territory, it has to give up a few feathers. Since they were now in his territory, it wasn't his style to let them get away with it. He ordered his guys to handcuff their VIP guests and bring them to the base. Your wilderness isn't easy, and this guy isn't easy either. It's foolish to engage. The skinny monkey advised him not to act rashly and to remain calm. The protagonist replied that he knew that. Since it was most likely that Xiao Chuan had been kidnapped by the Dasho gang, if they could infiltrate their base, he would have a chance to find this guy. When the time comes to escape, it might be difficult. Therefore, he must hide his trump cards. The man said to this little one to give all his equipment and runestones to her. Even he must not hide anything, for he would know if he hid anything. The guy showed 2 runestones, talking about how that was all he had. The one assumed he was the child of a wealthy family, after which they wanted to handcuff him. All the basic Dong Jie irony stones are in the system's inventory. They won't be able to find anything else on it. He was handcuffed. He also mentioned that these handcuffs are specially made to restrain the energy of hunters of D rank and below. So it was better not to resist or he would feel even more pain. He ordered these guys back to base. They must also notify their family and friends of the ransom demand. And if they follow him, they can enjoy life every day. Li Hogang base. He heard that there was another huge win today. Maybe the boss had captured some girls again, for which they noticed that the boss and the others had returned. We need to greet them. Afterward, they noticed the corpse of a fire elephant. The boss came out and asked what these guys were waiting for. They're supposed to take care of the carcass. He ordered that the poison wolf and the others be taken to the prison. They should put them in separate cells. Now that they are on base, even if they are dragons or tigers, they should behave themselves. The firefox mentioned that these people only wanted good money, so they were in no danger. Skinny Monkey explained that when they get their money, they will set them free. The boy replied that he understood everything and wasn't worried. Dong Jie survived the ordeal, so they should take care of themselves first. He was then led to his cell. He was kicked inside, telling him it was best to be quiet. When they get the ransom, then these guys can leave. He hopes it will go that easily. He was approached by a man who said that as soon as the money was paid, they could leave in peace. Therefore, he should not worry. Wang Shenyang is worried that if they are together, they will be able to escape. That's why they were locked up separately. But it's even more convenient for him to find his target this way. He wondered if Xiao Chuan was in this cell. He noticed that this guy didn't look much younger than himself. Maybe that's him. He wanted to touch this kid, but he attacked him, after which he got into a fighting stance. This brat is pretty interesting. The man said that he had a strange temper, so he should pay no attention to him. The other one doesn't even know why the escort team brought this brat along. He's nothing but trouble. He inquired if these people are from the consortium. The man replied that there are such, but wondered why he was asking that. So that seems to be his goal, and he's very defensive. He fears not only Dong Jie, but also the rune hunters from the escort team. Perhaps he is afraid that his identity will be revealed. It looks like it won't be easy. He had just heard that the escort team had been robbed. The guy never thought he would suffer the same fate. The man inquired if the news had reached the city, and if the ransom was ready. Dong Jie wasn't sure. The man hoped that the village manager would not abandon them. Now he has to think about how to get this guy out in one piece. They were discussing that this fire elephant is expensive. They're making good money. When the boss gives their share, they will sneak into town and party till they drop. Could a simple fire elephant really get him so excited? The team they robbed a few days ago belongs to a consortium. The boss contacted his people and asked for a huge ransom, a fortune. They were already getting a taste of wealth. This consortium is rich, and they can get a lot of money from it. They might even be able to enjoy life for a month. He sent the letter. After that, he called his subordinate over and then asked the boss what the orders would be. He hadn't liked any girls lately. He remembered that there was one in the Poison Wolf team, and then he asked to bring her to his room. The total combat abilities of both of them alone won't be a problem. This boss won't even be able to stop him. But if he needs to take the others with him, it won't be easy. Luckily, he's already sent a message to Eugenie. Now it's up to him whether they will be saved or not. Afterward, food was thrown to them. Dong Jie mentioned that there were 6 of them, so why are there only 4 buns? The other person replied that there are only 4. If he doesn't like it, let him not eat it. Afterward, he turned his attention to the escort team. He took the bun from the other man. He also threatened that if this man dared to take the bun, he would make sure that he would have a miserable life in the future. He looked at the brat with resentment. The true nature of humans will be revealed under extremely harsh conditions. He grabbed for the boy by the neck, telling this useless brat to spit it out. Suddenly someone hit him. He wondered if the bastard was hungry too. Even though the law of wild and nature states that survival of the fittest, is it too inhumane to attack not a child? The man with the blue hair said to mind his own business. Apparently, he only knows how to steamroll normal people. The man replied that everyone is handcuffed. The hunters don't have an advantage, so if he wants, they can fight. He wanted to see how long he could protect this burden. The other man said to take it. They're all here in the same situation. That one thanked you for the bun. He almost forgets his duties as a rune hunter. He seems to just let his anxiety and hunger get the best of him. The red-haired boy also gave him half of the bun and apologized for being selfish. Dong Jie replied that he had just arrived and wasn't that hungry. Therefore, he could finish his meal. Xiao Chuan once again asked if he was sure about it. The protagonist replied that he could eat in peace. He has to gain his trust first, before he can find an opportunity to talk to this guy. Even though these 2 rune hunters seem to be good, it's hard to say if they will betray Xiao managers after learning the truth about Xiao Chuan. Suddenly he heard the voice of the fire vixen telling him to let her go and not to touch her. The guy replied that she should be grateful that her boss wants to see her. If she continues to resist, they will mutilate her and throw her out on the street. The fiery vixen told him to just do it. Wang Xinyang had his eyes on his sister. He can call upon his weapons and save his sister. But if he acts recklessly, the patriarchy will put this boy, the leader, and the others in danger. But there's no way he's going to let them get their way. so he decides to save the firefox first. Suddenly he heard a scream. The guy mentioned that this is the territory of the Li Ho gang. He's looking for death by coming here. No one is allowed to leave the prison. He won't say it a second time. He didn't realize who they were. They didn't look like the crew members the Yu Jin had sent. Thoth thought that perhaps someone had come to rescue them. Judging by what they were wearing, Minister Zhang from Qingshi district must have sent them. They can finally leave this place. He noticed that they were a rank rune hunters and asked who these guys were, but he shouldn't know that. Their leader is currently negotiating with the boss about the mission. He showed a picture of the kid they're looking for. They're looking for Xiao Chuan, but Xiao's manager has already sent him over. He guessed these people were here to kill that guy. He looked at the picture and asked what he wanted this kid to do. But he said to just answer the question. He was frightened and pointed to the cell door where Xiao Chuan was, and he thought it would take a while. The man didn't expect to find him so quickly. Things aren't going well. It's about to go bad. He kicked in the door. He said that they were sent here by big sister Xiao Chuan. If he went with them, they would take this boy to her.